There we go, 20 points for a win. So the Clash are now looking nearly 4 wins worth of points just from those 4 games. Obviously kills are very, very hefty. 2 points per kill, so 10 kills equal to a win. Clasher with 38 kill points is really, I mean, it's almost exactly half of their points, but the game has started, so we're going to hop straight in. So Samiak, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, and it looks like a wonderful inning in front of us as we see the first plane coming in the Wingman. Well, it's coming from Novo towards the Georgia pole, so it's not the best plane for the players who opt to go more east, but it's pretty decent for majority of the teams. I hope everyone will be able to drop where they want, and maybe with this plane we will see some action from the beginning.
Started well, my game's just crashed.
Yeah, that's something that...
It's always a great way to start. Let me hop back over to the point system whilst I restart the game. Brilliant start to the night.
Alright, so I'll try to make some radio cast while you try to restart it. We see some drops. Not many people actually going together in some hot drops, but there seems to be 2 teams coming towards the Pochinki, and few teams dropping around Gatke area. So it may get pretty good there in terms of early action. Apart from that, not much really to say. We don't see first circle as of yet, but it will reveal itself shortly. The thing that surprises me is that not really many teams opted to go Sosnoka, despite it was straight in the path of flight. But as I said, there is few people in Pochinki, and Siller is already doing his job, trying to get something done, but not much happening. And the first circle's coming, which is central around the farm area. And we still have some Sosnoka Island in it, which can be fun if it will hard shift south. Like, probably you have to do it like 2 times in a row from the beginning to actually end in the Sosnoka Island, but with PUBG you never know.
There we come back. Oh, stressing
Wonderful.
me. And unlike last week, if I've done it correctly, stressed me, almost crashed again there. We do have the names and the logos tonight. Get the sound going as well. Turn it down actually. We've probably done that before the stream, apologies. But as you can see, the circle's gone pretty central, straight on top of our Desperado duo playing under Maki and Mleko. I probably butchered that, apologies in advance. Coyote and Turbo Banani from Executive looking pretty spicy as well. Are these? I think these are wrong, aren't they? Yeah, they're giving me the wrong. Alright, ignore all the names. Ignore all the names. Why is my game doing this? Maybe they are right.
I believe you prepared for Maverick.
No, I replaced it. They gave me one. Right, ignore all the names. There we go. Why is it doing this? Game. Okay, yeah, all the names are wrong. Brilliant. Yeah, we'll just have to ignore the names for game 1. Apologies for that. I got the names in, so it's an improvement on last week. Brilliant. Anyway, as I was saying, the circle is pretty central on Desperados, and I think they're good people only on the leaderboard. So the name they're actually playing under, but possibility for that farm ending, and for the sadists like me out there, there is a possibility for that Pachiki ending, which I do love.
But look at the Huckster from El Gantan with his teammates. They're already rotating down south. They just lose the Pochinki real quick and already on their way, grabbing another vehicle. This can be really smart to grab a good position so early, but the way they're going right now, they may jump into the Desperado duo.
I expect they'll probably stop on top of the hill and look towards one of those compounds. I think unlike in squads, compounds are extremely strong in duos. You know, if you're in a squad, you probably want to be playing up on what's known as Potato Hill, which, as you can see on stream right now, this sort of area of the map is really strong purely because of the vantage points you gain by sitting up at the top of these hills. But in duos, the fact that you can get snuck up on very easily makes these compounds like the one Huckstar and Salas has pulled up in a Barnes compound there, makes it a lot stronger. But it looks like Desperado is going for a bit of an early contest here.
Yeah, pushing in hard, and Marov prepared his nade, but it landed actually pretty good.
Put them super low there. And Mastek actually gets Tal0 down, so it's not looking great for Desperados here. Calvin Klein now, last one up. Maro's going for it, but he's so low on HP. One peek, one bullet will do it. Maro gets down. Can he flush it? He doesn't go for the flush. You can hear him running around the back now. He's going to bring it. Can he get them both? He can. Calvin Klein shuts it down. What is that logo? I've just got a random Pokemon logo pop up on the screen. Brilliant. I've been memed by these logos all night now. But a lovely little play by Calvin Klein to save his teammate.
I'll be honest with you, this wasn't actually the play I would imagine they would go for.
I'm surprised they pushed.
In the end,
They worked.
It paid out for them, and now they have 4 points from the beginning. That's really good start for them.
You have to think that if that nade goes off like a second earlier, they both die. It was so unlucky for I think it was Maro that threw it, and maybe a little bit of luck for the Desperado. But they're one of our sort of duos that we expect to be doing well in this. I think Desperado duo, El Gigante and Silas, or Hugstar and Silas rather. Molman and Kaz from Stella, they're all teams coming in from the Contenders League that we expect to be doing well in these sort of things.
It's a change for them, coming from basically they played as well yesterday. Some of the teams played today as well in some squad tournaments, and now it's just duos. It can be a pretty bad change for them to get used to the fact that you are only 2 and you have to be careful about each other.
It looks like Rian and Chilji might drive straight into the Desperado duo here. Rian has to be careful. He's going to keep going further. He's going to go north, but that car is super low. It gets blown up. Tal0 gets the 3rd kill for Desperados already. The easy spray down onto a car that was on like 5 HP. And Chilji does have that compound to the south. I'm not sure why his teammate was driving so far north, considering the fact that they had that compound.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that, but he probably just wasn't sure if he can stop there. Maybe that's what drive him. But let's take a look on the East Bridge, as there is some fight forming around the drop, but for now everybody's just disengaging, so not gonna probably play out. On the other hand, on the East Bridge,
I think they were contesting for this drop actually. They knew the rough area of where it was going to go. I think they ran over to see where it was, but that contest is going to make them back off. They don't want to take fights so early on. It has actually been looted already. The Benefer that has it? No, he has an M2. Who has the drop? Someone has it. I want to know what it is. I'm invested.
It's Educos. He has the 3 here.
Oh, so they must have got it. Yes, I think they came over from the east to grab that drop. Got engaged a bit by Averick and Benefer, but were able to grab it and run off.
He also grabbed Groza from the drop, so I wouldn't want to contest him this early in a close fight. This may really hurt, but Eastbridge is just popping off with a fight.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a controversial gun. What is it? There's a new feature in PUBG where, like, if you switch to a different, like a team on the other side of the map, it loads the game. It like goes to a loading screen. It's really weird. Anyway, you will have to excuse those loading screens. They're going to be here all night. Won't be able to fix that. I don't think you can fix it, but it looks like First Peter did get their first kill of the night. Knocked out a team on that West Bridge, but they're getting held a little bit from the top of the hill. Wasabi and Kikao, I think, got the other kill onto the duo that First Peter fought. Looks like Peter's going to go for it now, try and just escape, get a bit further north, a bit further into that zone. Should be able to get up there safely, and there's no one else at that compound, so they are going to be able to get all the way up to the yellows for free. They can also progress further onto the next hill. It's something that I like to do, particularly in squads, more so than in duos, is utilize those hilltops, as I was talking about. Like, Potato is like my favourite area of the map, but this hill just to the northeast of Peter is amazing for the amount of information you can grab from it.
Yeah, these hills are good, and mostly when they have a lot of trees, so you have a lot of cover to play around. You can really use that to your advantage, as you gain a lot of information around you, and basically you don't have a problem to move out of there as you can have from the compound. So that's also a good thing about the hills. But
Washout was trying to spray off the back of his buggy, trying to add someone to Rax and Marco. Didn't quite work out, but I respect the attempt. The circle has gone really southwest here, and it looks like actually the North Duo are going to set up for the straight on that car. It's getting super low. Rax is going to have to be careful here. Can he stop? He just about stopped before that car blows up. Edicor's going to put a few more bullets in it, make sure that thing blows up. But Rax now got a bit of a pincer on. Marco can come in behind the Moonwolf players, and maybe they can take them out here. But Rax has to be careful. He is facing an SKS. I'm not sure what Washout has, but Barker's coming straight in behind here. He's going to get sprayed down. And the problem is that Rax really isn't in a position to help out. He goes down straight away, so I'm not quite sure about that play by Marco, but Turbo actually steals it. Good people only getting their first kill of the night.
This was really bad push from Marco. He stopped in the middle of nowhere without any idea who is around him, and it didn't pay out really. It went terribly wrong, but now we can see a lot of rotations coming in, and Nobor coming straight around Michael on the south side. But Michael can also, I guess, see Rax if he would step out of his shack.
I think they're going to pull up with this shack on the top of the hill. Another pretty good spot. It's pretty central on this circle, so it's a decent little spot to play. Swedish trying to bomb it through the middle. He's going to drive straight through the Desperado duo. Can he get tapped out the car? Tal0 putting the bullets towards, but they're not going to land any for now. The second car comes through. Alright, it does get through. Michael's going to start lighting them up now, but let's give all the information to Desperado. We're going to pop those tires, make sure that Michael can't leave later on. If Rax goes down, he actually gets taken out from far there. The Ravens player of unknown memory, I'm going to assume, gets that final bullet in. Age, meanwhile, one of the players from Zen getting in the action early.
That's exactly the position you were talking about. That little shack on the coast. It's wonderful. You know, you see everything downside on that little beach. That's a good spot to play from. And this time exceptionally, as it is kinda in the middle of the zone, I believe. But it's really hard to hold if you get pushed. You may get pushed easily from multiple sides. That's kind of the downside of that little shack and that little position. But look at Chill G, he's just chilling behind Tauzera and Kelvin Klein, and I'm not sure if he's gonna shoot, but Tauzera is getting really close to him.
And that circle is starting to pressure in all these Eastern teams. It's getting a bit congested there. We've still got, what was that, 1, 2, 3 teams trying to come in on the Eastern edge, and there's just no room to come in. Jappy and Ballin up on the Rainbow Road, or Raptor Road as it's this is well known. You've got Deegs and Upazik sitting on the north edge of the Snake compound. Turbo Banani and Kyoto on the southern side, and there's just no room. Like, I don't know where you come if you're trying to get in on this Eastern edge. Just follow them as they progress in, just as Phase 3 is about to be. Hunter's going to come in.
Wonderful position, and Hunter will probably get at least stacked from them.
Nah, he's taking the perfect path to avoid that compound. He's going to get shot at, but it's just about far enough away that he should be safe. Gets tagged once. Is he going to put up? No, I think he was just spun out his tire a bit, but he's going to go back into the blue. Just try and drive around. I'm not quite sure where he's going to drive to, but this other duo of TA here, they're just completely stuck. A Vital gets taken down. Batstrong getting the first knock, and Plutovest is put a bit low as well. I'm not sure how he's going to get into this zone. Is he going to go for the res, maybe?
He seems like he wants to do it. Oh, Battlestrong will probably just look out in the worst moment.
But Humlick's got a really nice little flank on the south side here. He should be able to see the second player. No, he's just about protected by that car. No, there we go. Takes him down. Humlick getting the second kill. A lovely little play by that two to grab the 2 kills. And the zone has gone central again, so it's gone towards the Zmesky's compound. I'll show. And that hill that I was talking about for first lane in Peter is really strong, but Rubsy and Dice have got there first from all against us.
Yeah, but look how much water is still in the circle. That limit basically the movement of all players, like 60% of the map they have right now. And they will have to, all of them will have to get inside. And we as well can see the field on the west side, which is really terrible and open, and you can't really play there. This is really tough.
What a little sneak attack by first Peter here. Gets 1, gets 2. They're all against us, Stuart. Just go out straight. No, Ronin Horde. Sorry, not all against us. Both get taken down. It's the wrong name, but full focus and backstab is actually it's pretty much perfect for what first Peter just did to them. A lovely little sneak attack, and now they get control of that hill that I was talking about. Moonwolf, meanwhile, grabbing their first kill of the game. We did see Washout go down, I think, to Ravens up on the hillside. But Edgecoast, I think, this compound on the edge of the zone. And that car is super low. A couple bullets into it, and Venifer will be dead. Actually, it's the Ravens duo that get the kill. So, Skewing, is that their 4th of the game? No, 2nd. Can't count.
It would be 2nd. But look at Kaz. Kaz is stuck now with Pochinki, with Hookstar and Sillers taking tabs on him, but Zen meanwhile pushing up on Hookstar and Sillers, so there we have a little fight coming in.
Yeah, this northern hill is going to be super strong. If someone can take control of it, make sure their north side's clear, it's going to be a really nice position to play from. The problem with that hill is when you have teams on your north and your south, it's very hard to play and to be aggressive, and you can get snuck up on very easily. But as soon as you can wipe out one side of the hill and sort of control that side to shoot towards the other area, that's when it becomes a super strong area to play. That's going page
Really?
just on the switch. One nade would actually take out both.
He's actually getting rewarded for his position with the drop.
That's a beautiful little shot by Vasco there to take out the first player from the Hugstar Siders duo. Page gets put down to exactly 1 HP, and that's Siders' opportunity to go, but Vasco's going to set up, get that spray down. Can he land the bullets into Siders, who's going for that res? I feel like you have to try and push it, you have to try and secure that duo. The car's going to get super low. Siders just about gets in. He's going to go for the res, but they're going to be stuck in that tower now. That car is completely unusable. Have to hope they can get a knock and just push on it and use their nades to clear out the Zen duo. I'm not sure if it's possible. Silas does get the res. He's going to jump off actually. I think he's going to try and maybe peek around the outside, try and get that knock onto the Zen boys. But Kaz might be able to third party this, sneak in from behind him, and maybe grab a kill. Doesn't look like he's looking for now though.
Kaz seems kinda AFK. He's looking at the hill, but not doing anything else really.
Yeah, I think he is. No, he's moving, so he's there.
He's moving definitely. Just peeking the hill and
Probably watching a film.
probably, yeah. I'm in a zone. No rush. I have time. So I believe that's his strategy for now. And we could see Peter lost actually his teammate in a fight down south.
Silas gets pushed super low. Wait, what's going on this east side? Is that they got knocked? Coyote got knocked by the Moonwolf player. Is he going to go for the crash, or is he going to try and use that to get into the circle? It looks like he's just going to try and escape, make a break for it. That buggy is the last thing you want to try to drive through this area. Give him a follow. Oh no, he's going to pull up, take the fight versus the good people only duo here. Can he get the initial spray? He does that. Groza coming in perfectly. Takes down Turbo Banani, and Coyote now is put low, and that Molotov might be perfect. He's getting tagged up from behind. He can't really do anything. The Molotov didn't quite reach. Coyote's just about surviving and should be able to get the res off, but that zone's coming soon.
But I believe Michael can now play a huge spoiler, as he single-handedly can hold these two teams out of the zone, as they have to rotate around him, and Edukos is going for it with a buggy that is not really good vehicle for this situation.
Edukos using that opportunity to get in, but Swedish has got the lineup. Can he get the tags in? Blows up the tire on that buggy, and that's when he just spins out instantly, but somehow he's still alive for now. Edukos just going to snake on his car. If that smoke comes out, might be a saving grace. Michael is sneaking in now, but he's just got nothing to play. He's going to try and come in behind good people. He's actually got the tags in. Gets the first down. Can he get Banani as well? Oh, he's got the tags. One bullet will do the trick. He's got an aid, surely. Surely this is going to be good people only going out. There we go. Michael grabs the duo of good people only. He's actually playing on his own. I'm not sure if his teammate didn't join, or if he just went out, but
Maybe got disconnected.
yeah, I think if you leave after you die, it doesn't count you. I think you're just staring into a wall. Hope he's having fun. The Zenjo are now still in that fight versus Hugstar and Silas. It's a bit of a stalemate, but I expect that tower's going to get forced out soon. Maybe on the next circle. It most likely will pop towards the center of the map. Edukos does finally go down. Cameron Klein finds him. Desperado is securing another kill. They're really having a good first game here.
The Desperados are going at it, but they're sitting in the compound they started in, and Choji just sneaked up there. Meanwhile, they were...
I think he was there before they got there, actually, because they ran to the north compound, and we saw Chill and his teammate try and get in, but Sunday's going to get walked on top of here. He gets the first one down, and Jappy gets the flush as well, secures the points. He's got 15 bullets left. He puts Bullet down to one shot. A Bullet actually gets taken down from behind. Tau Zero from Desperado is securing another kill for the team. That's got to be 6 or 7. They're nearing a win worth of kills already. Oh, actually, only 5, but that's still half a win. They have an opportunity for a massive game 1 here.
They definitely do, but I mean, they had luck with zones, and they were able to push from the beginning. 2 early kills, you see, and now they're just popping. It's helped them to boost their confidence, and you know, now they have just Chill G, which I'm not really sure if they know about him, but they don't seem to care about him that much. And Kelvin is now pushing on Michael. And he's coming around the blue. He probably will just waits. He's turning back, probably not gonna do anything there.
Talzera spotted him though, put those bullets towards, and that's Calvin's opportunity to maybe push forwards. Synchronize back off. Talzera should be able to secure this kill. There we go, grabs it. So 6 now towards Desperados. They're nearing that 20-point mark. That's going to be basically an extra win on top.
But Talzera now pushing to the Chilji's building. And this could get really ugly for them. Chill is just waiting at the top.
Talzera here? He's moving around. Well, he knows Talzera's there, but it's whether Talzera knows he's there. The way he's set up,
has the suspicion.
Yeah, the way he's set up leads me to think that he thinks there's someone there. I think potentially he heard a footstep. Yeah, Chili's walking now, so Talzera will be able to hear that. And that's exactly those there. Beautiful little spray down. Talzera grabs another kill for Desperados. Lovely little heads-up play there to grab the number 7. This is where that northern hill that I was talking about becomes so strong. The fact that that north side of the hill is out now means that you can pretty much play up here with impunity. You can still get snuck up on from the west and the east, but as long as you're keeping your types on it, as long as you sort of know where those teams are on your west and east, then you should be pretty much okay. But now Hugstar and Silas are in the strong spot, but the Zenjo can sneak in behind really easily.
But Calvin Klein now going around against Swedish and Myra. They got first knock, but Myra seems to be in a safe spot for a moment, getting naded, but nothing connected yet. Kelvin going for a little peek aside, little flank. Another nade coming in. Not connecting as well. Calvin Klein just has to heal up. Myra is holding the spot, but he's getting pushed from down below, and
Sunday
this will
from
be
behind him. So a couple tags up there, but Desperado's going to spot the last page. Going to put it to 1 bullet. Gets the flush. I think they've already secured the highest kill count of anyone so far in all our games that we've had in GLL Wingman. At least the ones we've casted.
I believe the last time the most was 8. So yes, this could be
This could be a massive game for them. The fact that they're on 9 with 15 alive. There's a potential for 22 there. I mean, I highly doubt it's going to happen. But
I'm still wondering how actually Hugstar and Sillars get into their position from that little Potter tower, from the sniper tower they were in without any vehicles. And they just kind of run around Vasco and Page into the best position.
I would rather be on the west, to be honest. It's much easier to push that area from the west side than it is to hold it. Really because of how close you can get before they have any info. But Kaz might be the bit of a spoiler here. And the fact that that duo are completely focused on Sunday there, this means Battlestorm gets a double kill quickly. The fact that the duo are completely focused means the Zen can just sneak up behind, but they're getting tagged up. Kaz is going to hit the player, but he's been spotted by Zen. This is really bad timing there. Kaz was probably about to get the freest kill of his life onto Hugstar, but Zen take him out first, secure the extra 2 points. And now Silas and Hugstar know exactly where that duo is, and they know they need to take them out if they want to survive into at least the next zone. It's going to be a gifted little crate here as well. I'm not quite sure where they got out of it, but Vasquez got that level 3 helmet, which might come in and save him a bit. But Hugstar's snaking. He's going to wait for Vasquez to walk straight on top of him. He can see him now. It's all about finding the right timing, finding that opportunity for the free knock. But the zone's there. Vasquez gets tagged up. Can he get the turn on? No, he can't. Hugstar takes him down. It's all down to Page now in a 1v2, but Sunday could sneak in behind. Nade from Hugstar. Is it going to land? So close. Page just about survives at 11 HP. I think that's twice now he's been put to 110, but Silas lands that last bullet, takes him out. Sunday now still sneaky in, managed to get into the top 7. I think he was solo from circle 1 or 2, so it's a pretty impressive little play by him.
His teammate is one of the first guys, but he's doing good. Now getting tagged heavily. But so far he managed to get into the zone. He's in the smoke, but also I believe Talzera is looking his way, as he probably spotted the smokes.
Yeah, that nade might land. No, it's just short, so Sunday survives at least for a circle longer. Talzera and Calvin have got a really aggressive split going on. Talzero's just being forced to snake on the edge of the zone, and Calvin taking a bit more of an aggressive position into that compound. But I think they've recognized that the circle at some point will come out of that compound. Never mind. So Calvin now probably has the best spot in the zone, purely based on the fact that he can see so much of it. And with the fact that Talzero's on that eastern edge, no one can play the trees just to his north. As long as he survives these nades from, I think it was Mesky, it's going to be in a pretty good position. Huckstar and Silas still just shooting into those smokes, praying that they land those shots into Sunday.
But Sunday so far seems to be safe. Utilizing even more smokes, Huckstar and Sillers are pushing to get even closer, maybe get the flank on him.
This nade might be perfect if they time it right. It's going to go close, but I think it went a little bit too far. It didn't. Talzero now spotted Huckstar. Oh, what a knock. He lands the final bullet there to take Huckstar down. The res is safe, but Sunday comes in for the sneak attack. Takes down Silas. Huckstar and Silas just instantly went out. And are they up? How many kills is he on now? He's 3 on his own. His teammate nowhere to be seen. But he didn't need him. 3 kills. He might actually be able to sneak into the zone and get a really good placement out of this. There is a bit of a plateau. If I come down briefly, if you prone where I'm now with this camera, it's a really strong position, but never mind. Talzero is not letting that happen.
Maybe he would lay down, but that's too late to talk about that. Let's focus on the other fights, and we can see Protect and OJM pushing inside the zone, and they got themselves a little compound from the vehicles.
I like this spot. I'm surprised they didn't go a little bit further into the zone. Maybe could have wrapped onto that plateau I was talking about. As potentially a difference. I think it was something I would expect maybe if Desperados were in that position. You know, just that map knowledge to know that that plateau's there and know it's safe. But their position's okay for now. They are going to survive at least into the next circle. Probably 1 or 2 more placements. Grab a couple extra points.
Now Battlestrong is in the worst position of all players actually in the lobby right now. He has to push using a lot of smokes. Probably going against Dinobor in the fight.
Things have been rough here. Nova gets the spray down, gets Battlestrong down. Easy little flush there, but he's got no ammo left for either of his guns. He's got the 3 kills though. He's got the top 4, so it's a good start to the night for them. But it's going to be a little bit rough with 9 bullets for his K9 and 38 for his M4. He needs to be landing all those bullets to have really a chance. But I expect Desperados are probably pretty happy with what they've got going right now. But that circle now gives them an opportunity to hold out both these solos and then turn onto that fight, which now, purely because of those cars blown up, it's going to be a little bit rough for Ujum and Prosek to make their way in. They don't have any kills, so they need to be looking to grab a couple kills here to get those points, or at least get that win. Because based on the point system, if you just make it to top 4 with no kills, yeah, it's still a good game, but it could have been so much better. Your average, I think your average points to come sort of top 8 was probably looking around 10ish per game, maybe a little bit lower. But you're just going to make it to top 4, I think. If I could do maths. I think that's 8 points for the placement.
I believe 8 or 10 points is the average you need to get. That's just like to be safe that you are going through.
Noble grabs another kill onto solos. He literally has no bullets left for his M4 now. Just got that K9. Probably going to have to put a red dot on it at some point. Oh, he's got 31 actually, so he got quite an efficient kill. 60 had 38 earlier, but now that Ajuro's moving onto the plateau, but it looks like they're a little bit open for Noble for now. They need to go down the hill if they want to be safe. That nade puts Noble low. He's an SLR bullet away from dying here, I think. He's just about to sneak on, but he's not in the zone, and he's been spotted. He gets tagged to the foot, gets tagged again. Ujum gets the kill. They're first of the game, but now they've got a really nice little spread, but gets taken down. Calvin Klein securing the knock. And now it's a 2v1. Ujum the last one up, and I think they know he's there. Based off the info they have, they're going to spot him now. They know he's there now, but Talzero gets taken down. Can Ujum at least get the flush? Maybe not, so I think we're just going to be in a straight 1v1 here for the win.
He seems like he's going for a pickup. Not sure he can make it as Calvin Klein is pushing. But Calvin Klein is kind of going the wrong way around. Probably for a flank, but meanwhile he can get the res.
He wants to get the high ground here. The fact that he can get above means that he'll be able to see into the grass. He's going to spot them at some point very soon here. Actually proning for that, but he gets that first knock. Knows they're roughing in that area. And because of the fact that it was a knock, he knows the other guy must be there. Really because of the time. So this flank, getting the high ground is really going to work out. He gets those tags. Can he get the final kill? He can. Secures the second kill. Secures the win for Desperados.
And 13 kills on the board. Oh my god.
That's what, 26 points?
26 points.
Which is more than you'd get if you just flat out won the game. That's a ridiculous points all. 14 points as well go to Ujum and Persek, and then Noble, I think, got all 4 of his kills when he was a solo, the same as Sunday got those 3. So the fact that those 2 players were able to bring their team so far up that leaderboard was a really impressive showing.
It's really great from them.
If you look at that sort of 7 to 9, they're the 3 teams you'd expect to be up at the top. I think they're all close to the top of the leaderboard. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head where they are exactly. But there are 3 duos that you have to sort of expect will be towards the top of the leaderboard come the end of tonight and the end of next week.
Yeah, but the thing is, I believe their competitive kind of mindset just put them fighting together before, they reach top 5. You can see them coming from the Pochinki towards that hill, all 3 teams grouping together. So that's probably, if they wouldn't meet, I believe they would be in top 5. But as it gets, they kind of had to fight against each other, which didn't really help them out.
Yes, the one thing you don't want in this lobby is to walk into another one of the good duos, because then it pushes you down. I think that's what happened to Moonwolf in the end. They got taken out by Desperados, I think. Or at least one of them did.
Yes.
They're 2 duos that you'd expect to be up at that top, but the fact that they met when there were 16 teams alive meant one had to go out early. I'm going to throw it to a quick break before game 2, so we'll see you guys soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to GLL Wingman Season 7. We are about to hop into Game 2. I think the plane's literally just started. There we go. Perfect timing. We're actually a little bit earlier than I was expecting. So that's why the countdown didn't finish, but just means we're back into the action sooner.
And we have the same plane, basically the same plane as we had last time. So we can probably expect the same drops. But this time we go a little bit slightly more north, opens a little bit more position for teams, maybe going Jarky and surrounding areas.
I think we saw a lot of teams forced to sort of drop towards compounds in the last game, really because of the plane was quite flat along the south side. But now you have that whole Georgepol area that's very easily reachable. If you want to be a bit safe, you maybe you can go all the way up to Severny or Zaki or maybe even Yasnaya if you fancy vehicles around that school area. So teams being able to spread out a little bit more. Looks like Desperados are going for the same spot as last time, and this time they're not being joined by Mara or Marcelek. I hate this.
They probably assessed that it's not a good idea, but look at Moonwolf there. They get their compound. Battlestrong and Humlik seems to not go there. But Washout taking early shots on Humlik, close to the Milta power area. But Humlik still in the air, going for the small Milta. Should be just fine. And Circle is here, and what we see.
Do you mind radio casting for a second? Because I need to restart the game. What did you guys? Yeah. Go.
All right. Yeah. So we have a Circle, kinda centering about Gatka area and the surrounding fields. So not really hard playing for this zone, and everybody should have no problems to come in, except, well, worst position now have Battlestrong and Humlik in the Milta power, but it's really not that hard to rotate inside the circle. The other thing is that there's a lot of teams on the east side of this one, and some teams will probably decide to gatekeep it. But apart from that, not much is really happening. Everybody seems to be okay with their drops, with their loot, and no contests. Well, basically Huxar and Sillars again against OOGM and Prcek in Pochinki, but apart from that, nobody's really contesting anyone. So we can see kind of a calm looting phase and calm start to this game. What we see, to be honest, it's surprising me that nobody really opted to take a car and maybe go Lipovka area or Yasnaya, as there are pretty decent loot spots. Now they are empty, and, well, they are not that far away from the zone, but they are not in. So maybe next game, if the guy's gonna look through the votes and see where they can loot, they're gonna opt for it lately. Maybe they didn't go further because of the plane. That's most likely. But that area is completely empty from basically that whole half circle from Severny towards Lipovka, which I'm not sure you can see.
Yeah, I've just got back in now, so there we go.
So yeah, you can see now that basically whole northeast side is just empty, nobody there, and everybody is mostly in the circle on the east side of it.
This game is literally like it's trying to not let me use that observer package. I swear. So I forgot you need to restart the game to load a new observer package. I've now restarted the game and the observer package isn't working. So we're gonna have to go with Team 4 for now. Hope you're all enjoying that.
Yeah, first some troubles with OOGM and Pochinki. Early fight and Sillars getting a knock.
That's a nice little shot there to take out Persek. Sorry about the lack of logos and names, guys. We'll get it sorted for Game 3. I'm not sure why it's not working. But, yay. I suppose at least we don't have the wrong logos now. We'll start with a little bit of a sneak. I don't think he knows Ujum's in that garage.
He actually saw him peek, but OOGM just went back in too quickly. Probably trying to camp it.
Is he in the... He's in the next bit. I thought Hugstar was about to walk straight into him. Oh, that nade, is it perfect? Takes Ujum down low. They know he's there, yeah. For sure. They're going to push in. They did see him. Silas actually gets the kill. Silas gets both in the end.
And once again, one of the strongest teams in this lobby getting the first 2 kills of the game. Getting a good start.
Perhaps a little bit more
Probably.
straightforward than Desperados Push Plus last time. But
Yes, definitely cleaner fight this time. And rotations are coming in. A lot of people rotating from the Rojak area. As we can see, Ravens, Attila and his teammate, and Dykes and Rubzi, who actually opted to stop below the ruins and trying to gatekeep LG15 and Attila. And few shots on the vehicle, but nothing really connecting. And LG15 and Attila opted to go a little bit north of the yellow houses. Probably will go even further.
they missed every bullet when they sprayed with the rifles. The Rubsy just lines up a Kal 98 shot and hits it first time. And I think he only did 20 damage in the end, but still a nice little shot there. They're going to escape for now. They might actually get. They're going to give it a drop as well. You know, because they got pushed away. Let's have a look what's inside. It's not the best drop in the world. It's got a extended quick draw, which you can't use on the gun that's it's in the crate. So that's just PUBG gods just trying to tell you that they don't like you, I suppose.
Basically, I'm still kind of curious. I don't have answers for that one yet, but we should probably ask someone like Hawkins or Player Unknown himself.
Brennan Horde trying to spray down these cars, but Raven's being forced to put into Kaz here. Kaz now in a 1v2, but that nade might be perfect. I think actually they're going to go inside the building, so they should be okay for now. But Kaz now in a 1v2 in this compound because Molman's just not close enough. There's a nice heads up play to help out into this ledge, so he gets those tags. I think actually headshots both of them. Lovely by Kaz here, and I think Molman's putting pressure on him from the other side as well. That nade might be perfect. How close is he going to be? No, it's just a little bit too far away. They've got to survive for now. There's smokes as well, skewing the vision from Molman, who does he have a good angle? I think he can actually maybe just about see them on the left side of the smokes. No, not quite. But I'll back over to Kaz. Let's see where the angle is. He's been tagged up actually, so it looks like now that's Raven's opportunity to push into that house. Molman's still looking for that initial knock. Kaz looks like he's just going to try and back off for now. I don't think he wants to take that 1v2 on the backside, but he has to be careful. He doesn't get shot in the back here.
There's nobody actually in his back, but actually Dakes and Rubsy can probably see him from the position they are in.
They're shooting at him now. I hope those tags in. I think they hit two SKS shots, but he's just about to get into the yellow house for now, so he's going to be safe. Ravens can't really do much, I don't think. Molman has a pretty good vision on it, so for now I think it'll be a bit of a stalemate. He's trying with that with the M24, I think he's maybe trying to pop tyres, yeah. Just to make sure they can't escape later on. But for now I think Kaz's just going to be forced to back off, forced to play a little bit passively in that house.
But the rest of the lobby seems pretty calm. There is few shots going between Miuk and Aka Skills and Chilji on the west side.
He's actually getting tagged up there. A little bit of cover, but I think that maybe they could see his arm. Well, I think there's actually a time over. It's just about protecting his arm there. But yeah, tagged up a little bit. One headshot will still put him down. So yeah, tag. Mucker's supporting X skills going to allow him to back off a little bit. Second zone is going to come in pretty soon. Myron Swedish setting up early in the field southwest of Pachinki. I'm a little bit surprised you'd go for that because they are going to lose their vehicles most likely. It's very hard to protect the tyres. Even in the one that's in a dip, Myers actually getting tagged up as he's pulled up onto that ridge. Speed over. I've seen him, they pop those tyres instantly. So exactly as I was saying, pretty much impossible to look after those tyres. And Rax actually gets the knock. Myers going to go down here. I'm not sure why they decided to commit to the field so early on. I wonder if maybe there was a bit of a decision, but Rax gets the kill. Especially with the fact that Pachinki Hill's free. I think maybe you go up there, but Rax actually has the angle onto the other one. Swedish gets tagged up to half HP now. Can he land that fast with that last bullet and grab the second kill of the game for him? Dodged him weaving in that UAZ. Rax actually runs out of ammo. You get the click because he doesn't realise. Swedish is going to get to the other houses, I think, safe. Yeah, they can't hear the shots, and Swedish is safe for now. He's just going to chill in that house. But I wonder if maybe Rax and Marco want to go for the crash. It will be able to see the Pachinki Hills free though, and if I'm there, I'm going up there, using that to scout further in, and there's an opportunity for a compound that's pretty much dead center.
It seems that Zun decided to go for the Pachinki Hill for now, and Tauzer and Calvin Klein once again in a fight on the east side of the zone against Marcel and Maro. So this fight is probably gonna be something we will see regularly here, as Turbo Banana and Coyote wants to join as well. They're pushing on Maro and Marcel, and they has to leave real quick before they got flanked or surprised by Turbo Banani.
Yeah,
And
have they been spotted yet? Marslek sees them, but they get those bullets in, but they can't quite get the knock on Marslek. One more blitz in the face will do it, but this Wilder's now coming in, actually maybe saving them. Coyote gets put really low though, so there's a bit of hesitation there as they had that opportunity for the knock and they didn't quite manage to get it. I think at least they both survived for now and maybe an opportunity to go back for it. This is maybe Mara and Marslek's only opportunity to actually escape in their vehicles. Looks like they're just going to chill for now. They aren't in the zone. Swedish does go down. Did they get crashed? No, he was playing outside, but he gets tagged up. Rex and Marco did go for that hill. Were able to get that second kill in the end. Washout, meanwhile, gets taken down. Is he going to get flushed as well? Yes, he is. So Sider's grabbing a kill. One of our duos that played pretty well last game, looking for take out the duo that perhaps underperformed last game.
And once again, strong teams fighting strong teams, and the kind of teams you don't hear much about. Chilling, trying to get the rotations, setting up for the zones, so they can get a lot of placement points here. But this is kind of unfortunate for those top level teams, so to speak, because they're constantly bombing into each other. But look at the AK skills and Muke's rotation, it's really wide. They basically went from the below the Gatka through the Georgia pole, now going whole north rotations, probably going to the Rojak side.
So 2 is gonna be Cycle 3 rather is gonna be popping soon. I wonder if we'll see that water come into play at some point on the next zone. I do love a good ruins ending, so I'd like to see it sent over there. But if the circle actually goes north, the fourth circle gets really messy, just because of the water town, Venice, right next to Battlestrong. So the what's the word? The Chaos Lover. There's a better phrase for it, but the Chaos Lover in me wants it to just hard shift north, just to annoy everyone, just to see what would happen.
I never saw the end on that little island between Rozhok and the north side, actually.
I think I've had it once in a facing game, or maybe I think it was a competitive game actually. It ended on the island. I came like 14th. It was not a great game.
That's really, but
Quite.
It still can go there, but probably will hard shift south, as the rule is that fourth circle has to contain as little water as possible from 30 that the games generate. So we will see. Still a little opportunity to get Ruin ending, but not likely really.
I think if you're Ribsy Dice now, you're laughing in that little yellow house compound. It's a really strong little spot to play from in this zone. The fact that you can play all the way on that south hill and the north hill on foot means that no matter where the circle goes, really, they're going to be in a pretty secure position. Well, that's one thing I think is very underrated in duos, is finding that position where you can play on foot safely. There are certain areas of the map where take a specific compound or a specific hilltop, you can then walk like a kilometer either way on foot and not have to make those blind vehicle rotations that can really cost you in duos, just purely by the fact that you might just drive over a solo that blows up your car, and there's nothing you can do about that. But now if you're in Ribsy's position, or if you're in Hantu in that compound to the west, you can feasibly play all the way to Watertown without using a car. You know, that whole sort of north side of the circle, and to an extent the highway that is to the south of Ribsy and Dice, is all playable on foot.
This is a really good position for them, but look how many teams are actually opting to go towards the chopsticks and the surrounding areas.
I think that's just a there's 3 teams sharing one little compound now. It's just a case of them not having anything else to do, and Quick gets the quick double takedown, re-end, and chill there. Instantly they have to turn around, and they've got the IK to deal with here. Trucky goes down, so Quick now last one up. He's going to spot the player on the outside there. Can he get the knock? He can. Going to go for the insta-res as Verifo has to heal. I think he knows he's low. And that res means that he can challenge and not run the risk of going out. And he puts it to 4 HP, and it almost killed Trucky as well. So Verifo now looking to push, I think. There's not really an opportunity to res here, so it's just down to whether he can find that timing, find the double kill. Quick has now healed that nade coming over the top. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Quick tags it up. One more bullet will do it. It gets another double. Quick securing easy, and to use the same pun twice. Quick 4 kills to VIK and the duo that was already in the compound. So it's a nice little start for existence. I think they were the first team to go out last game. Or at least one of the first.
Yeah, one of the few. I believe Marcel and Maro was the first one, as they were put by Desperados, but
yeah, they definitely got 0 points last game. So that 4 is well, the 8 rather from the 4 kills is a big improvement on that. But as we were saying, you need sort of 8 to 10 points average per game to be in that top sort of the top group that is going to be qualifying to our finals. So they need to sort of be doubling what they have now if they want to sort of make up for that game before. You know, that one good game, one bad game is something that is, I think, much more prevalent in duos than it is in squads. In squads, you kind of need to be consistent across all the games, and I think to a bigger extent than in duos, you can be. You know, you can consistently finish top 8, consistently get kills if you're a good team. We see Zukti Nama, one of our duos in the South Edge, a perfect example of that. I think they
reckon a lot of kills, playing really well, getting always the high placements, and
the fact that even in the games where they didn't get zones, they're still capable of getting those points. But when you come to duos, it's much more difficult to do that. I think Existence are a good example of that. The fact that the last game they go out maybe 30th, 31st, and now this game securing those 4 kills it's much more about the you have to have those games where everything goes right. You know, when you get the circles, you have to also get kills. When you don't get the circles, you have to try and secure maybe 1 or 2 kills before you go out, just to at least have something. But the whole one good game, one bad game is a really important feature to doing well in duos. Obviously, if you could just have 4 good games, then it doesn't really matter.
Now on the west side, we can see 2 Czech teams just competing into each other. Sunday Hockey and Gargi against Arsha and Zmesky, who is already knocked and finished. Arsha opting to just disengage.
I think he's just going to dip. That whole highway area is quite easy to hide on. I expect to just go find a little spot to lie down on. Chappie and Borland securing a quick knock. Meanwhile, on our north side, knock and a finish onto Humleck. So Battlestrong left on his own again, like in the last game. Whether he can do as well as he did before, I'm not sure. He's in an alright position for now, but he's going to get pushed at some point.
Milk and Aka skills, I believe, can spot him soon and put a lot of damage, but they are getting put a lot of damage into them. I believe is by Vital and Pluto Vesting.
Pluto just gets destroyed in return. It just takes an instant. I think it was double SLR to the chest there. So, but now we're gonna have to stop peeking. There's actually a double crate here. TA have been given 1. Let's have a quick peek. There's only a scope left in it, so they have to have it somewhere. What have you got? Right, he's got a ghillie suit and an MK14. He's loving life right now. It's probably the best gun in the game, in my opinion. Maybe the Orm is up there just purely because of the knock factor. But that MK14, just the amount of damage you can put out with it is just unreal. And Booker's going to get a Groza. I think if that zone does come north, the fact that you're going to be very close quarters on these ridges means that Groza might come in pretty handy. It worked out for the Desperados last game.
But Marcel getting himself some action, and actually this time around he is capable of getting kills alone. He has already 3, and I believe he was the one that made our last game winners go away from this lobby. Now getting another and trying to probably make up for the last game when they went first one from the lobby, and that was really unfortunate for them. Maybe a little bit 1 second probably just hold them from winning the fight against Desperados. This time around they seems to get few points, maybe get a better finish.
Twins and Hunter have to be careful here. I don't think they've realised Jappy and Ballin have a really clear angle on this ridge. So they're looking to make them push up onto the LG15 and the Tiller, but it looks like they're going to give up for now. Maybe they recognise that. Certainly we're grabbing a kill on the south, but this west edge is just getting very congested. We've got, what, 4 or 5 5 teams at least, all within about 150 meters of each other. So there's going to be a bit of a fight, especially with this zone. I think the yellow houses would still be the sort of the position to be in, purely because you can then run up onto the highway all the way to Arsho's sort of spot. You get a lot of control for that spot, and you can also go north depending on the zone. But I expect for now they'll probably just chill around there.
This one is really tough, as basically whole middle of the zone is just open field, open plain, nowhere really to hide. So you have to play around these edges.
You have to think the team that gets control of the Octopus Hill that Battlestrong currently has is going to be the team in the best position. LG15 does go down, and eventually it got knocked by I think by Sunday from the southwest edge, but he gets taken down in the end from far away. Look, Akis goes pushing onto the other duo. I think that's actually IRL teammates in squads?
I believe so. Bo and Akaskil's Muke are in the one squad now, right now.
Yeah, last group, right? So they take down their teammate, and then Jappy gets taken down by Hunter, and that gives the opportunity for Akaskil's and looking to take control of the Octopus, as it's called. Page securing another kill and taking out another duo, so looking to be a good game for Zen. They didn't have the best of games in their first one. I think they got top 8, but it just kills that matter, or kills and really high placements that get you all those points in this system. Good people only taking a bit of a fight towards Sunday. I think I actually got turned behind. I'm just going to flush it as well. Now it's a 1v1, but Kyoto is actually in the better position. Sunday has no idea he's there, and he's getting tagged up from behind, and now he has to turn around. But Kyoto Peaks gets the kill easy.
I'm just gonna put a little pun in here. Sunday Boti basically in English means take down your shoes. Just for the viewers, he's a Czech player, so in case you see him, take down your shoes. And for now, what do we see? Zen actually holding a good position, trying to clear all the snakes from the south side, but only Quick is there now, and Sillars coming close, especially Educas is really coming close towards the Sillars on the southeast side.
Sillars is proning on that rocket. I think Educas might actually just about skirt around him. Sillars, he can see him now. He's going to crouch up. Can he get the kill? He can. Educas finally goes down. It's securing an 11th, so I don't think that's no, there's not place. Is it placement points? Yeah, so top 16 is placement points. So yeah, so he's going to get a couple points at least. But I think he got a kill or two, so there's points to be had there for Moonwolf. But another game where perhaps they're not doing as well as maybe they were expecting. Quick finally goes down. We saw him get those 4 kills earlier. The zone is gonna take him down eventually. The circle
this is really
has
tough
gone
circle.
pretty east. The Nota El Giganten duo on that east is looking really spicy up in that triple story. They've got a Original 2 to their west they can play as well when they eventually get forced out. And if they have enough smokes, they can also progress further into the center of the circle and play around the little rock formation. So there's a lot of opportunity for them to have a good game here. The Octopus duo are going to be forced to come right onto their north edges. There's a tiny little ridge that's sort of really left there, but it's really open for the 3-story.
Now, Dykes and Rubsy has really hard time getting out of the compound they are in, and as Akaskil trying to keep them in the zone. As Coyote as well from the south side, so everybody's now just focusing on them.
Coyote gets the knock onto Rubsy, so Dice now last one up. He's gonna just try and make a break for it. I think he probably is gonna try and aim for the rocks sort of around Arsho, but he's gonna stop him. Maybe he might walk onto Arsho here. The fact that he's only 1 up now means there won't be any opportunity for a trade if he does get taken out, but Coyote spotted him from behind. Good up 4 stars, but at least he's got the smokes for now, but Coyote just doesn't care about smokes.
He headshotted him in the smoke.
It was a lovely shot. I think he must have seen him run in and just pre-fired it. Put like 10 shots into it. Hits 1.
Yeah.
Happens to be on the head. Bye-bye.
That was good from him. But Battlestrong now getting pushed by Akaskills, and he's getting first, but not second. But Arsho
actually gets flushed, yeah. Only 1 player up for that last crew duo. Yeah. He's last crew, isn't it? I think they're called
last crew.
Yeah. I think they're called Gakka boys in on the leaderboard. Kyoto's gonna get spotted now. Vasquez gonna get the spray out, but Kyoto just turns on him. Page now needing to make that trade. Kyoto's put low, but he's actually gonna get tagged up by Silas from the far east. Down to 6 HP. 1 bullet will do it. Can he get to the tree? But as soon as he runs down here, he's just gonna expose himself to the rest of the zone. But Silas the one to secure it. Silas the one to secure his 5th kill of the game. Doesn't need hug stuff.
No, really. But Silas is in a good position. Once El Giganten will have to move out of their compound, Salar is gonna keep them probably at bay. If they spot him first, maybe no, but he has really good position. He sees basically all the circle in front of him as well as Page in this position, and they can do a lot of damage. But it seems they're looking at each other, not at the other players right now. They probably just want to sort it out between 2 of them before they start sorting it out with the other teams.
Silas has this little plateau to play on, but Page will have an angle on that, so he has to be careful. He's going to spot Page first, gets the first tag. Page can get to the tree, he can't. Silas just takes him out with the SLR. Lovely shots there. And I think now it's all about, can he take no tag? The no tag Elgantadur on that eastern side, can he take them out before they get to those rocks? You have to think that whoever gets those rocks is in the best position. If we had have a quick look at the zone. There's just nothing to play. There's a couple of trees here and there. There's a rock sort of on the northwest that maybe Mucka can make to. I think Mucka actually has a tiny little dip if we quick look around here.
I think Mix can still move slightly further and will be just fine. But Vital can see him.
Silas grabs his 6th kill of the game. He takes down Arsho. I think he's got all of them when after Deeg start. I think it's Deeg. He's playing with the hard start. Mucka meanwhile landing some nice shots onto Vital here. Puts the headshot down. One more bullet will take him out. Vital's forced to pull up and stop there with the Dacia just to heal up before he goes into the zone. Maybe Mucka's opportunity to grab a kill. But it looks like Deeks and Noobsick are starting to move out now. They've spotted Silas, who's just being forced to run down this hill. He gets tagged up. Deeks takes him out. Now that gives him free reign to control this eastern side of the zone. There we go. Noobsick's actually going to bring the bike. I think it's going to take a little bit of blue damage, but it's probably going to use the bike to make a break for those rocks. But now in the 2v1v1, you have to
really
expect the Noobsick and Deeks.
Look at Milk. He just went above the hill, through the hill on the other side. Now he has a lot of cover. He's safe from everyone now. And
I'm surprised he's still looking southwest. He does know. I mean, maybe he doesn't know it's a duo in the compound, but he knows that guy's to his east, and you know there's a guy southeast. So you have at least 2/3 of the players accounted for. Maybe he's just expecting it to be a bunch of solos, but he's going to see them now. He's going to know exactly where everyone is. And he has level 3 helmet. Can he get attacks onto Vital? Vital actually lands the first shot. He's level 3 all over the place. Forced to heal up. They're all in the zone for now. Vital probably in the worst spot. I think he's actually really in the open for Mucka, but Mucka can't peek over that ridge purely because of Upsick and Deeg's position. That nade is speculative at best. It's not land anywhere near, but Vital's getting tagged up now. There's literally no cover whatsoever for Vital.
He just have a smoke, and if he gets to the tree, he will be still vulnerable from at least one side. So this is really unfortunate position for him.
Mucka actually has a bit of a ridge to play between sort of him and the duo on the south side. As soon as they have to move off those rocks, which I suppose they don't have to do for a circle more, there's sort of an opportunity to prone his way further into the circle, or at least into the circle. Vital's trying to nade him, but I think you have to stand up and sort of do a running throw. But if you see now on Deeg's perspective, that sort of ridge that's blocking the line of sight means that these players have to expose themselves up on top of these rocks. From up here, maybe they could just about see Mucka, but I think that ridge might actually delve him out.
They're just safe for now, but we have Zone coming in, and they both have to move. And UPG and Diggs taking a lot of control of the circle. They are pushing in. Despite they're pushing the open, they will have a lot of control, and they have to just cover for each other right now.
That aid might be perfect. No, it takes Vital down low. The second one will do it though. Vital goes down. Mucka at least secures the second place. Now in a 1v2. Can he pull it off? They are quite a bit separated, so if he gets this initial knock onto Supersick, the 1v1 is certainly winnable. Deeks isn't in a place to support, so looking for that anyone. But the fact that he wasn't able to get that initial knock means that now Deeks is able to come up to the ridge. And it suddenly gets a lot harder. Maybe he can get this straight up, but no, Upsick gets it. Upsick secures the win. Only 4 kills, but 20 points for the win, plus the 8 points for those 4 kills is going to really push them up that leaderboard.
It was a good game from them, I believe. They had basically the whole time they were in the zone. They didn't have to push anywhere, pretty much. So, you know, good position, had a lot of resources to play in the end. A lot of nades, not invested any vest or helmets. So basically everything was just going for them. Despite only 4 kills, but it's still 28 points. That's decent, considering they had pretty decent last game. Not the best, but they were doing just fine.
And I was talking earlier about the fact that you need that one good game, one bad game, one good game, so on. Now they've had one great game and one okay game. Suddenly you're looking at the leaderboard if you're them and you're laughing. They're going to be pretty well up the leaderboard. Obviously, we're now exactly halfway through the games. And I want to say it's... I'm not 100% sure how many teams make it through. So we have an overall leaderboard between the two groups. Top X amount of teams will then go on. I think they face the CIS teams, although don't quote me on that.
Top 16 from the both groups in that shared standings will progress to the finals against
because you have the teams. So 16 and 16, yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that you're having those two good games already, if they can get one more good game this week, in the next two, as we do progress to Miramar, that's when they're going to be in a really good position on that leaderboard. But I have to say, there's a couple notable solos. Silas with 7 kills on his own, Coyote with the 5, and Quick, as we saw, got those 2 fast doubles. In the
Silas is actually 4th. That's
fourth to 7 kills is.
That's
I can't do maths.
10
It's too late.
For the position.
Yeah, 22 points total, so it's just over a win worth of points, which, considering the fact that they're already quite far up the leaderboard, it's looking pretty good. Both those Gigantum players, despite the fact that they're not playing together.
But look at DA. Well. DA didn't make any kill this game. Ending 3rd, which is decent amount of points for the position, but without the kills, you are just risking it. When you have this good position, like 3rd, you have to take something with it, like kill or 2, maybe not that high kill score, kill count, but take a few kills just, to make sure you get enough points to make it through.
Let's put it into perspective about how weighted those kills are. You're looking at maybe even all the way down to that 13th place team, and Sunday and Gagi, I think will actually get more points this game than our 3rd place duo will. Certainly the duos like the Existence duo down in 10th place will definitely get more points. Same with Dyson Rubsy in 9th. So
exactly.
Kills being really important. We are going to throw it to another quick break, and then we'll be back for game 3 of the night. Hello, welcome back to GLL Wingman Season 7. I'll hop in onto Miramar now as I want to unmute Samix. There we go. Into Miramar for game 3 of 4. See, the plane's pretty much dead center. We're going all the way from the Oasis area up in the north. I need to turn off the music, don't I? Down towards those South Islands. Oh, I should have slept last night. It was a bad idea not sleeping.
Probably was.
Never ever trust me to run production.
Yeah. Not only we have some difficulties, also first lobby got deleted because the game wasn't started, so we are sorry for the little delay before this match, but hopefully everything from now on will go smoothly.
You say that, I'm probably going to crash in about 20 seconds, knowing PUBG. It's really not treating me well tonight. I'll hop into play now. We'll quickly say the reason why I'm not getting the leaderboard up between games, for those who are wondering, is because it's not updated before game 2 starts. So when game 3 ends, game 2 will be on there, so on. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have like a 5-minute break at the end of all 4 games, and then we're going to get the leaderboard up on the screen, up on the stream, so you can all have a look at it. But if you do want to see the leaderboard, if you type, I think it's !leaderboard, or ask one of the admins if that's wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's !leaderboard, and you'll be able to see it in real time as it gets updated. And you can also look at the overview leaderboard, which compares both groups together. Which, as Semi-X said earlier, the top 16 from that overall leaderboard will progress to our final, where there's $40,000 on offer.
I believe it is. That's $40,000 for split between the first few duos.
It's a fat stack money, to put it
That's
bluntly. Wouldn't mind getting my hands on that.
Definitely not.
You see with this plane, it's pretty much spread everyone out. I think we're going to have a little bit of a quiet first zone, as everyone's sort of allowed to move around as they want to. We're going to have maybe a contest in Tumor, but I expect one duo will back off. Worst case scenario, you can just share. So sharing is caring after.
Yeah, Tumor Kera is easy to share. One duo go on the top, the other one go below. Everything's fine. But there's also a lot of players north of Los Leones, kind of dropping close to each other.
Looks like Kaz and Upazik dropping fairly close to each other, but I wonder is whether Upazik's just going to try and run for that car early. He's going to try and camp it, because maybe Kaz runs up. They should know Upazik's there. They would have seen him. There is that info there, and obviously there's a potential for a 2v1, Kaz and Molman, to go potentially get an early kill on Upazik. I expect after this house to just run to the car and use that to back off, but if Kaz gets there in time, he could probably just headshot him straight out of it, so he has to be careful that Kaz doesn't do for him. We do hear some shots to the south. Actually, Deegs. It's being gifted a kill here. He gets it. On the living, but Plutovest maybe going to be able to escape here. Deegs trying to tag him up. Bit of a whiff there, mate, but I bet the attempt Pluto has just about able to survive. That car is super low, but no, he's going to make it fine. I've just noticed I've actually got the logos working, so praise be. The third time of asking. They're now the correct one, so we'll be able to see the actual teams. They are sharing tumor as well. Why is this a feature PUBG? I get annoyed every time that happens. So the Ronin Horde duo sharing with Vamos a la Playa and Wasabi from QWERTY. So there's enough truly to share. Like you can step at the top and the bottom bed. Looks like Ribsy being a bit greedy. He's looking for that kill. Should be able to see him through the windows there. You can surely see him now. Potentially gonna wait for Vamos to come up on the roof. If Vamos doesn't spot him, then it's gonna be an easy kill for when he does eventually come up onto that. Looks like maybe it's gonna happen.
I'm wondering if he didn't drop on the roof, because that's how I used to start, to drop on the roof and then go down.
No, but he's coming up now. So this is. Did he see him? No, he didn't. I don't think he saw Ribsy there. So this is the opportunity for Ribsy to grab a free 2 points in the middle of the open now. And if Ribsy can land his shots, this is going to be a free kill onto Vamos. There we go. Gets the knock. Just going to go for the insta flush. Secures the 2 points. Not quite one, but it'll do it. Don't waste an aid. He almost wasted the nade there, and I was going to shout at him. Well, the last phase of Contenders, I coached that duo. So the inner coach in me wants to shout at them if they do something wrong. But I pretty much did that perfectly. Waited for the opportune moment to strike. Got the free 2 points. It looks like Wasabi's going to back off now, so they've got Tumor to themselves.
But let's speak a little bit about the circle as we see it finally. This can be one rough circle if it actually goes
south. I really hope it happens, just to annoy everyone.
Yeah. Didn't we had that game last time?
Yeah, we had it in the NA games where it ended on the island east of Higos. I think that's the second time in history that I've seen it. That I've seen it happen. I've played it once as well. I had it in the Open League actually, but we saw it in Contenders. I think.
I believe it was in the Contenders this week.
No. Obviously, we had it last week in NA as well, so it's more common than you think. I think, in my opinion, the Eastern Islands are better. It's more fun to watch. But if you get like a solid prison ending, or even in Minas del Sur, it's really fun to fight down there. Just because there's a lot of elevation change. But if you're Existence, you have to be thinking, do I sort of stay in Valdemar? I mean, I expect they'll probably just loot really late. Just stay there as long as they can. Just loot every building. They will have the vehicles. And from there, you can see a lot of the hills. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just stay there and wait just to see if it goes south.
Would I be them? Just, get all the loot I can and then camp the bridge.
I mean, I very highly doubt anyone's going to risk going south. I wonder if maybe we'll see like a duo circle in southeast.
If it actually shrinks down and they would be on the bridge, they would get so much done.
But the thing is, so the way I see it is, even in squads, camper bridges for me is not worth it. Just because, yeah, you might get the two or the three kills from it, let's say, but the fact that you lose out on getting first dibs on the best position in the zone, like, so let's say it does go south now and they're still in Valdemar, the hills on like around Minas del Sur, if you go up and on the top of them, you'll get like 5 or 6 kills just for free, because people will just pull up in the open because there's nothing else to play. You just grab those 3 kills. So for me, it's always better to cross and take that good position, play for the late game, because once you get to the top 5 positions, you're looking at like 5-6 kills worth of points anyway.
That's true. That's exactly true. And maybe considering that you basically gain more from the kills than from actual positions, you have to play smart around it, just to be sure that you kind of get a good combination of the position points and the kill points. Best case scenario is 10 kills and first place.
No, best case scenario is 62 kills in first place.
Yeah,
you just win if that happens. If you manage to just somehow kill the entire server,
you don't have to play the rest of the games.
Yeah, you just go AFK. Yeah. Just join the lobby and just go watch a film, have something to eat.
But there is a lot of breaking down the west side.
On the edge of Leones, we've got a bit of a fight breaking out as Chilji and Rien have been forced to stop in the open here, and Attila is going to get the initial knock with that final bullet, but he's going to take it out in return. So it's a 1v1 now between LG15 and Rien, who's really got no cover, and he has absolutely no info on where LG15 is. So Get that first strike, but maybe the Nox player giving the info. Oh, he's run out completely into the open altitude. Tags 2, can he get one more bullet in? Surely, can he see the foot? Not quite, but he's going to finish off the kill at least. Now his teammate is safe, so maybe he can go for the res. Looks like he's probably going to try and do it now, but they're so close to getting that first knock, and that may come to bite him. If Ren is maybe able to get an aid as they res back. What a little headshot that was. One more bullet will do it. He can see the feet if he just shoots under. It's a little bit easier. There we go. Takes out the shot. Gets him down. He's be able to res his teammates up as well. So a nice little play by Synergy to grab the 2 kills there. Takes down Brienne and I think I forgot his name.
Yeah.
I literally saw the name like half a second ago. I've forgotten where it was, but we saw them go down quite early in the game before as well. So 2 games in a row now, where they're perhaps not playing as well as they
would probably like to. But also we can see Viking duo just trying to gatekeep on the northwest side of the zone, and it may not pay out as Arsho gets some shots on the Wenifo.
Just realised that Deegs and Upsig's picture is just 2 pictures of Dozier from it wasn't Gambit, the CSGO player. For those of you who don't know, it's a lovely little picture of the sexiest man in esports. Yeah, that North Road is looking a bit busy. We saw Peter drive down before when VIK was really a lot of bullets into him, but they didn't get anything earlier, and it looks like they're not going to get anything now either, as Arsho and Zmesky have pulled up. Averick is a nice little spot up on that hill, but I don't know if it's very spread off. But the blue zone is right there. Chikos is driving in as well. He's put down to 1 HP. It's getting messy, and Desperado is going to come join in the action as well. Everyone's trying to rotate along this same path. We got put down to, I think it was 9 HP there, but he just about survives on the ridge. Just about. If he can peek around the side, and maybe he can get Arsho down here. Doesn't look like Arsho's looking. If he can actually wrap around this rock, he'll have a really good angle. He's got it anyway. Gets the tags, gets the knock, and now it's just a 2v1. As long as Venifer doesn't go down there. Zmesky not able to get the trade, so Arsho's going to get flushed out of it. There we go. Averick securing the 2 points there. Yeah, you can see him. You can see Zmesky. He's just stuck completely. There's no opportunity for him to escape here. Perhaps he can get a kill or 2 if he can isolate the 1v1s. Averick isn't really in a position where he can trade. He's just going to have a shot through the little trailer. A lovely little head job Averick there to secure the 2nd kill for himself. And this, ooh, it could go south. The circle is tempting us very rudely.
That's one mean circle. This one.
I really want it to go south. I mean, I think actually, if it shifts sort of south, like if it goes directly south, it will go South Island. If it sort of goes southeast, I think it will actually 50-50 on the water, just because of that sort of big area in the area around Valdemar. One thing it's worth pointing out is when we do come to that 4th circle, that entire west side of the circle that probably makes up about 30-40%, that all counts as water purely because it's unplayable. So we will come to this point where actually this circle is already about the size of Circle 4 in terms of playable area. And the fact that you add that river and the island as well, you're looking at such a tiny circle for 41 people to fit into. So look at Valdemar. Is that 6 teams? Yeah, 6, nearly 7 teams just already in Valdemar, just because of the lack of area to play in.
There's nothing to play really. You have to also consider those 2 roads and those 2 valleys as kind of unplayable, because once you get stuck there, you have no way out of there. So you want to play on the hills or in the city right now.
I really like the position Battlestrong's taken. It's little warehouse or god building, I suppose you want to. It's the very high tier loot building, but the amount of information you get up here, if you just pretend we're sightseeing for a second, you can literally see the rest of the circle. Like everything that's playable is visible from this one spot. Perhaps the only better spot is where Ravens are up on that hill, sharing it with Wasabi, I think unknowingly. But these 2 hills, just purely because of how much of this circle is unplayable, they're just the perfect spots for information.
But look at the existence in Valdemar. They have Huxers right in their house, as he just pulled up there as they knock his teammate, and he seems to... What is he doing?
Chilling. I don't think Existence are gonna want to push for now. I think there'll be a bit of a stalemate. It all depends on if Hugstar's in an aggressive mood. I think Existence will just be happy to sit here, at least until the next zone. But Arkstar does know they're there, so if that knock does come in, if Quick makes that overpeak onto Mara and Marsalek, there's an opportunity maybe for a bit of a push by Arkstar. But for now, I think we'll see a little bit of a stalemate. The circle is about to pop now. Are we going south? Oh, we're not. It's worth pointing out, as I was saying, that whole western side, probably about 40% of the circle, is unplayable and does count as water in this zone purely for the water shift. So it's going to go straight towards Battlestrong's compound. I expect it should go sort of northeast-ish. So yeah, Ravens in a really strong spot in it as well. Have been gifted. There's two compounds that I was saying are really strong. By far the best positions. Maybe Desperado's position purely based on the fact that they can come up the hill and take the area just to the north of Battlestrong. There is a bit of a... Where is it? This little dip that I'm showing on the stream quickly. This area, once the eastern hill's out, this is the best position in the zone. So perhaps look for Desperados to work out late game. This southeastern side is weird loading while comes back. But Ronin Horde are looking to grab some kills. Ribsy's already got the 2. They're looking for Sunday as well. Looking to throw some hands, grab their 3rd kill of the game. Ribsy's got that K9, so 1 bullet will do it. I think you could just about see under the car, but a bullet won't be able to reach under for now. Gets low. This is the opportunity. Maybe you can shoot under the car if you can see it. Get the extra out. I think Sunday's just in a position to be safe, but that 1 nade, that's the potential for the free kill there.
That is probably gonna do it.
Sunday's running away. No, he gets headshot. The nade blows up just a little bit too early. The second nade though comes in, smacks him in the face. Ribsy grabbing his 3rd kill of the game.
And it's 3 kills already. That's a good start.
But you have to look at the circle and think, like, where do they go? The whole of Valdemar now is just completely congested. The eastern edge of the zone. Maybe they could come up above Ujum, but like there's just nowhere to go. They have to sort of wrap to the hilltop, I think, and then just use that to just find whatever. Maybe they can come up above Diggory and Ballin if they have a vehicle, but it looks like they're stuck on foot. They're going to have to work on foot into Valdemar and then just fight their way through. So I think that might be all she wrote for Ribsy and Dice, but at least the 3 kills, the 6 points, better than nothing.
It's definitely, they may grab 1-2 more kills on the way, but it's really tough for them right now. But I like what Swedish and Myreda do. They're rotating through the hills, through the islands, and as well as Rio's in. They're probably going to bump into each other, but
the problem is once they get to that bridge, where do they go? Like, you've got Existence on the right, you've got Edikos sharing with the Bonzo clan. Like as soon as you cross that bridge, there's just nothing to do. Edikos looks like he's going to get pushed by Mara and Marsalek here. Good peek around the side. Marsalek almost gets Mara killed there. Edikos actually getting tagged up. 1 bullet will do it. Marsalek secures his 3rd kill of the game. Puts down Moonwolf again. Another poor game for them. We've seen them go out pretty early on, and I think 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, they really play not so good today. Maybe don't have a luck. To be honest, this is one of the toughest zones I've seen.
It's one of those zones where you really got favoured based on those early movements. You know, sometimes in duos you sort of want to favour the edges. You want to come into zones late and just take those gunfights on your terms. But just based on the fact that just how little of this zone was playable, you know, how hard it is to get in late. You know, you're the good people only duo up in this north edge. There's just nothing to do apart from take this gunfight. But like, it's not a gunfight you want to take, it's a gunfight you have to take, which is very different. And the fact that these teams that are now pretty much dead center, they all went there in circle 1 and they've all not had to move. You know, looking at Gifted and Co, they've all just been sat there.
Rios is now entering the bridge and getting double kill on Sweden and Myra. This was decent, good play from him. He's solo and getting 2 kills, getting in a better position.
It's a nice little clutch we saw meanwhile on stream by Good People Only. Turbo Banana got the double and he's going to be able to save his teammates. So I said that they were being forced to take a fight on TA's terms, but they actually managed to win it anyway. But it looks like Ravens are looking to secure their north side. Or a Cobra Toxin as they are on the leaderboard. They know roughly where the fight's gone down. They can see those not bodies, so they're thinking, well, where can they go? They could run around the side, but Unknown now knows that's not happening, but maybe down the ridge, but they could have spot Rax and Marco, and they might get it might be a bit unfortunate for them. They might expect that as the duo that was there. VIK trying to spoil the party a bit, trying to put some shots in, but Turbo Banani and Kyoto are being sort of gifted away into this zone. based on that back off by Cobra.
Yeah, they have a little bit of luck this time around, but they still have to get into the zone, and they don't have much play there. Not many ridges.
Rubsy just got his 4th kill of the game. A nice sniper, which we missed, but they're actually sharing the house unknowingly with one of the Zuck Team Narm players.
Yeah, is Vasco there?
Where is he? He's just chilling upstairs, having fun, time of his life. I highly doubt Rubsy or Dice bother to go upstairs. They are in the next zone. Well, it's not the next zone yet. It's just still closing. So they are just about in for now. I'm surprised they made it, given the fact that they were on foot. But fair enough. Did well. Well,
but Dice is getting suspicious.
Ujum is getting demolished as he tried to cross that road. No, I don't think they. I very highly doubt they know he's there, based on the fact that he was there earlier. I don't think he's made any sound whatsoever. So maybe they're a little bit cautious, perhaps. But I mean, there is a bike here. So they're going to have seen that bike outside. So maybe just don't want to go upstairs just in case. There's more than enough space to play downstairs anyway. So it sort of makes sense if you just want to play down. You sort of eliminate that risk of running into the snake.
Yeah. But for now, everybody seems to establish their space for themselves. Seems to be just fine. Nobody really has to move. But
given how random this circle, I need to make a prediction. Who's going to win?
Battlestrong and Humlik. I believe in them.
I was going to say them. Damn.
So we are on board with this, and let's see.
I was going to say, I love that little compound. It's such an unsung place.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they won. Unless maybe someone can get on the North Hill above them and spoil their path, spoil their day. But if we go back there during this little stalemate, just the sheer fact that they have so much control over that southern field. Anyone around sort of the Akaskills area, anyone trying to come out of Valdemar really only has one way in, and that's through the I want to say Zratki, even though it's a 2. I've butchered that name, but it looks like Mara and Marsek are going to go for it. They can push up on foot safely. Because whether they get shot at the back, Existence are going to try and do the same thing. So they have to be really careful that they don't just get a bit of a bad timing here.
They may, as they're probably going to open the fight with the Twins and Hante.
Twins going to see it. I don't think he isn't. I think this might be where Quick and Lucky save this duo up the ridge, because it looks like Mara and Marsek are just going to chill for now. But the problem is, if they make any sound towards... Did he see him? He didn't see him. But if that Existence duo starts shooting to the south, Mara and Marsek have to return the fire. Which then means Twins can just peek over the ridge. They've actually made the push. They got the first one. Can Marsek get the second one? Twins gets put low. Can he get into the house? 13 HP in a dream.
That's a ban hit. That's unfortunate, really.
That's it. But he's just going to stand. You can actually shoot the feet. They're just going to jump in here and get it. Marsek with a lovely play. They timed it perfectly just before Existence made that southern push. Really nicely worked. Rubsy and Dice are trying to get in the zone, but they get taken out. Ballin got the one couple. They got the second one, but now they have to take another fight. The Gakko boys versus Rax and Marco. I think we can see him lands the headshot onto Marco. One more bullet will put him down, and he gets the knock onto Rax. That nade might be perfect. Marco, I think. Yeah, there we go. Diggory actually, I think he actually got taken out from behind. Battlestrong securing the kill, securing the 2 points. But where do they go now? Diggory and Ballin just have nothing to play. Maybe they can cross the road with the help of some smokes and play onto that south ridge for now. But that's when they're just going to get pinned down. VIK meanwhile went down. VIK actually 1v2'd them, so somehow, despite the fact that I was saying they're in a really rough position, being forced to take other people's gunfights, as I worded it, still made it in, still made it top 8. But you have to be loving life if you're Battlestrong and Humblick right now up in that compound. It's just the amount of real estate you have. The amount of control over the circle is just unmatched by any team. They're actually landing some shots here. Whether they can get the first, not quite. Ballin gets it.
Everybody was just shooting at unknown memory.
The problem is that
like 3 teams or 4 teams shooting at him.
All gifted in this compound. They do only have those 2 kills. So if they have that sort of mistake, make it 3 kills. As Humblick lands a nice little headshot there. If they do sort of make a mistake and go out maybe 7th or 6th, they're actually looking at this game and thinking it's not been the best. Nice shots by Battlestrong. They just absolutely destroys Maro, but Marstek should be able to get the res. Never mind, he bled out. I think it was actually his like 3rd knock or something. So Battlestrong is hitting shots for fun right now with that SLR 4X. And now you look at that zone and you're thinking, Master, like, where do you go? Diggory Ballin, where do you go? And for Existence, there's just nothing to play whatsoever. Maybe they can sneak around the west edge, try and come through Akka skills onto that pylon and beyond. But aside from that, there's really nothing. And Hamlik and Battlesong have free real estate, but Diggory and Ballin are sneaking up on this east side. But Quixote spotted them, looking to spoil the party. Hands a headshot, gets the first knock.
Careful. They has to be careful not to get pushed by Ballin and Diggory, but as I was saying,
Quixote's got a really nice little flank. He just rushes the kill easy as you like. Gonna tag Diggory up. 2 more bullets will take him out. 1 more. Diggory actually gets taken out by Humlik, who looks there in the end. So Quixote doing work. I said earlier they're in a rough spot. Suddenly Quixote's turning this into a brilliant game, but Tal0 spotted him now. Has to get back over that ridge, but he can actually play the top of this hill. You have to come over here and it's a bit of a stalemate. It's actually a really nice little spot here. You can go all the way up onto the pretty much the center of the circle. Now you're thinking, if you're Hamlik and Battlestorm, you know that contestation came to them. You know that Quixote was shooting. Once they get Marstek down, maybe they have to turn around and take that 2v1 to try and secure the best position. Existence putting some bullets their way, but nothing doing for now.
They're only hitting the tracky, at least for a little, trying to make him move out of the open field, grab a little time. But I'm still surprised Marcel is still alive, as Existence was shooting at him, and there I go.
The caster curse coming in strong there. Marcel going down instantly. Yeah. Now we're down to that top 4. Coyote somehow looking to have a really strong game. It might actually be a win here, just purely because he's up on the high ground. Hamlik and Battlestorm don't seem to be aware that he's down there, or up there rather. Or at least if they do know that he's up there, then they're not paying much attention to it. But they do have the cover for now. Maybe a bit aware that there could be someone to his north. They know Tal0 is in that western compound because they can hear him shooting. But quick, landing a couple of tags up. We saw him do some work in that last game with the 4 kills.
Yeah,
I'm not going to make the pun again. Almost made it again. Will not do it. I'm not going to use his name for any more puns. I've reformed. But you know what? I'm gonna say it now. I think Quixote wins this. I think Hamlik and Battlesong, they knew he was up there. No, never mind. The circle's killed his dreams.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna put my basket in the Humlik, and my eggs in the Humlik basket. I believe in them.
Yeah, I'm having buyer's remorse on that one. But I'm just purely thinking because they knew he was there. He was shooting towards the falling was it Yappy, right? And the fact that they didn't push up and secure sort of the high point means that maybe there's an opportunity for Quixote to spoil the party somewhat. It looks like Hamlik is finally going to make his way up, and it's all about who spots him first. He's actually going to maybe get a really good timing. Quixote, look to your left. It's facing the complete wrong way, and I think Hamlik spotted him now. Yeah, he's seen him now. He's going to sneak up. Quixote's not looking at all. Maybe he spotted him now. Now he's spotted him. He's going to tag up Hamlik, but Hamlik gets a couple in return. Quixote looking like he's just going to have to back off, but there's really nothing to play. I think he has to just try and take the gunfight. He doesn't have the 4 nades. Maybe he can use that to fend them off for now. But you look down that ridge, and it's going to be such a rough drop for him. I think he has to take the gunfight. Tal0 is going to spot him here. He's going to get tagged up. Not sure where he is, so it's a bit of a rough little spot. If he prones, I think he's actually safe. But Tal0, as he moves to the side, he's going to get a triangle, maybe. No, but Quixote's not in the zone here, so he does have to move at some point. But I'm curious.
Suddenly, Existence looks in a prime position, to be honest.
Tal0 can see the fingernail of Quixote. Can't quite get the tag up for now, but I'm just wondering where Hamlik and Battlestorm can go. I think they just have to launch it off the side of the ridge. And maybe Quixote will actually be able to get the kill or 2 here. Hamlik's getting tagged up now. Existence have a really good angle on this.
They have really good position right now. Hamlik and Battlestorm has to be really careful. They've put out the smokes just to make kind of a safer passage.
They're right in the open there, and Truck is going to get the first one onto Hamlik, so Battlestorm now last one up. Looks like it's not ending as we thought it would. Nope. As that circle has forced him into such a rough position. Battlestorm now last one up. It's going to make the run for it. It's going to get spotted by Quick. Can the spray land? At least going to get a top 3 at worst. Don't think they're going to get any further. Security did finally go down to Tal0.
But he has to move now. That was... Oh, that's unfortunate. And resmoke. You
can actually see through that smoke because the first one faded, so... Not able to do it, but Tau Zero actually steals the kill. So Tau Zero now in a 1v2. Over to his perspective, as he's got a line up on Trucky. Can he get that knock?
Quick sees him.
He can get this knock fast enough, but no, he's been spotted. He can isolate the 1v1 here, as Trucky has to heal up. Oh, but if Tau Zero had got that knock on Trucky, I would have made him favourite. But the fact that Trucky's just about able to survive purely because of the help of Quick there means that everyone's going to be rough. But Quick is in a position where if Tau Zero focuses on him, he can get that sort of the 1v1, turn it into 2 1v1s, and there's no opportunity for Trucky to do anything about it. This smoke might actually come and do the same thing with the other way.
Yeah, Quick took it as a chance to push up on the ridges closer to Tau Zero, and now is going for kind of a flank. But Tau Zero is looking his way. He expects something like that.
I don't think Quick's going to push up. He's just going to play around that truck for now.
Nah,
what about
going at it.
He sees him, I think, on the... I just didn't quite spot him, so he gets sprayed up by Quick. I thought he saw him. I thought maybe his teammate would have called it out, but no, Existence actually gets the win. We saw them have a bad first game. We saw them get that nice 4K. I almost called it a quick 4K. Not having it. We saw them get that nice fight at the Yellow Houses in game 2, and now game 3 turned it into a win. So
decent play from them, but I believe it was pretty good game for first 4 teams, and also Marcel.
Yeah, Marcel doing work on his own, yeah. And even down to the Gecko Boys duo of Ball and Diggory and their teammates in Axkos and Muka. All 4 of them once again making those top positions. We saw them in the last game as well. Both duos made it pretty high up, so doing really well. VIK as well with the 4 kills. Rubsy as well on his own 5 kills in 13th place. So that was pretty strong. Brazen, we saw good that duo on the bridge. But there was a lot of solo plays going on. I think it's something we've seen a lot tonight. Rather than sort of a duo doing work together, apart from maybe the Desperados playing the first game, the next 2 games at least have been sort of dominated by those solo players, or at least with one player on a duo doing all the work, as we've seen with Trucky and with Quick in the last game.
That's true, but it is caused by the amount of high-level, high-tier players in the lobby that they can, get the high amount of kills, even if they are maybe solo or maybe the other guy doesn't have a good game. They still manage to get a lot of kills, a lot of good plays, and it's definitely working for them. That's a lot of points. Each kill 2 points. It's basically what you have to do. Even if your teammate doesn't have a good day. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of pressure off you. I'm gonna get few kills just to be safe.
Just stick him in your backpack and carry him.
Yeah.
We're gonna hop over to another quick break, and then we'll hop into the final EU game of the night. See you. Everyone, welcome back to the last game of the night for EU. We're about to get into game 4. We open the map. There is the play. Pretty central again, but obviously we saw north to south. Was it south to north? I can't remember. This time I see directly east to west. So everyone should be able to get to their home sweet homes. I think maybe the teams in the sort of El Azhar area, maybe a little bit happier. If you want to go up to Tierra Blanca, it's a little bit easier than it was last time. They're 11 life, but it's pretty easy playing for everyone to sort of get to where they want to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good playing. Let's hope we will see some mean zones again, because the last match was really fun with that zones. And
give us an Eastern Island, come on.
Yeah,
that would
be lovely.
Or a southern one. We almost got there. We were close. A couple 100 meters away from it. This time, let's go down there. Come on. Or
either island will be good.
One thing I've never seen. I've played one. I've never watched one. Is it ending in the oasis up on the north edge? Because it doesn't count as water for some reason. Now forward circle shift, it doesn't count. So like if you get a circle up there, it can just shift all the way into it, and it gets super messy. Because like when you're in the water, you can only walk, and you can't crouch, you can't lie down. You can still shoot at least, but it sort of forces people to play on these tiny little bits of land. So I really want to go up there because it was super fun to play. I'm hoping it'll be as fun to watch. See what happens. Otherwise, give us a city ending. I don't think have we had a city ending in any of our games? I don't think we have.
Not yet.
They've been pretty rural. I think we saw one on the edge of Impala, maybe.
Yeah, the one ending somewhere in those silos or those.
Yeah, I think that was as close to Summerhouse. Where's he done that? Silas has got a kill. I was down in Picardo. I think he shot someone out of the sky actually. Looks like we're not going to get that north to south circle that I was planning for. There is an opportunity for a city ending though, so that's all on offer.
Yeah, we still have Monte in the kind of in the middle of the area we can play in. So that's probably the one we should go for.
We tried a winner prediction last game in what was this, Circle 4. We'll try it in Circle 1. Who's going to win this one? It's getting late. There's not much I can do.
I don't know really, but the representative dice have good games today, but not really able to close anything. So I believe they can do a little bit better this time around and close one.
They're having trouble finishing though. No, before their time. But yeah, as I said last game, the two players I know very well. I know their abilities, specifically Rubsy with the close range. I think he's one of the best players in this lobby. Honestly, Dice is not someone I'm as familiar with. Dice wasn't on the team, so he's a duo that I'm not that as familiar as. Well, he's the player on the team I'm not as familiar with, but knowing Rubsy's skill, he could certainly carry to Rubsy. We saw that with the last game. He had 5 kills, Dice had 0.
Exactly, they wreck so many kills, and they just miss on closing the game because sometimes the zone goes away or they do a little mistake. You know, things that happens. But this time around, I believe in them. What about you?
I'm looking at Kaz and Wingman. A, they're in the center. B, they're an absolute beastly duo. I think they're in the top 8 in contenders. I'm not quite sure what position they're in, but I know they're doing really well. Wingman is ridiculous amount of experience in PUBG. And Kaz is someone that I think, especially recently, has really upped his game. So I'm looking for them to take a good position. You know, perhaps take one of the high ground compounds. But from there, Zen securing that's the team where I want to see do better this game. Zen, they've had a bit of a rough day. None of the games have really gone their way. I think they've had okay ones. I don't think they actually finished. It was just a first kill on a guy that disconnected there. But
I believe they're a little burned out. They already played some Finland squad tournament of sorts today, so it's a lot of PUBG for them today. To be honest,
you have to think is that not a warm up? Yeah. I love. I think the best I've ever played was when I had 3 tournaments in one day. The first one I played really badly, and the second one I was all right, and then by the time of the third one, I was hitting shots for fun.
Yeah, you can't really focus on 3 tournaments. It's a lot of games. You basically lose the focus as it goes.
I could say my placement was horrible, but I was shooting people. It was working. I had that going for me. It was the first time in a while. Yeah, I think it's definitely right. You sort of get. Especially, I think it's less so in duos, purely because duos is very kill orientated. Your way into the zone, if you're not in the dead center like Stellar, your way in is to take a gunfight. So it's sort of easier if you have, if you have already played a tournament today, or just if you've been playing a lot today, and you put your mind fully into this squad's mindset. That you come into a duos tournament, I think maybe it's a little bit easier to sort of make that transition versus going into another squads tournament.
Definitely, I think they take it just as a fun this time around. You know,
I mean that's what duos is, isn't it? It's a bit of fun with a big prize pool.
Yeah.
What more could you want?
A lot of fighting, and maybe make some money.
In Page's case, a bit of dying as well. As Diggory gets the first knock on to Zen. Can he get the second one out? It's going to spray down the car, but looks like Vasco will escape for now. Page isn't in a place to get Rezash. She can't finish off, so Gakkaboy securing the kill. It's not looking good for Zen. Vasco is going to make his way in. Well, the way I see it now, if I'm then, you've got 2 things that might happen. Either he's going to go on and have like a massive last game on his own, have a bit of fun, or he's going to go out early and he can go to bed. So, either or.
You're probably getting close to him, so there is opportunity for the second one, as you were saying.
Yeah, you're trying to secure the compound. I think Diggs was. We were focused on that compound, trying to secure it. But Diggs was up on the ridge, having looked towards it as Zupsik drove towards. But now that they have this bit of a split going on, that's maybe going to pull up in the middle. It's going to stop. There's a potential here for Diggs and Zupsik to go for the kill. I can hear him, but I think that's going to keep going. Yeah. Yeah, he's off. I wonder if maybe he'll just crash into Picardo. Try and take over the sort of the north edge, or maybe use that as a transition point to get further into the zone. There isn't anyone in there. I think actually that is that the duo from... No, it was Asho and Jbeski that came out from Kado area. So safe for now for Vasco, but you have to look at the zone and think it's very unlikely that ends down there. You know,
it's really on the edge in the first zone. So
sort of 80% to the edge. Say.
Yeah.
I could do maths, which I can't. So.
As you said, Gas and Molman actually are in the prime position, I believe, with the Huxar and Sillars.
I say,
what you want to
I'm
play
a little bit skeptical of the split. I tend to favour just grouping up in.
I think Molman just finishing looting up. He will join Cast. He just.
Yeah, but I would like it to be the other way around, if I'm honest. I think Cast should join Molman because you have the brick building up top, so on the stream.
Yeah.
And just the amount of information you gain from there, like phase 1 and phase 2 really are actually as information circles. You use them to get as much map control as possible, but the easiest way to do that is to take the hilltops. So I'm surprised that Kaz isn't grouping up at the moment. I think they'll probably hold the split for one circle and just group up in whichever one's central. Wouldn't be surprised if that's their sort of methodology coming into this. But if you are looking to group up, for me, you always want to take that high one. Even if, let's say Kaz's compound gets taken later on, it's easier for you to crash from the top than it is for you to go up the hill. Because A, you have much less information from the bottom, and B, you have to go up the hill much slower. So, particularly in squads, that's always the way I'd play it. But I think this play will work for me.
Having the high ground, having the information, and being able just to a little bit peek over the ridge to spot your enemy is a good thing. But Vasco's getting spinned once again. This time he won't make it.
Because I actually landed a sniper headshot onto him. That compared to the east was a nice little shot there.
Okay, so Vasco, good night. See you guys.
He's off to bed.
Yeah. But what I like or maybe don't like, how El Pozo area is all clear. Nobody actually opted even to rotate around that area. Muke.
I think you have to sort of look at the plane for the reason why. Tucker's pretty such. I wouldn't be surprised now Molman goes up to Kaz and they group up as their duo. But the fact that the plane sort of went northeast to sort of southwest, it obviously wasn't that extreme either way. But the sort of the puzzle area was very clear. And we had a lot of teams on the south side, so a lot of the teams are sort of looking to come in the southeast. Yeah, that's sort of the area between Picado and Chumacero was where we saw a lot of rotations come in.
Yeah.
And with all those teams sort of dive the center of the map.
But in the middle of we have Viking.
Kaz getting crashed here though. So this is where the fact that they were in that split is maybe going to come back to bite them. Kaz is just sitting in a corner for now. His existence have pulled in. The lack of ability to sort of exert your presence just because you're a solo means the existence have come in. I don't think they realise there's actually anyone here. And now if you're Molman, do you commit to it? Or do you just sort of leave Kaz and just play on your own? He is still in the zone up on that south. And it's still a pretty decent spot.
Has a vehicle. If Molman don't have a vehicle, then Harshaw and Zemeski are in his way. And he would
have a cheeky look around. I think you might be right actually. I don't see a vehicle anywhere, so Molman's in a bit of a rough spot. I think the idea must have been that eventually Kaz would go join Molman, or at least go pick him up. So it's really going to scupper their play. Ujum goes down. I'm not sure where did that happen. All the way up on the north edge of the zone. But Kaz is basically just going to be forced to either hide or just try and go for that 1v2 now. He is making a bit of sound, so if Trucking and Quick sort of progress a little bit further east on that compound, they will hear him moving around.
Kaz is definitely capable to put that, make that 1v2 play, but Quick and Tracky seems to be pretty decent tonight, and Quick definitely getting a lot of kills.
One thing I will say is the fact that in Joe's you could sort of launch a sneak attack where you get that first knock without taking any damage in return. Yes, you give away your position, so you're at a slight disadvantage in that next 1v1. But the fact that you can get that initial knock and basically make it an even gunfight really sort of allows for those clutch players. So if anyone in this lobby is feeling a bit spicy, can pull off those 1v2s, would like to see Kaz do it. Molman could even just push down into the compound to his north and just take that gunfight if he's feeling particularly spicy. I would be very surprised if he wins that one.
That would be lovely. But so far, oh, we have little fight probably coming on the kind of east side. UPEG with Diggs is pushing into the zone, and TA are together there. Not really sure they know about them, but Vital is looking now their way.
I'm surprised at the way they're playing it. You'd sort of expect that you'd either both commit to watching the side, or both of you would commit to sort of going into the zone. Instead, Pluto Vesting has made his way over to this rock quite early on. He's got a lot of information from you, actually. I like what he's doing, but Vital was quite split up and is almost a bit lucky that the defense duo decided to back off there. Still sneaking in. They might be able to get a bit of pressure on here, but it looks like maybe they're going to try and go around the San Martin rocks. There's not really another way in for them. I'm surprised they're not taking the fight there. Is this zone? Oh, it's pretty central. I thought it shifted further away than that. Could be a power grid ending.
No city ending for us once again.
I do love a power grid ending, so it's fine. The areas, particularly around the sort of the northern side of power grid and the western side, there's a lot of sort of undulating dips and ridges you can play on. So it really allows for those close quarters gunfights to break out, allow for those sort of clutch flanks and those late game sort of congested circles. Because we saw with the last one that by the time we were on circle 6, there was like 5 teams alive. Whereas this sort of zone lends itself to having like 10 teams or 8 teams up in that area, which makes it really claustrophobic for those teams, but it also encourages those big gunfights to break out between multiple teams. Brienda's pushed down into this compound to join a hunting twins here, so this gunfight's going to break out for the control of the north side of the road. Rienz doesn't seem to be aware of Rienz's position here.
But in the end, Battlestrong got Swedish and Mara down. It cost him his teammates, but Battlestrong is certainly capable of doing things on his own.
Twins were so close to knocking Chill rather, up on that hill there. He almost gets knocked in return, and that would have been Rien's opportunity to break out on this. The hand's now running in the open. Rien, any further out there, he would have got knocked, but Rien now just has to be passive. Don't make any sound. Wait for one of them to sort of make a mistake and go out in the open. This might be his opportunity to get a free knock and a free kill. Actually, if he just nades through the window, he will actually get a kill, but I don't think you can know that. So for now, he's just waiting for that guaranteed knock to come in. He's going to get it now. Twins gets taken down. Ren now is just going to get that flush, get this 2-point secure, get the second kill of the game for him. And now that 2v1 as Choker moved down onto the hill, he just has to wait, but he actually goes to the gunfight and he wins it on 7 HP. But you know, if one bullet goes the other way there, suddenly Ren's down and it's a 1v1 for Chill. So perhaps a little bit of over-aggression, but it works out in the end. So
I'm surprised that Chill didn't actually push when he saw his teammate getting the first knock for the help, and he stayed on the hill, but he's just, okay, he's going for his vehicle.
Well, I mean, I don't think he had like, he wanted to come down on foot. They didn't have the information on the second player. You could see him running down, but as soon as Ren got that kill, he just turns around and goes to get his car, make sure they have that, because they will need to cross the road at some point, and the vehicle will make it a bit easier.
Most likely in the next zone, but Upejic and DX finally fighting with the A team, as we were expecting, east of Power Grid. But for now, it seems they're not really willing to take that fight and commit to it properly.
Molman is still looting in the blue.
Is he?
Oh, that's
what is he doing?
I don't know. But we said Chill on the end would have to cross that road, and actually they won't, because the zone's just gone all the way back up to them. So I mean, I expect they'll still cross. There's a dip that they can play sort of on the edge of the road. Yeah. If I show it quickly, just this little bowl here is really nice to sit in, and you can actually, if you go up the hill, you get a really good overlook on the sort of the western and the southwestern side of that. So Desperado's doing a quick double there, not sure. Well, it was actually onto Yupsik and Deeks from really far away. It was nice shots by Calvin.
There would be about 300-400 meters. That's decent.
Just I took it down faster than I could realize he was taking a gunfight, but he just runs straight into the Cobra Toxin duo there, into the compound. Feeds him a kill, but he at least got the 4 points out of it. And although Battlestrong lost his teammate early, he's actually dead center in this shack. And if we pop out quickly, you can see that there's actually a lot of opportunity for him to move around. if the circle doesn't go his way, there's a lot of ridges he can play just close to him, so it's very easy for him to get a really good placement out of this. And he's already got a couple kills to his name, so could be another pretty good game for them.
Now it's time for Existence to actually push on Kaz, but Kaz is just running away from the compound as Moment is joining slowly.
Is he? Oh no, he was just stood still. I thought he'd crashed or something. Is Kaz engaged in the gunfight? Yeah, I think he has now. He's been put low. Got tagged up a bit. He's going to use his medkit to get back to full HP in short order, but his teammate is still nowhere to be seen, so it's just left in this 1v2, and Quick and Trucky are going to push on it now. Can hear it going on, so he's able to reposition just about, but eventually they're going to have an angle on him. Eventually he's going to have to take the gunfight. I think they're going to push in, but he's stuck in his house and the blue zone's coming. I don't think there's any vehicles on either side, so it's just about who can at least secure the couple points from these kills. Kaz is going to go on a bit of a flank here. If he goes round the building, he would actually be able to get a really easy double spray onto them. And Moleman's going to spot it now. He's finally been able to move up to support his teammate here. They're completely in the open. It should be easy tags, maybe easy knocks, but actually Kaz gets tagged up and he's not got time for the heal. He's going to go down to the zone. Does he at least deny the points? No, he doesn't even bother. I think he'd actually left the game before he'd been finished there. Moleman finally stopped looting. I don't actually think he has the bids to make this. You know, he just has to go for the kills, I think. He's not going to make it into the blue. He spots the second player, but he gives away his position now. So this is Existence opportunity to turn around. Maybe just secure the kill. But there's tags by Moleman. Quick's going to die to the blue there. Moleman's going to recognise that, but Quick's not in a position where Moleman can flush. So not going to get the 2 points.
Maybe get a Tracky, but Tracky seems to be safe from him for a moment. And Moleman is out of the first dates, so he will probably die to the blue. Probably just going for a flash on Quick.
Trucky is going to make his way into the zone. It's actually a really open area on the south. Is Moleman going to try and... No, Quick goes down to the blue before he can do it. As you can see, he doesn't have any first aids left, so he's not going to make it to the zone. Trucky is going to make it, though. Existence, the victors, so to speak, from that compound.
Well, all the players that died in that fight was to the blue, so there's no real winner there, to be honest. And the team I put my money on just went out.
I hate to see it. I mean, Stella went out before they did, so that was even worse with my prediction.
Yeah, a few seconds there.
Silas and Hugs are in a really good position to secure some kills. They've already got 4 this game. They're in a position where they can secure a couple more, but Trucky's sneaking up, and I don't think they've recognised it. I think he might be able to get up for free and maybe get a kill or 2 here. I think actually he might try to just go round.
He doesn't see himself really now. He didn't
But it's
him.
potential they did see him. It's just decided he wants to flank instead. But you know, when there's a sort of 20 alive, you're expecting there's probably 15-ish teams. So going down to 12 is a bit of a surprise, but well, the fact that it's already down to 12, rather. So I think Trucky's thinking not going to be many points on offer if he does just go down with 1 kill now. So he's looking to play that long game. Looking to get into the circle and at least get in a position where he can secure 2 or 3 more kills. Rendon and Chill have finally moved on to that little ridge that I was talking about now, but I think they're actually getting tagged up. Mooker and Axskills are looking for the push. But they're in a bit of a stalemate here. There's not really an opportunity to get any closer than the ridge they're already on.
Probably no for them. There's a lot of open area, but Tracking now probably gonna meet up with Nobor as they try to both get inside the play zone on the south. And that will be, well, at least one snake, I believe, going out in this fight.
Elgig well, Hugstar and Silas are looking for this push onto to Marco and Rax now. Looking for a way into this compound, but Rax is nearly down the hill. They have to be careful they don't get taken out by the speculative nades. And Marco actually has a really nice position up on the top of the houses, but he gives it away without being able to get a knock from it. Ramos is sneaking in behind though, so there's an opportunity maybe for the snake to come in on the back of Friend and take them out. Maybe not quite in a position to take out players. Marco spots the head of Hugstar as he briefly peeks over the ridge there. Knows roughly where that player is, but Silas on a really big flank here. If Rax isn't careful, he's going to rotate out into the open, but it's all about who spots who first. It's a nice little position, but the jump isn't quite enough to spot Silas for now. Silas is looking the wrong way. I think did he see Vamos? Well, he did see Vamos, but he didn't actually... He could see Vamos, but he didn't see him. That's the phrase I was looking for. There's a bit of a stalemate going on. Akaskills, meanwhile, on the north. They actually managed to make this push onto Chilji and Brienne. They're going to get the one, going to get the second. Can he get the res onto Akaskills as well? I guess taken out, but there's still 7 kills already onto the last Kujura. Looker with 4, Akaskills with 3, so it's already looking like a good game for them. Maybe a little bit rough now. The circle does go towards power grid, so we're literally getting a power grid ending. Trucky has made it into the zone as well, so he's now made it to the top 8. I think he's actually going to be a pretty good game for Existence. Last game's winner, isn't it? He could actually get into a really nice position. If he comes round, takes that gunfight against Mara and Marslik, he has a difficult one. But if he somehow manages to win that, suddenly he's got pretty much half the zone to himself.
Yeah, but Rax and Marco are pushing on his back. Not sure he's aware of them. Definitely not looking their way.
I don't think they're aware of him either, so it's all about who spots who first. But as soon as Marco comes over this ridge, you'll see him on the tree.
Oh, wrong tree.
I thought he was going to get it there. I saw him get the tags onto Marco. Didn't realise Rax had the angle.
Yeah, Marco
almost worked out.
Looking at the wrong tree.
I think his gun was actually blocking the angle. But it worked out in the end. They got the kill. Potentially got themselves away into the zone. They do have to come through this valley towards Noble, who is just hiding. But Marsek and Mara will have a really good angle on this, and Silas can see them as well.
Marsek and Mara actually doing a lot of damage on Rax, and he has to kind of go back and heal up. So they're gonna have a hard time getting into this zone.
Silas looks like he's really worried. He's gonna actually spot the play. Gonna take out Vamos there. He saw Mooker's bullets, could see roughly where they were going, and was able to land that shot onto Vamos. And Mooker actually dies as well, so Vital curing a kill for his team there. Silas and a Hugstar in a really nice little spot here. They can sort of work their way around the western edge of the zone. Get pretty much everywhere. Silas hitting every shot he shoots right now. Putting Rax low. Wasn't quite able to get the knock, but he's taking our vest off.
There are a few decent games today, so they just going like, all right, we can make most out of it. Just trying to get everything possible. But for now, they trying to find probably the snakes behind them, as they don't realize there is none. But Maro and Marsog now spotting the Rax and Marco and putting a lot of damage there.
Silas had the tiniest of angles on Marco's head. I could see like the hairs sticking out from his head. I think he tried to land a shot, but no chance he's going to land that. They're being forced to smoke. The Juro down on that south edge aren't in the zone yet, and there's just no cover for them now. It perhaps waited a bit too long to make this push, and now they're being forced to run. Forced to make this gauntlet run just through the middle of the open. And Silas, he is the one person you do not want shooting at him. Marco has just about made it in. He's actually in the zone, but Silas can't see him.
If he would stay in the bridge, that nade would be his final one.
Plutovesting actually has a really nice little flank here. Oh, he shot a bit too early there. He could have got so close to them and done so much damage to the duo, but instead he decides to shoot early. I think he landed one bullet. Really work out in the end. Mara doing a nice little double nade to take out the Dream duo. We've got 4 teams left. Noble on his own. I don't know the zone, so we'll have to move now. Silas getting that initial spell to Plutovesting, puts him low, puts him in a really rough spot. And this nade should be perfect. Vital's not in a position to help him out. Looks like the nade will land. Yeah, it takes him down.
That was exactly on the money.
What I wanted Plutovesting to do there was to sneak really close, because Silas had no idea. If he'd snuck up onto the ridge, sort of just to the north of Silas, he could have probably got a double spray down for free. But instead he tried to take that sort of long range shot with the SKS. Pray that he hits every bullet, which he didn't, and then gave away his position. So now Vital forced a snake. Still a good game for them. They're in the top 4. I think they have a kill or 2 as well. Have a look. Yeah, they have the 1. They're at least getting an okay haul of points from this, but it could have been a lot better if they pulled off that flank.
They're usually getting into those like top 10, top 15 places, always with 0 or very little kills. They're just playing it, safe, trying to get the position, trying to get those position points. But this is not the way to work in duos. You have to get those kills to qualify, because wins only, even wins won't help you, and you just have to get those kills. And they're not going for them. They're playing safe and going out like this because of the mistakes they do, without any kills, with just some semi-decent position points. But Nobor now is close to Hookstar, and he can spot the party here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to stake for now. He is in the zone, and his only job now is to try and get a placement or two out of it. Try and get a guaranteed point. If he tries to take this one onto Hookstar, he's going to knock him, but he's not really in a position. Well, he is now. But as soon as Hookstar goes back down that ridge, he's not in a position to get flushed. Noble, I think, just waiting for now. Going to make the push up as Hookstar backed off. So now this is maybe Noble's opportunity to sneak up. The zone is forcing him in.
And the middle of the zone is actually inside the power grid, so we will see the proper power grid ending.
Hookstar inside is looking for that big flank as they're trying to make their way in. Perhaps being able to rack bomb to Vital will give them a really strong position, but it's allowed Noble to sneak in on this western side. Going in full sneaky beaker mode, he's made his way in, but probably be able to get a second place out of this if he plays his cards right. Rose and Hookstar in a really decent position. They can play it onto the wall of power grid as well, which is, I think that the ending is going to finish like right on the wall. So
actually, if Sillars and Hookstar won't realize he's there, and they will fight with Martalg and Marrow, won the fight, but with one knock, Nobor can get the win. I mean, it's really theoretical, but it can happen. But for now, Vital seems to be the bigger problem for Martalg and Marrow than Hookstar and Sillars.
Just hiding in this corner.
Yeah.
Loving life. Still looking behind him. He's obviously nervous of a bit of a flank going on, but nothing doing for now. Mara and Marslek are in a pretty decent position. I think they know that there's someone nearby. Do they have double crate? Or do they actually have any crate weapons, but they have 2 level 3 helmets, so they're looking
maybe they didn't
pretty
like
good.
what they were given. You know, not picking up that cross. Nobor's going at it.
He got that first knock. Can he get the second one? He's going to spot out Hookstar, get the initial tags in. Who's going to win the gunfight? Noble puts him low. One more bullet will do it, but Hookstar wins. And he's going to be able to get the res, save his teammate. Noble was so close to the little 1v2 there. Really nicely played, but Mara and Marslek are pushing on this. They know exactly where this gone. They're going to try and flush it out. Hookstar's going to get put low. Once more. One more bullet will do it. Marslek spots him, but he's actually going to heal, but no. Mara comes in for the side, so Noble does actually get his 2 points. Doesn't get a placement, unfortunately, but yeah, it's a really nice play from Mara and Marslek. Recognized the opportunity that was at hand.
It was really good push for them, and
pretty much guarantee. I think they'll win this comfortably now.
Yeah, Vital has to put some big performance now against them, but they have already 5 kills, going for a 6th.
Nade was almost perfect. Just threw a little nade in. I think it was random, but Vital's going to try and throw a return nade, but that's actually going to give away his position. The fact that the nades are sort of coming in return will give Mara and Marslek that sort of inkling that the first nade must have been pretty much on point, because it's sort of Vital saying, "Oh, you know where I am now, so I might as well start shooting." But he gets the first knock. Can he get the second? Marslek and Vital on 1v1 now if he turns off. Can he get the spray down? No, not quite. Marslek
No.
just about gets it with the final bullet of the EU week 2 there. But I wanted to see Vital just sort of a bit of composure. That nade was random. It wasn't because they knew he was there. The fact that he then nades towards them means that they can then group up. If he had been able to push over and get that knock for free without sort of giving away his exact position, then maybe he could have won it, but almost did it in the end. Only 1 kill in that second place, so it's only the 14 points. I mean, I say only, it's still a pretty decent haul, but if you maybe realize at least flush that. Yeah, comfortably. I think Noble will be ahead as well.
Yeah, and probably also Marco and Rax.
And Makunak skills, yeah. So you're probably looking at that sort of being about 6th or 7th overall in terms of the amount of points they got on this game, despite the fact that they came second. But that is going to be it for you tonight. Hello everyone, and welcome to GLL Wingman Season 7 NA. My name is The Six. I'm joined by the lovely Samiak. Hopefully he's here.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Of course I'm here.
I was a little bit nervous. I didn't tell you I was starting, but we were in. And so as you can see, we're going to hop straight into the game. I'm going to show the leaderboard after the game, just because I don't want to miss the start. And there's also a little bit of a bug at the minute. The old tab when the plane starts, sometimes you crash. I don't want to be out of the game. So we'll have a quick look at what the leaderboard is looking like before this game, after this game, just to confuse everyone. But yeah, so 30 seconds before we get into the planes. Sammy, what do you think about this one?
Pretty decent, favorizing those who opt to go east, but everyone should be able to get where they want to go. Of course, I guess we will see few hot drops from the beginning, as you know. Teams probably don't have sorted it out who is going where, but apart from that, good plan, and I hope we will have some mean zones so we can, have some fun.
One thing we've been seeing a lot in the MPL and in even in the Pro League in Europe is milli-circles. But I think in the six aerial games we've had so far in GLL Wingman, we haven't actually had one, or maybe we had one. I can't quite remember, but they're definitely a lot rarer than they have been in the squads leagues. So to see a milli-circle just to annoy everyone.
I don't believe we had one.
I think the other streamers had one, but we haven't. So I would like to see one of those. Throw one in the mix, especially for those teams that drop on the island. Yeah. A big part of why teams drop on milli is, but when you get those milli-circles, you can use them to sort of really up your points. We see a lot of teams dropping early. This week we should, if it's working, let me someone. No, let me pick anyone. Let me pick someone. But I think we should have all the logos this week. I think you can actually see them in the sky. So everyone flies in. So apologies for not having them last week. That was on me. As we can see, Profi and Huynh from C9 going straight towards Pachinki. They've got is that the one duo joining them? It looks like Regnado and Frankie might actually back off, but there's not really where to back off to, so they have to be careful. And Willy's already got a kill.
In Stalber, we have already fight coming in, and Charity seems to give up on it and just go away.
Yeah, we saw Landun and Charity. I think they did pretty well when we had that Higos ending. They were one of the teams.
Yes,
if I remember, they got a lot of kills but went out early, and I can't quite remember exactly where they are on the leaderboard off the top of my head. But to lose one straight away in the first game is a rough one. We're going to go east on the circle, so Envy looking good, Pat Caps and Interrogate with the duo from Pistola Time and Pride. So one wildcard player, one a United player. Pride Time. That's real cool. We're going towards the shelter area.
It's not so mean as we would like, probably, but this zone is still kind of like, 30-35% of the water?
Yeah,
so a lot of space is taken straight away from the players.
It's not just the amount of space as well, it's the difficulty in rotating. If the circle is fairly central, that you've got a lot more of the map where you can come into the zone. But there's sort of limited ways in. Relo gets a kill here, should win Relo. There were another team who still do really well. You're going to see that screen a lot tonight, by the way, as the little loading screen. There's a new really bad feature. PUBG. So when you hop to something that's far away, it loads it with a black screen. It's just really annoying, but there's nothing I can do about it. So we only have the one observer, which is me. So
yeah,
nothing
probably for more observers is better, but for one, it's unlucky.
If you choose somewhere on one side of the map and then just click on a specific, like if you click on a person on the other side of the map, it will go to a black screen. It's really annoying. Everyone will see on screen, but there's a bunch of our sort of the duos you'd expect to do well. You've got the two Envy duos, Shimsy and Snakers. They're the Ghost Youth squad, right? Obviously the EU wildcard roster there, and even Charity on that other side. All these teams perhaps looking to sort of take a power position. I expect we'll see some people go towards sort of the edge of prison. Maybe two teams commit to the Heaven area. One team maybe stay in Manchester, but that Eastern Hill, the one next to Dapovka, I think is going to be something that's hotly contested coming out, or into this first zone rather.
And Patcaps is already going that way, so they probably have their eyes set on it.
Well, they know it was free because of the plane path. Anyone that went there would have had to drop over them. So yes. I expect they know it's free, and they're just going to play up there and take it now. They could loot it as well. Obviously with the loot settings competitive at the minute, this compound's probably enough. They've already looted Manchester. He's already got a SKS and an AK, so don't do too badly for himself.
You are good to go. That's actually one thing that you have to love about competitive, that you don't have to spend 5 minutes looting up and then just get killed on the rotations. You just take 3-4 houses, you are about all right, then you can play rest of the game without worries that you might miss something as you go. But now we see, okay, few teams already set in rotating, and Profi and Edgewin actually Last week they were never a duo. Always one of them was just popping up,
I
while the
seem
other
to
one was
remember.
always dead.
Seem to remember. I think it was the Hikos game where Profi just sort of went a bit nuts on his own after Huyn died on one of the hills. And then there was that game up in the
Yeah.
north of Miramar where Huyn just
Yes,
went
Profi had
absolutely
like
insane on his own. Yeah.
exactly. They're good as a players. They have to kind of make it up as a duo, but even if they are not duo, they are capable of doing things and get loads of points and loads of positions.
I think if you're looking at the teams in this lobby, you have to sort of expect that they're probably going to be one of the best coming into this, and obviously coming out of this, going into the finals. I think
Definitely.
the Envy duos will also be up there, probably Shrimsy and Snakes as well. See the Ghost sort of academy team. I'm not sure what the official name for it is, but the four youngsters that the Ghosts have signed are all absolutely insane players that are only not in the NPL by virtue of the fact that they're under 18. So I'm excited to see. This is one of their sort of rare opportunities to play in a tournament with a solid prize pool versus the other big players. I'm excited to see what Shrimsy and Snakers can do. Obviously, they've already had the first week to do stuff, but they've got 2 more weeks and then the finals, which I sort of expect they will make pretty comfortably.
But now we can see that Envy duos are actually really synced. They just create the compound next to each other.
Trying to fight each other as well.
Yeah.
Early on, but
I'm curious if they see that they knocked actually their teammates, if they're gonna, get away from the fight, or they're gonna continue and just be like, hey, we got you.
the Winchester Outlaws have pulled up to try and catch rotations, but they're not going to get anyone. I don't think Shrimboy and they're actually going to put up on this. It looks like he's stopped at least. I don't know if he's stopping permanently. He's pulled up. He's having a look. Gets tacked up. He's put low. I'm not sure why he pulled up. I'm not sure why. Both of them pulled up to him. It's a really rough fight. That nade might be perfect. Is it going to blow him up? It might blow up the car. No, not quite. So he's going to survive for now. Oh, that next nade. It's going to drive straight over it. Blows him up. Oh, that is such rough timing there. Shipboy now put low. Down to half HP. Last one up. That was such an awkward timing there as he drove straight over the nade and blew up his car. And that next one coming in. Oh, it's actually a flashbang. It's a rough start to the day. Shipboy's full flashed. Being attacked. It was interesting to pull up that edge gated in too. And it's no vehicle to use now as well, so he has to just commit to this gunfight. But there's a bit of a saving grace coming in as it's like the other duo are getting shot up a little bit from the north, but they have this safe area to play. Winchester Outlaws looking for their second kill of the night early on.
Chimpa is in a really awkward position. He can't move from his vehicle, and it seems like Frank wants to get a little bit of space around, get a little flank, get a little bit more vision towards him. Chimpa is utilizing the smokes early.
I don't think either of them have grenades, so that if they do want to commit to this and commit to the kill, they have to just do it on merit, but like face to face. So that there's always that risk that maybe Shimboy will get a knock, maybe even win the 1v2. But they're going for the bush now. They're going together, so should be timed well enough that I think that worst case scenario they'll trade. It's actually a jump on top of the car, but he gets tagged up. Snowwood gets that headshot, grabs the second kill.
If he would pull that off, that would be amazing play. But
For a second, I believed.
yeah, they didn't really manage in the end.
See, everyone's sort of progressing into the positions that they sort of targeting as they were coming in now. We've got a couple teams still late in the zone. We've got Vexen and Get Flush down on that southwest side. We've got a team actually taking a boat, and if they're not careful, they might run into J-Sank and Valier to just camping around that military bridge. It is actually empty, but we've also got the EQ duo coming on the northwest. Kickstart and Sharp Shot coming in on the west side as well. Gonna pull up, I think, on Volcano Hill for now, just have a look around. Might even stay there just to see what the next zone does. One interesting thing I will point out, probably my favourite place on Erangel, is the Mansion Forest. Like, if you just look at a map, it just looks like a big empty area, to the north of the mansion around that heaven area. But obviously, for those of you who play the game enough, you know that it's probably the most claustrophobic area on the map. There's so many little divots you can pull up in and fight in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the circle go towards there, and then as a result, a lot of people crash into it. We're actually going to see it go pretty much north, sort of center north. That forest is occupying a fair bit of the area, and the one thing that I look for when I'm sort of rotating or moving in a duos game is somewhere I can play on foot, because the last thing you want to be doing is making blind rotations. Just because, look at this zone. like
Snake and Shrimps are
Mansion.
in prime, to be honest, right now. And
Where
they
are
can
they?
play the foot game you were talking about. They have.
Oh yeah, up on the Eastern Hill. Yeah, that's another really good spot. So you've got that Mansion Forest, and then from this hill as well. If we have a quick peek around, it's pretty much the same thing on the eastern side of the road. So there's two areas. If you can sort of take one and make it your own, that's when you're in a really good position. Just because you don't need to rotate with vehicles, you can sort of avoid those sort of blind rotations. There's rough moments where you run the risk of just driving into a team and just getting blown up, like we pretty much saw with the Age Gated and through as they drove straight into the Winchester Outlaws. Pride time goes out. Where did that go down?
Close to the prison, a little bit east of the prison at the Cube.
Oh, yeah, there's two teams there. If you try to come in from the south there, you're just going to get absolutely wrecked. There's no way you're going to survive all four people shooting you. But Wolf and Disciple are driving straight into Shrimsy and Snakers here. Looks like they're actually going to go a little bit further north. Maybe going to aim for a compound. It's a bit of a rough drive as there's people everywhere. But Charity is the only one here. And maybe Disciple's going for the crush now. Charity's actually going to land the spray, but not going to get the knock. Pass control pass. Actually lands a couple of tags there. Puts Disciple low. Nothing doing for now. They're both going to escape, but really, this is the blind rotation that I was talking about. It's super rough. Disciple has found a little bit of a safe spot for now. But I'm surprised no one's committed to the Mansion Forest, given how much of it is in the circle and how sort of you control, like, let's say about a quarter of the playable land from that Mansion Forest is playable on foot. You can even cross the road to the eastern side if you have a bunch of smokes.
I'm actually surprised that not even the forest, but the compounds around it, like east of Yasnaya, those three compounds, which are pretty decent with a view and pretty decent positions for duos because they are hard to breach and really easy to play around, and they are all empty.
I think you sort of, if you're rotating in late, you expect them all to be taken because of how strong they are. Especially the, I think the one on the edge of the forest is really strong, the J compound. But like, that's the one thing in this circle you expect will be taken. Like, you know, if you're Disciple and Wolf coming in late on that zone, that's the one you think there's not much point. You know? And because of that, all these teams that come in then don't take it, and it ends up being free. I'm not really sure what the aim for Wolf and Disciple is here. They're just sort of driving around and hoping for the best.
But money is in the boat, and they're still going with the boat.
They have to be careful because, like, where do you come in? Apart from the Povka, there's not really anywhere safe to pull in. If they come in on the South Island from Shrimsy and Snakers, there is a little bit of a way up on the coast. If I show it off, also have a bit of a...
really open towards the interrogate and fat caps that way.
Yeah, so if you sort of come up on the south, yeah, you run the risk of being shot in the back, but you can sort of sneak up. But if they go further north, they're just going to run straight into Wolf and Disciple.
This is really bad for them. But now we have kind of three teams around the prison, which will have to progress, and the next zone, oh my god.
And this is where Shrimsy and Snaker's position becomes really strong because they can control that hilltop that they were on earlier from the compound. I mean, you can get up there, but the push from the compound, we've got a little bit of a lot, the push from the compound isn't that difficult, especially if you can get that one knock from your little safe haven in this compound. If you get the one knock on the top, you could just push up all the way to the ridge. There's really nowhere else that can shoot you. So I'm liking the move on to the compound. But we've got the Envy duo coming to join on that hilltop. And now, like, less than half the circle is playable. And we know where the circle is going to go. It's going to go sort of directly west because of the water shift. One thing that's going to be wrong
with
here.
that little, it's going to go around that little cliff where Snake and Shrimsy are. Because
Disciple and Wolf are about to be fed 2 free kills here as Mooney and his teammate have just pulled up on the coast, but Disciple and Wolf are just going to get the 3 kills. Maybe not, actually. They get tagged up. Disciple takes a bullet. Wolf takes a couple as well. But Mooney and... who's the other one there? I can't read the name. But they're in a really tough spot. There's not really any way in into the zone beyond going through Wolf and Disciple. But we see Bahawako and Hetro actually... Did he just land a nade from inside?
He naded from the car.
It's a shame we can't finish it off. That's a lovely bit of skill though.
Wow, that was one huge nade from. What a work done there.
The rest has come in though, so nothing doing in the end. But now Hetro and Bahawake's position actually is really rough for Wolf and Disciple. And sort of allowing that other duo to actually make their way in a little bit. Hetro does get tagged up though, so has to stop peeking for now. Bahawaka is trying to return the favor a bit, but he gets headshot instantly by Mooney. It's almost like peeking a full squad there. You've got these 4 players there just in the same area. They can't peek each other, but they can peek onto Hetero and Bahawaka.
Exactly. Basically, Hetero and Bahawaka make themselves enemies in a full squad because they deny Wolf and Disciple the peak. So they now everybody has to fight Hetero and Bahawaka.
Is this like an NA thing, throwing grenades out of moving vehicles? Because Profi and Win tried to pull it off as well. Didn't work. It didn't work out, but seems like everyone loves to do it. Frost has got a kill on to get Frost here, and Vexel's pulling in late, so the 1v1. If Vexel wins this, he will actually be able to res his teammate most likely, but it looks like Bahawaka and Hetero might be joining in. Might be trying to get in on this action. Yeah, they're going to come join up, so we're going to have 3 teams fighting for 1 compound now. Frost is going to hear that. It's going to be a bit nervous. Just going to flush the kill. Make sure he gets the points at the minimum. Vexel can't really do anything to prevent it. But he is sneaking up now. Frost has the angle, but who's going to get the tags? Vexel peeks, but nothing to do it for now. No one takes damage, but Frost, he just needs to land that 1 headshot. But he gets tagged up in return, so it's 1 bullet to win it for either player. Frost jumps out, but Vexel's hunting. Vexel's going for it.
But I'm more curious if Bahawaka won't get anything from this, as they seem to have pretty decent vision towards there. They're right in the next house, but now they are occupied with Frank and Snowbird, while they can fight the 2 solos next to them.
I think the solos, they know that they're just sort of stuck in a stalemate. Like, Hetero and Bahawaka aren't going to push that, because if they take 1 solo out and then, like, let's say 1 guy gets knocked and they trade, and then the other solo is just going to flush them. So there's not really much point going for the gunfight. They just want to sort of mop up after it finishes up. But Frost is snuck in. I don't think Vexel knows he's on the staircase. He's being a bit sneaky beaky, but if Vexel comes out of this doorway, he is dead. I mean, he's dead anyway, because Hetero lands that bullet into his face. Frost should recognize if Vexel's dead, because he did kill his teammate. I reckon I'm having a bit of a fight in this Wizard Tower, but he gets taken down. Snowbird now last one up in the 1v1. Can he win the gunfight? Doesn't have any nades, so it's just about winning it with the bullets. He just been spotted, but that's a lovely little heads up play by Snowbird. Puts the bullets through the doorway to take out the bottom side of the door, and then just puts the bullets straight into the side there. And he's going to be able to get his team up. So already 5 kills. It's going to be a little bit rough getting into the zone, but that's sort of they're 10 points from the kills. There is actually a... Is it in? Nah, not quite in. They will have to make their way onto these rocks, but it looks like they should be safe to do it.
But enemy duos are kind of fighting each other right now in the south side of the zone. Venerated and Moody get a knock on, I believe it was Interrogate, but they're disengaged.
The remaining Noble players are going to drive straight through here. Going to drive on top of Moody pretty much. Can he get taken down? He's super low. Moody goes for the tags, lands the shots, and Fudge goes down in 17th place rather. Fenia, free kill to Envy. They were shooting their teammates, but now they took it out because they couldn't get the... I don't think they got the flush here on the Interrogate, so he's still up for now. They get a kill in the end. Valet and J-Sank, meanwhile, have a nice little angle onto the Envy players as they try to run up, but Packcaps gets the knock onto Valet. So J-Sank forced to make this res, and maybe there's an opportunity for Packcaps and Interrogate to push on this, to grab the 4 points from these kills. Terror is quite low, but Packcaps is full HP, and he's got the nade off. Is it going to land? It puts 1 down. J-Sank now to 1 HP as well. 1 bullet will do it. We'll win the fight, and Packcaps starting to catch up with Interrogate kill-wise. They know roughly where they are. They know exactly where that knock came in, but J-Sank with the peek gets the first one. Can he get the second down? 1 HP, but he can't land it. Interrogate gets the kill, saves his teammate as well. They are on the edge of the zone, so there's enough time to res, enough time to heal up before they get into the zone. And then now, if you look at that, the whole south side is pretty much clear.
South side is pretty much clear, but in the north fight, we could just saw the fight. Bahawaka and Frank just took out Edwin and Profi together. Those 2 teams kind of make one and finish things up. But Baha getting sniped. Was he in the car? No, he was on the foot. From Lamborghini, that's decent 400 meters, running headshot.
Wolf and Disciple are loving this circle. They took down that duo that pulled up eventually, and now if you look at it, like they have so much control over that north side. Obviously, they have the Ghost duo sat in that little shack. But anywhere further east, all that little sort of beachfront is just controlled by the I'm the too good heady brother. No, one in the. That's an awful name, which I will never say again. Wolf and Disciple. I'm just gonna call them that for now. But they have the control of sort of like a third of the zone. Based on that, and they might actually get the kills. Is Patron and Glory Gina trying to drive around? Now they're gonna pull up, maybe take the gunfight versus Frankendank and Snowbird, who already have their 6 kills, looking to make it 8. Frank spots the foot, tags that Patron. 1 bullet in the foot, 1 bullet in the toe. Doesn't matter where he hits, we'll put him down. There's no room here for Patron and his teammate to move. They have to just try and run for it. And space going to come in from Frankendank. Can he take it up? He's missing every bullet for now. Patron's just gonna heal himself in the middle of the open. He's been spotted now. Frank can't hit the shot. Has to reload, maybe giving an opportunity for Patron and Glowgene to move a bit closer, but they need to start returning fire, return those nades, get a bit of damage onto the Winchester Outlaws, otherwise it's pretty much all she wrote.
That's actually Charity joining on this fight from the far.
Frank's going to spot the run. Patron goes down. Glowgene now last one up. Frank needs to land this 1 bullet, but Charity lands it instead. THC player coming in hot, landing that kill. We saw Charity lose a teammate pretty much at the start of the actually, Landu was the first death. So the fact that now in the top 9 and in a pretty good position to boot is a pretty good recovery. Shrimsy going down. Arrogate securing his 5th kill of the game, and now Venerated meanwhile. And the other MV duo looking to take out these 2 players on the western edge. Blazing and Manman can't really find a way in. A bit rough, but if they can land a couple of tags, maybe get one of the MV players down, that's their opportunity to move in. Their opportunity to find a safe space.
The Snake now has somewhat good cover. He's just creeping on the cliffs, and he will get inside the zone without any problems and without being seen. On the other hand, Manban and Ablazen has to push through either Envy or close to the Charity, who has pretty decent game, and I think he will be able to get this 1v2. Now he's shooting Madman and getting the knock with this SLR, so Ablazen is last man standing and he's outside the play zone. The zone is shrinking and he will be down really soon. We can see the zone is taking about 8 HP per second right now, and that's a lot. And he won't be able to out heal, so that's 9th place for them.
We had a couple kills though, so at least securing some points. Not too bad, not the greatest game, but could be a lot worse. Charity now stuck on the, well, not stuck, in the compound on the edge of the zone. They're gonna have 2 duos. I think Charity has to kind of hope that the Ghost duo maybe take a gunfight against Snowbird and Frankendank from the Winchester Outlaws there. Otherwise it's gonna be a bit rough, especially if you're peeking into an M24 with a DMR. Even if you land that first bullet, you're still just gonna get headshot.
But Envy is going at it. And by Envy, I mean whole Envy is going at it.
Envy on Envy action here as PackCaps is the first line of engagement for the I suppose Envy White. Not quite sure what the names they're running, but we'll call them Envy White and Envy Black just for the sake of the logos. Interrogate's really not in a position to help out though, so if PackCaps does get knocked, then it's going to be pretty easy, I think, for Moody and Venerated to win it out. Who's the better Envy duo? We're about to find out. PackCaps didn't spot it, but they haven't spotted PackCaps either. PackCaps gets the first knock, Moody goes down, Venerated down to half HP, and that nade might be perfect. Venerated gonna get the trade at least, but has to push around the side. Can he survive? He runs out of ammo. 38 HP and a dream. And actually, Campagini comes in from the middle of nowhere, puts Venerated down. So the winning duo is PackCaps and Interrogate, but only due to some help from, where did that even come in from? Not all the way on the eastern side, the eastern compound.
Exactly, yeah.
Middle of nowhere.
I'm curious, can they see them now? They have to pick up really quickly. And I'm not sure they are exactly safe, but they should be for a moment. Cabergini seems to have no vision on them.
This nade might be perfect from Charity, but the M24 attack comes in, puts it down to 38 HP. And Frankendank and his teammate this might be their opportunity. That M24 is going to do a lot of damage to the snap. But the first player comes in, gets tagged up to 1 HP, but doesn't quite go down. But Wolf steps in, perhaps saving Charity here, getting the first knock. And a Charity now in a 1v1 knows exactly where Frankendank is, but Frank with the peek, the M24 misses. Whoever hits the first headshot wins pretty much, as the SLR will do enough damage to take the player out at that range and without the full HP.
He's going for a flank now. He's just waiting to peek. Not landing anything yet.
He's getting tagged up. Charity lands the headshot. Third kill of the game. And into the top 5 now. So sort of the save, considering how bad the start of the game was for them, to now turn that into a top 5, looking at probably going to be more than a top 5, given the fact that Charity has one of 2 bits of hardcover left in the game.
Probably the best position now has a kickstart, despite he's getting pushed by Cambergini and his teammate.
Kickstart might get it. Good timing here, as Disciple and Wolf are going to come straight behind the underperforming duo. Who actually look like they're not underperforming this time, but that was an awful Molotov. But Kickstart's actually gone outside. Might be able to get the first knock. Does get the first knock now in a 1v1. Full HP. Kickstart gets tagged up. I think I actually got tagged up from behind, and Winnie able to win the 1v1. Not going to res team. Are going to prioritize the first aid, and this is where Wolf and Disciple are going to push over. The Nox player giving away the information now, and potentially a 1v2 coming in. But they're upstairs thinking Winnie's gone up the top. The nade comes in though. Winnie just about escapes it for now, but the HP is so low. Disciple with the pre-fire gets Winnie down. Charity now into the top 3. It's worth putting out. Packap's also in there, but the one duo that's left, Disciple and Wolf, coming from a pretty rough spot on that east side. I said the blind rotation was a rough one, not the way you want to be playing, but it seems to have worked out for them.
It works well, and I mean they got few kills on the cliffs, which were really good for them. You know, boost a little confidence, get a few points on, and now they can just sweep the rest of the lobby. As Badcaps is really down south and probably won't fight right now, so they can take a clear fight with the Charity.
You don't want to get engaged in a gunfight. That's the one thing you don't want to be doing, is the team that's engaging at this point. Especially in duos. In squads, it's less of an issue. Let's say you've got 3 squads alive now, like let's say 2 duos and a 4-man. The 4-man can properly split up and take 2 separate gunfights at the same time. But when you're in this duo, both players need to focus on that one gunfight. And that gives the opportunity for the third party to come in and really be effective here. Packaps can actually see Charity there, but I think Charity maybe spotted in return. But Packcaps really doesn't want to shoot unless there's a knock that's sort of secureable. That's the sort of the win condition. If they can make it into a 1v1v1, that's where Packcaps can potentially win this. And the zone's fairly favourable. Charity can stay on the edge of that compound. I think the Wizard Tower's actually still in, so it's going to be a bit of a stalemate, I think, as the Eastern duo look for the sort of the unaccounted player. They know Charity's in that compound, but they have no idea where Packcaps is. Probably information that they're somewhere to the south, given the fact that that gunfight happened between the 2 MV duos earlier. But,
exactly. I believe that's their only information, so they has to kind of count that he can be south, but that's a huge area he can work around. You know, Badcaps can go probably on a flank to a little bit eastish, but for now he probably don't want to, as he's inside the zone, so it's useless for him. But if he would like to, you know, engage, which as you said, he probably shouldn't, he can still do a little flank to the east and then just kind of get one of the Wolf or Disciple early and maybe rotate again to safety.
I think Disciple spotted him out, and that's Packcap's opportunity to start shooting. As soon as he saw Disciple stop, he knew exactly what that meant. Forced to go in for the engagement there, but he was able to tag up Disciple. I think the rock is actually just about giving him full cover from both teams. Or maybe not, the foot's getting tagged up. It has to crawl back a little bit, and it may give Charity the angle.
Seems like it. Charity can probably see his backpack, but that's about it.
If he stands up, you can actually see it. Yeah, gets the tag. One more bullet will put Packcaps down now, no matter where it hits him. The fact that Packcaps stood up there actually fed the kill there almost to Charity, but Charity wasn't able to land the second bullet. And as a result, the Eastern duo was able to put it down, and now into that 2v1, but Charity's getting tagged up. A headshot will finish the gunfight and win it for the... maybe not. Apparently the headshot won't win it. It will now, but... It was the one gun, the one DMR that won't win it for them was the mini there. And SLR is still capable of doing a lot of work, and it looks like Disciple potentially doesn't have any any stims left, and I think the SLR will actually maybe not quite one shot, but if you put a little bullet into the toe and then a next one into the head, it'll be enough for Charity to win it. Or at least to make it into a 1v1. Those nades coming in, the utility on Wolf and Disciple perhaps is going to be their big advantage here. Charity's sneaking up. It's able to go actually really close here. A lot closer than I was sort of expecting. I think the nades were perhaps too centered on the same area, but Wolf's going to spot it. Wolf's going to get those tags in. Gets the final kill. Charity goes down, and one in the two good heady brother, as I said earlier, the worst name possible. Win the game, 20 points, and the extra 18 actually from the kills. Obviously, it's 2 points per game, kill rather, and 20 for winning. So 9 kills combined with the win is going to be a spicy one. We also saw Interrogate and Pack Caps, the winning Envy duo, make it all the way to 3rd place. The other Envy duo down in 7th place.
Snowbird and Frank the Tank with 7 kills. That's also huge. On the 6th place, not really good position. It's decent, but those 7 kills, they're gonna boost them really high up the leaderboards.
The one thing I'm a little bit surprised by, we saw in EU that a lot of the sort of the high kill teams went out sort of on that right side of the leaderboard, you know, the 11th to sort of 20th area. It actually looks like the kills were very heavily weighted towards the sort of the top 7 teams this time, which is something that I wonder if maybe it's a difference in the. I don't necessarily want to say the quality. I think it's a bit harsh on the teams in here. Obviously, every team in here is capable of winning every game, but
we still have some in Pride. They're 27th and they're capable, but probably just rough game every now and then.
Yeah, but you have that difference in see the Pro League teams in Europe can't play Wingman because of the contract laws, but the MPL teams are allowed to step in here, and we see actually in that top 7, you've got 4 from Envy. You've got obviously the Ghost Academy player in Kickstarter, and I think Sharpshot still plays for Wildcard. Or correct me if I'm wrong. And then the other Ghost Academy team in 8th place. All those top positions. Obviously, maybe 6th and 4th, not the same, but all those top positions are sort of dominated by our teams that are in MPL, maybe MPLC. Whereas in the EU lobbies, you see a bit more diversity in the skill level. We're going to hop over quickly to the leaderboard as I promised before the game. If I get the right screen up. It's not the right screen.
EU, right. I mean, it's pretty good that you don't have pros in the EU, so the less known player can kind of make name for themselves, I believe, which could benefit them in the long terms. They may get noticed by the big teams, while in here in the night you just have the big teams going at it against each other.
Yeah, but if you have a quick peek at the leaderboard, as you can see on the screen, a couple of the teams. Trying to look through the MV duo down in 15th at the start of the night. Will sort of propel themselves up the leaderboard with that finish, but some of the duos up towards the top, I think we're down pretty early. If we have a quick scroll down to the bottom of the leaderboard, we have the where are they? The Happy Campers down in 30, actually up in 13th. There's a scroll down, and then they were actually above where I scrolled from. But they were a team that we saw do pretty well with London and Charity into those top positions. Age-gated and through, we saw through a little bit. Pardon the pun. But I'm going to throw it to a quick break, and then we'll be back for game 2 of 4. And we are back for game 2 of 4. The plane's looking pretty comfortable. I think everyone, bar maybe the Melter teams and perhaps the military teams, I think, will be loving life right now. So you can get pretty much everywhere. As I've once again forgot to turn off my music. There we go. Got a minute until the plane starts, so it's just me and you, chat. Fine, and Samiak, of course.
Yeah, well, it's, as you said, pretty decent plane, but I'm wondering if we actually gonna see that Sosnoka zone.
One day. Maybe today's not her day, though.
Maybe. Hopefully, at least in the last day, which will be next Friday. So, but I have a little hope we will see it tonight. But we still have 30 seconds, so I'm gonna ask you this.
I'm doing an outfit check right now.
Oh.
I'm liking Shimsies.
Really root for this time around.
And I want to see I want to see anyone that's not from MPL. That's my I want to see some people mix it with the big boys. You know, we saw a couple duos last game from at least names I don't recognize. I'm pretty sure they're not at Impo. Maybe an MPLC. We saw obviously Money and an Exodus from Pugna. Yeah, no, we saw them go out quite early. I want to see them do a bit better. But I want to just all those teams that aren't in the MPL, maybe even the teams that aren't in MPLC either, if they can sort of turn up, start slapping around some of the big boys and get a good game in. Start climbing up that leaderboard. That's what I'd love to see.
Would be nice if they will be able to mess with their heads, just for a little. But we see already drops coming into play, and well, Charity and London decided to abandon their plan to go to Stalbra and drop into Primorsk right now. So
I think they saw it as free, so there's no reason not to. You know, it's pointless challenging something when you can get something else that's arguably just as good for free. Wolf and Disciple going towards what is probably my favourite drop. I love that ferry pier area. It's more of always enjoyed dropping, area. But surprised at just how free it is. You normally see in duos that you get like sort of one team in ferry pier, one team to the west, and then one team sort of to the north. Also, we have Jason and Valiate in the AO, but not as close as I was expecting. So yeah, quite a few teams. I think is 3. I think going actually 2 towards North George, 1 towards the south. And we've also got two duos going towards the Savernia. We've got AC Taco and Frost BP and the Noble duo as well. The Vacuous and Fudge. These teams in Yasnaya, but Yasnaya is sort of very well known for being shared. We've got another eastern zone. This time it's a bit more southern. Expect to probably see that prison area come into play. Sort of be the focal point for the end game. Rather than going up north, but we could still see the same circle. We could see one that ends in farm. Yeah, still
or one in prison, which is always fun to watch.
Oh, no, I hate prison endings purely because if it ends in prison, it always does it where it's like centered on the what's it called, the lumberyard. Yes. And then the circle just goes north, north, north. You know, it just ends. So you have these teams that are stuck up the top because you can't jump down because it's too high up. So you just get stuck at the top, and it's really annoying. But I think it's happened to me like twice in tournaments now. I just got stuck up at the top.
You just go into the prison, and then it just shrinks south, so you are stuck with.
Yeah, it's either way. Like if you're not in prison and it shits out in, you're stuck. But if you are in prison, it shits out, then you're also stuck. So it's an area of the map that I would actually quite like to see reworked, purely because, especially in pubs, I always find that if you drop prison, you just have someone that will just come and camp, you know, on the hill, on the big ridge, and just wait for you to walk outside, and then just start shooting you. It's really annoying.
That's true. You just have to do it real quick, but mostly in pubs you get contested there. So
I mean, I never dropped that. So it's been a while. But
yeah,
I'm a military through and through.
Yeah, I'm more of a Pollyanna fella, but
in Face It maybe. I mean the GLL queues, but not in pubs.
In pubs, Pollyanna is usually like 2-3 teams, so it's not hugely contested, and you can get decent fight and decent loot as well. Not spending much time there, but you know, everyone they like it.
It's got a pretty slow first circle. Everyone sort of has their area of the map. We did see the Noble with a team that got Saverni in the end, and I think AC Taco and his teammate actually spotted Frank the Tank in shooting range. It looked like they're going to back off, but they have that eastern compound. They can just work their way towards sort of the mansion area. It looks like the MVJO are going to commit to the hilltop once again. They've taken over Lipovka rather than the mansion area, which I can sort of understand. You get more vehicles, perhaps a little bit more loot as well, just by controlling it. And you also, by virtue of the fact that Packcaps is now dropping in that compound rather than down the hill, secures what is arguably a better position.
Considering how small Lipovka is as a town, well, there's not close to the biggest town. It has so many vehicles in or around it that it's actually crazy.
Well, there's I think 2 hard spawns there now.
Yeah.
There's one sort of just up the north and then one right next to Lipovka. Packcaps actually decided to leave that compound, and Sharpshot's looking for the angle, but it looks like Packcaps is safe for now, so nothing doing there.
And we have a first drop-in zone on the northeast coast.
I wonder if Shims is going to go for it. I don't think he's seen it yet, but It's always the thing I'm curious about. Like, if you have, like, whether you'd go for drops and duos. I've never done it. I think I've taken it off someone before, but I've never actually actively gone for a drop in a duos game. Oh, in a GLL duos game. It's just purely because it's so risky. You know, you run if you try to leave. Let's say you have a good position. Like Shrimzy's position is not amazing, but the fact that they control that sort of hilltop from those compounds, it looks like actually AC Taco's spotted it out. I wonder if maybe they're just trying to loot those compounds. So, and it just happened to have a crate there. A quick peek what's inside. M249 with a tac stock, which you can't put on an M249, and a first aid kit, and no level 3 bags. That's rough. We're a bit disappointed if I'm Taco there. Mind you can't.
But to the point of the drops in duos, usually if I play this competitive kind of duos, I don't go for drops. But if I see one really close to me, I'm willing to take it, despite maybe giving a good position. But you know, you play one goes, one covers.
Yeah, you don't want to
make it real quick.
You don't want to travel to it, but if you get gifted the drop, that's when you
exactly
into maximum yoink.
Yeah, like Taco just did. Well, if they will decide to actually go for it.
I think they've already taken it. Just watched him take it. But it's getting a bit more congested. That central area. The prison is Prison Hill rather is relatively empty for now. Sharpshot and Kickstart have gone towards the cube compound. It looks like there's actually been a crash on the sort of the western edge of the zone. About the circle of made some friends here. Instant Fury now, the last one up. He's trying to go for the jump shot, but he's not going to land it. And the nade comes in perfectly. Draxi gets the kill. Dodge go down. Couldn't dodge that one. That was the most obvious pun I've ever made. Apart from maybe the quick one earlier, actually. But Piglin and Draxi securing it. Easy 4 points, and it's just free loot as well. They basically had their own form of a drop just appear. Not an ATEX on it. You know, it's
like it when you get loot delivered to the door.
I don't even think they took damage to it as well. They just got the 2 kills. So.
Yeah, they did. I think they didn't do any damage, so that's a really clean plate.
It's pretty much exactly how you want it to go out.
Yeah.
No knocks, no damage, and a bunch of loot. Obviously, one thing that's sort of underrated, or rather under-discussed, is the sort of the economy of PUBG. You want to be going into those late circles with your fresh helmets, your fresh vests, and making sure you don't... because there's such a disadvantage to...
Venerity just knocked Pride from the vehicle. And now they're going against Bizarre time. It's closed to the West Bridge.
Yeah, they've both gone down now, so Ben's screwing both. Have I crashed? I have crashed. Yay.
Did you?
Hmm.
That's, well, nothing new, so we're gonna do a little bit radio
4th time tonight.
Yeah.
We'll be back in a second, but
northwest of Yasnaya, we have fight between Glorigin with Patron against the Team Murph. And Team Murph actually hitting a few pot shots on Glorigin, but they decided to give up on this fight. And Glorigin, with about 20% of the HP going away in the vehicle. And on the rest of the zone, Bahawaka and Hetro fighting from Dimension towards the Lamborghini and Vinny on M, who are in the yellow houses. Southeast of Mansion, few potshots there. Once again, not really much connected. But this is exactly what you were talking about, that economy in PUBG, that you want that helmet, you want that vest, preferably level 2. And often you get like, whenever you get tapped with a sniper rifle, you just lose it. And now Patron getting double kill on Fudge and Edakilos slightly above the Poliana Lake. They just gatekept them, and now Menban is coming the same way, and Patron and Glorigin seems to hear it and trying to wait for it. They are going for it. Menban is with about 60% HP, going straight to them. They're gonna hit few shots. The car has been, car is blown, and Glorigin and Menban already on 3 kills from this little area. So they're doing a lot of good gatekeeping. We see the second zone coming a little bit northwest.
Pretty northwest. We're back in the game now, so love to see it. At least we've been able to get in. every time you've crashed. But that heaven area is now looking pretty spicy. Minifridge and Baby Beans up there, but Rello and Shinboy have grabbed some kills as this stupid transition still exists in the game. Hasn't disappeared in the 30 seconds since I last complained about it.
Well, they're probably not gonna have for a longer time. But down south, look at the Chariot in London going against VII. They're just crashing there. Or then, well, they're not crashing, but they're going really close.
This is an odd place to be as well. Neither duo should be there given the zone, but they somehow managed to run into each other. J-Sank, I think, got a couple tags with the SLR, but London not put down, obviously, Charity. So look, carried that duo to a pretty respectable finish last game, but this time they're both up. Landoon, why are you trying to kill your teammate?
Well, when he's not getting killed, he's going for his teammate.
Just really wants to have that solo game himself.
Yeah, just want to prove.
At least the res comes in.
Yeah.
I expect they'll go up towards the Raptor Road. Use that to have a look into the circle. They're gonna notice that pretty much that whole south side is empty now. Obviously, the southeast is a couple duos getting a bit friendly, but apart from that, pretty empty for now. And I think we're entering that stalemate as I see that Bahawaka lands a little headshot, but I don't think they're going to push in it. So they're just gonna wait. Obviously, both teams in a compound, which eventually loads. Yeah. But for now, every team's sort of not necessarily happy with where they are, but they're in a position, and that's what matters. But Lamborghini and Winnie having a bit of a sneak up onto the edge gates and through. Duo and Shimbo goes down to Relin and the last one up, and this is their opportunity to push. But Rembo's trying to get those tags in return. Winnie trying to return the fire, but nothing happening. And as soon as they're in nade range, should be all. She's wrote rather. The edge gated through rush, but that nade's not quite close enough. The res should be able to come in. Rello's actually going to go for the peak, and Rello do a bit of damage here. Can they get a bit of revenge? Puts Lamborghini down, so now suddenly it's a 2v1 for the other way, but Lamborghini's going to get flushed. Kills stolen by Sharpshot, so Winnie now last one up. Bit of aggression came in. I like the aggression, but they threw their load a bit too early with the
they didn't
nades.
execute on it as they should have.
I think they could have got a lot closer with those nades before they had to do anything. And it's not quite worked out, but Winnie's still alive. There's still an opportunity to salvage the game.
Well, he will have to pull a great performance because Shimbo and Rillo are kind of looking his way. Now they turned away, but Sharpshot and Kickstart can still probably see him or are willing to move towards the better position to spot him out. But
Hedgehog fell off his bike.
what has he done?
Did he lose the tire? Someone shot the tire from miles away and Hedgehog fell off. And Interrogate's actually going to be the one to get the kill. Shimbo and Rello have pulled up nearby, but the flush came in before they could get involved. Ahawaka just about survived the rotation as well, but Mossy and Quattro actually, I think, have an angle on him.
I'm not really sure. They probably have. Yeah, they shot his bike. He's just prone next to it.
EQ now pulled up onto the is it the beans? Or the beans, is it? No, it is the fridge full of beans. Of course it is. Mini fridge and baby beans.
Yeah. I was
Chilling
actually
this
willing
compound,
to
need
ask
some
you how you
friends.
feel about this split in the Haven when you are going 2-2 or 1-1 in the Haven, where you can basically cover.
If you play Heaven,
For
you
your
need to hold both sides. So it's sort of a necessity. Like you either control both or you control neither. It's a really nice play by Baby Beans and a mini fridge to sort of guarantee the kill by both going for it at the same time. I was like, now the last one up, down below. Maybe gonna be able to push onto mini fridge, but mini fridge is a nice little off angle here.
But Bazak seems to have the idea.
Mini fridge isn't gonna come off this roof if he's smart, but actually he's looking for the peak. He's gonna get tagged up. So he's about to get the thing. The problem is here, Baby Beans can't trade at all. So if mini fridge goes down, then that's gonna be him down and out rather than just down.
Now he can. If he baits him to the roof, Baby Beans can actually help him. But Minifish is playing really smart. He's trying to bait Balzac to actually peek towards the Baby Beans.
I think Balzac's sort of recognized what's happening and he's backed off as a result.
Yeah,
I
just
want to see a
not
bit of aggression come in from the Beans duo. Just flush it out. Make sure you have that control, because the problem now is that they run the risk of being crashed on the south side. The fact that they're both committed to this means that they can't put any sort of pressure on the garage building on the south side. So they need to flush it out sooner rather than later for me.
But now they're getting tagged by Frost from the north, from the Alamo, east of Poliana. And Minifish seems to be stuck on the roof for a change.
And Baby Beans is finally looking for that engagement. The nade comes in, puts Balzac to half HP. Baby Beans gets put down to half in return, so Minifish still in a bit of a rush. We can just chill on the roof for now. So there's no real way for Balzac to get involved anymore. But that circle is looking perfect. But this is where, based on the fact that they haven't sort of finished off this gunfight, now they run the really big risk of being crashed on the south, so they have to be super careful here.
And maybe Moody's going that way. Actually, he's turning towards the yellow houses, but this is a sign he shouldn't go there.
There's a little dip. He's actually going to go over the dip. I was expecting to stop at, but there's another dip to his north, just on the edge of Yasnaya, which I expect maybe he's going to go towards with the bike. He's actually, I think, lost a tire now, so it's the sort of time where you want to pull up as early as possible. Yeah, he's going to stop in the dip now. Venerated's going to join him. And Vijay in a pretty decent position. Get Flash is moving towards him though, so maybe the chance for an engagement. He's spotted, I think, that they stopped there, so he's going to back off. Going to give up on a rejoin with Vexel for now.
And he also get tagged by a Frost. And Frost is just, spamming those bullets, tagging everyone. Not much coming out of it, but he takes a lot of utility from the other, which he can use or play against in the later stages of the match.
Shimbo and Relo have managed to make their way in onto the edge of Yasnaya, but they're not in the zone for now. They need to push towards Valiant and J-Sank to push into that Mansion Forest. I haven't already said, I think I've actually said it like 3 or 4 times now, but it is the most fun part of the map to play in my opinion. I will never stop saying how much I love the Mansion Forest.
I'm always afraid to go there, because you move like 2 meters and there is another duo sitting behind the bridge, rock, and a fallen tree. You never know what's waiting there.
If you're the first team in, it is the easiest little kill fest on the planet. You just sit on the edge, wait for everyone to just drive into you, and you just grab all the kills. So much fun. I had an ending once that ended in the middle of the little lake in the forest, like literally in the middle of it. So we just had smokes absolutely everywhere. I think it was me and one of my teammates versus 3. We were just all sat in this smoke in the lake because of the circle. So we couldn't see each other, and no one could prone. So it was just everyone just sort of stood there looking at each other, but through smokes. It was such an odd ending, but so much fun.
These are the endings are nice. You just want to, you have something new to play, and it's really fun that the RNG of PUBG, whatever you can get, you have to utilize.
One thing I'm going to point out that's sort of cool is the fact that Baby Beans and Minifridge were unable to finish that fight off with Bullsack means that Sharpshot and Kickstart have been able to pull onto the south side of the heaven for free, and they'll probably get up this ridge and probably take over the garage. I think Sharpshot's actually looking for the way up, looking to take control of it. Maybe it's not the end of the world for Baby Beans and Minifridge, is that they will still be allowed to live. They can chill in those 2 houses. They have actually given up on the glass house, but now Sharpshot and Kickstart have been gifted what is arguably the best spot left in the zone. That's a bit of indecision, potentially coming back to bite the fridge full of beans.
Most likely, and now Frank has to get inside the zone, and he's gate kept by 3 teams. He won't make it.
One more bullet should put him out. There he goes. Origin pulls out the nade, but it's a bit too late. At least I think they got one of the 2. With this zone now, it's actually gone all the way back towards that forest area. So it looks like those teams that are, whichever team wins that gunfight, or the gunfights, in the edge of the forest is going to be in a pretty spicy position.
And Disciple and Wolf has really good position. They have eyes on both Shrimps with Snake and Shimbo and Rillo.
Sharpshot's just done exactly what the Philippines couldn't do, and just taken out the final player from EQ, done it for them, and I wonder if that's actually going to end up being a bad thing for Sharpshot.
It may probably turn against them as being an unit which has a little bit more favorable position, but not that much. If the zones will go away, it will go completely at one point.
Lamplot getting taken out by Kickstarters. They look to mop up on these kills on the south side. Excellent get flush, meanwhile, taking out the avocado duo. Lamport, don't think his reservoir is not really enough time, but
Look at Mansion.
It's getting a little bit. Three teams pretty much on top of each other. Is that 4 people in the same house? Yeah, it is. Valier to J-Sank upstairs. Shimbo and Relo downstairs, sharing the house, sharing the rent. Packups and Interrogate one in on the action as well. Is there any nades? Is there any utility on these players? He's got 6 nades. He needs to just start lobbing them in those windows. Oh, he's actually naded his teammate. Interrogate puts Packups down to 4 HP. Oh, I honestly thought that was it for Envy. Toro tried to take out his own teammate. Perhaps thought he was on the other end of the duo for a moment. Why Packups isn't utilising his utility? There's 4 people in that house. Obviously, they can't know there's 4. Probably think it's a 2v2, but he's getting shot in the back now. They need to find a way to get involved in them. Well, I mean, I don't think there is a way inside the house. They should get involved in this, get those gunfights going. Terra gets one, Valier goes down as well, but still another duo in there. Packups just walk straight in, straight on top of each other, and they get taken out. Velo gets both. Lovely little spray down to put Envy White down. I don't think they were expecting that. They just walk in the house, there's just another duo.
Yeah, they could know by the kills, by the distribution of the kills in the kill feed, but they probably didn't have much time to think about it as they shot in the back. So they just, went for a cover and it didn't pay out.
Disciple and Wolf have arguably the best position in the zone. I love these little dips. It's sort of my go-to place if I go towards the match first. But on top of that, they have a little gift. Go have a quick look as it falls to the sky. What have you got for it? What are you? Let's be having here. Ooh. There's actually an attachment that's usable on the gun that's in the crate as well. For once. The sniper suppressor on that Orm. That's going to be really useful going into that late game. The one thing with the Orm is if you get it early game, by the time you come to these sort of the phase 6, phase 7, you actually normally run out of ammo because you've been trying to use it to get those early knocks. But the fact you get it now, and the fact that there's going to be people with no vest, means that there's a lot of opportunity to do a lot of damage with that thing.
But I would like 15x with a gun.
Nah, 15x is pointless. It's literally the most pointless scope in the game. There's no range where the 15x is better than a 6.
It definitely is. Like, just the look of it on the big green bad boy gun.
I'd rather have a red dot. But the red dot Orm is surprisingly good actually. It's not as good as it's not as good on the the patch before where it one-shot level 2 vests. Yeah. Literally late game, it was pointless having an AR. Just use the Orm. There's so much damage. You just walk around and use it as a shotgun in those final circles. It was actually like super effective at it. Cypher and Wolf are getting pushed and missed it, but they actually both went down. So the Orm's going to go to Educated through a team that we saw didn't do too well last game, but it's perhaps their redemption. Moody goes down meanwhile on this western edge. Bloodline looking for a bit of security on this western side. Venerated now the last one up in the duo.
What do they know about Snake and Shrimsy? I mean, they probably have the idea. They're looking that way.
Ben's in a really tough spot here. He's getting shot at from the east, so he can't really be looking south. As if he's proning in there, looking up. He's going to get run up behind. They're going to spot him. They're going to take him down. Ben goes down. Patron securing it, and now Bloodlines have that western side pretty much to himself, apart from obviously actually Mini Fridge and Baby Beans are going to push for it, and there is a knock coming through. I think H-Gated through actually got the knock on Glory Gene, but X-Coded steals it. They do know they're up there, so there's a potential for Fridge for the Beans to get an extra kill, the third of the game, and secure a top 5 placement.
Now we have really good push from Sharpshooter and Kickside. They want that kills. They're going for a Shimbo and Reload. That may surprise them. I'm not sure that Shimbo and Reload are actually aware they have somebody on the south side. I think they might think it's pretty clear as they cleared it out and were the last one going from there. But most important for a Sharpshot now is not to shoot, not to give away his position, get a Shimbo and Reload by surprise.
They don't know exactly where they are. They know they're roughly in that area of the map, but they have to be super careful they don't end up stumbling on top of a guy that's prone and just happens to be looking their way. So they have to be super careful. They're making their way up. They're making this little crouch walk work. It might be the opportunity to spring a surprise, but Rello is actually looking that way. He runs over the ridge. He's going to get sprayed down. Sharp shot, going to land the spray. Suddenly a 2v1. Shimbo last one up. Age gating it through. It's perhaps all she wrote for now, at least into this game, but the nade's coming in. He's going to take Shimbo down. He's just about far enough away. Can he get sharp shot down? He can, so 1v1 now. Shimbo versus Kickstart for the eastern side of the zone, but Xcode his teammate is sneaky in behind that flash. Shimbo will be blind. Blind as a bat. But Xcode and Mooney are sneaky in. A team we saw go down on the eastern coast last game, whereas they tried to come in with a boat. Should see with Shimbo very soon. We might actually spot the Jews. No, never mind. He sees Shimbo now. They're going to get the spray down. Can they tag him up? He's one shot away from death. Chop's trying to kickstart, peeking over the ridge as well. So it's all about who can get those 2 points first.
Meanwhile, Baby Beans and Mini Fridge just taking the central position. They just went for us. We're kind of middle of the zone.
I think they had to sort of. I think they worked out that everyone was on that eastern side. That it was all.
Yes. Yeah.
All over there. So they've just used that as an opportunity to take over this map control. You know, all of a sudden, there's pretty much no one. Nowhere to play, but Sharpshot gets that first knock on to Scotus. Mooney now returning the favor. Sharpshot now last one up, but Baby Beans steals the kill onto Kickstart. So Sharpshot and Mooney versus the Fridge Full of Beans. He said that maybe the lack of control of that compound would come in to bite them, and Sharpshot was the player there, but both teams looked to survive it as there was no real aggression between the two. Mooney looking to end Sharpshot's game though. He's going to spot him on the tree, but he gets tagged up, and he has no utility to really swing this gunfight his way, so it's a straight up gunfight. Who can land the headshot first? But Baby Beans comes in, grabs the kill, grabs the 2 points, grabs the second place. Now the Fridge Full of Beans with the info exactly where Mooney is, and with the zone. I have to say I'm very close now to the W. Losing a spot. Baby Beans do a lovely little shot here. So 1v1 now. Mini Fridge versus Mooney. But Mini Fridge has all the info in the world. Mooney has absolutely no idea where he is. He doesn't now. The MT4 shot comes in, puts him low. 43 HP in a dream, and that vest must be damaged.
Really damaged. Probably the vest. Maybe also a helmet, as he got into the 2 fights already. And Mooney just throw a smoke, which I'm not really sure about, but he's probably trying to make something work. And Minifree just getting those shots really easily.
What is that logo? Oh, that's magical. Fridge Full of Beans, 6 kills and a win. What's that? 32 points. It's a pretty spicy game. Once again, we see those. I mean, a lot of the lobby is players from MPL, the sort of the youth team of Ghosts, which I'm going to put in the same sort of band of players. But once again, we saw sort of the same teams as last time, by and large, up in those top spots. Obviously, Charity and Landu went down a bit earlier. The Envy Duos, I think, didn't quite have as good games as they did last time. Mooney and Xcodis definitely had a better game than before, but we saw a Big Beans and Mini Fridge all the way up in that first spot with a bunch of kills. The Ghost and Wildcard duo at third place, and the Velo and Shimboy, the Age Gate and the Through duo. I want to say they play MPLC.
Actually connected to the game because they're once again 26th with 0 kills.
Yeah, I think we saw them down rotation right at the start of the game. I think it was in first circle. So it's been a rough start to the night for those two. We do still have 2 Miramar games coming up, and we'll have the first one right after this break. Welcome back to game 3 of the night. On to the first game of Miramar. We'll be having 2 on the map, and once again, it's a pretty nice little plane. Nothing too spicy coming out across these games so far. As everyone's sort of going to be able to travel to where they want to go. Miffed. It was one of my favourite songs that came on, but then let's go back into the action. So better be a good game. So let's get an Eastern Island to make up for the fact. So they're actually the Noble Duo are actually doing this.
I believe we've already seen this play tonight in Europe. Or very similar plane to this one. Let's see if we're gonna get similar zones as well. But so far, actually, Edacolus and Fudge opted to go for the island.
What are they doing? this is where it's actually going to end there now, and they're going to be like, entirely vindicated.
Yeah, if they're gonna invest and it's gonna pay out, that's gonna be huge.
It's basically like a pretty free win. But
Yeah, we
let's go
actually
out
haven't
to,
seen much from them tonight.
yeah, they're an interesting duo. Obviously, Noble was in the MPL, dropped. I think they came last in the end, and then didn't do too well in the relegations either. And now down in the MPLC, I'm not 100% sure how they're doing. So in that, but for all I know, they could be first, they could be last. But they've certainly not shown their full potential so far tonight. In it's not going on the eye, but they've certainly not shown their full potential tonight. But something that's a bit odd is we have Dodge and we have the Ghost. There's a Ghost Hooligans sharing two houses on the Power Grid Peninsula. A bit of an odd one. Of all places to drop as 4 people, it's certainly surprising, but somehow San Martin is clear right next to them.
Sometimes it's really unfortunate where you decide to drop, but also in Pecado there is 3 duos there. And as you said, Snake and Shrimsy with Crab and Fury. A little bit north of them. A lot of hot drops, to be honest, this time around.
I think it's something you sort of expect to see on Miramar a little bit more, purely because the loot is often centered around these cities. I mean, there are more compounds, but there are compounds that everyone sort of prioritizes. You know, these god buildings, is the the brick houses, stuff like that. Yeah. So you tend to see duos, if they do want to compound loot, they'll go for the same compounds. And that's what we've ended up seeing here with the Hooligans and with Dodge. Both gone for a bit of an unusual compound, but it has 2 of the god buildings. There's actually probably enough loot here for 2 full people. But there's no vehicle, I don't think. Oh no, there's one just to the north. So one duo wants to back out. Maybe they can make their way over there. Circle is pretty much centered on Los Leones, so yeah, I doubt it will end there. But it gives a lot of opportunities. There's a bunch of different types of zones that could sort of happen in the area. You know, if it goes all the way east, you end up with even to the south to some extent, you end up with a zone that's very much centered around playing on foot. Whereas if it goes into the zones, it's all about those compact, the house pushing. If it goes west, if it goes north, then it becomes a much more open, much more long range of gunfight. Got a bit of engagement happening now down in Picado. Venerator's already been taken out, so Moody now last one up. I mean, the res is possible, but it's gonna be a bit rough. Nickel and Draxi, actually the first duo to go out, I think, is they were found somewhere else, but
they trying to get Power Grid and Valiant and Jason just burst them. Good play from them. They've got the guns and just push them. They weren't really expecting it. Just get those 2 kills, get a good start. Once again. But now it seems that Moody actually loves Venerated in Pecado, and they took a vehicle and just goes away from there.
I'm not particularly surprised. I think he knew that the other 2 had the angle, and it's really rough trying to get into that house. There's only real 2 ways in. I think he wanted to run the risk of it being held, so he's just going to drive into the circle, perhaps take something central. Just try and play from there late. Venerated does get finished off in the end. Taco's in a bit of a rough spot here, driving between the Refrigerator Beans duo. Baby Beans actually gets taken out by Balzac. And Taco now put down low, but I don't think the res is going to come in. Actually, no, he should be safe. Should be Reservoirs. He's in that tower. So Minifridge is going to go over, get his teammate up, make sure they survive. As Balzac is sneaking up, but he's on foot, so it's going to take a little while to get there.
But apart from that, I'm still kind of surprised that Snake and Shrimsy didn't actually push to the fight with Crop and Fury. And it seems like both teams are trying to disengage. Few potshots going here and there. That's something that's happening a little bit north of Pecado. But I don't think anything is really connected. Slow fight, Shrimsy is taking a flank.
I think if Shrimsy can get above them, then there's an opportunity to win the gunfight out. But it's kind of rough. I think he has to. I think he can do it safely without being spotted, but it's whether you want to risk that. You know, if let's say Snakers gets knocked in the meanwhile, as he tries to beat to sort of to keep the keep the Dodge Duo busy. Crop actually secures the vehicle. He's going to maybe bring it up and try and secure Fury, but actually going to back off. But now Strimsy potentially has an angle onto Fury here. That's the timing right. Has to make sure he can secure that knock, sort of guarantee it. Otherwise, maybe it won't quite work out. Fury's actually going to try and make a run for it, and maybe they're going to just try and get that vehicle back off. But Strimsy is going to be there fast enough. I think Fury gets tagged up a little bit. Strimsy spotted the vehicle, spotted roughly where Fury's gone as well.
He's just sneaking up, trying to spot him with that SKS. He spots Grub. Oh, that was bad.
Such awkward timing there as Crop moved exactly when Strimsy started shooting. Oh, but he lands the headshot that time. Crop put low now. Fury trying to back off as well. You just have to sort of commit to these angles that they have at the minute. It's just really rough for Strimsy to get around. He can do it, but it takes so long. In that time, he runs the risk of just sort of leaving Snakers out to dry.
He's still trying to land those shots, but apart from that one, nothing else really connected. Getting tagged back from Crop, and Shrimsy's down to 76 HP. Now trying to spread the vehicle. Well, they get him a few tags, but it's not enough, and Crop will make it away. Probably pick up Fury and just leave altogether.
It's super rough now for Shrimsy. I don't actually think he can get up there. But the Dodge Duo are going to escape for now. At least survive to the next circle. Bit of a stalemate as everyone's sort of finding their feet in this game now. Finding their sort of home. But Rello and Shinboy have still got some more friends in Picado here. Get Flushed and Vexel. And Vexel's actually been spotted. Rello gets the angle, and they trade a bit of damage there, but Vexel taking a lot more as the headshot came in. Get Flushed has perhaps got an opportunity to sort of form a bit of a sneak attack on H getting them through. If they just walk past him, maybe Get Flushed can get the initial knock and turn that into a 2v1 for his team.
But the Real seems to be aware that Get Flushed may be close to him. He's trying to play smart around the buildings he has, and not really open towards Get Flushed. And Get Flushed is really passive in this fight. He haven't pushed when Reload got tagged, and haven't really do anything from the house he's in right now. He's just sitting there. So they probably both gonna... I'm not sure how they're gonna actually engage this or disengage this, because Vexel and Shinboy hold the angle against each other. Meanwhile, Reload and Get Flushed are like 10 meters from each other and not really fighting as they're both in the safe houses.
Vexel has a really good sort of ability to cover Get Flushed here. If Get Flushed just plays passive, as long as Vexel keeps him busy, if at any point they perhaps cross the road and walk along that little wall to try and maybe get the bike, that's an opportunity for Get Flushed to just get a free kill, really. They are going to be forced to move eventually as they're not in the next zone as well, so this fight is sort of going to have to reach its climax at some point. They're actually going to try and smoke the vehicle, and this is maybe where Get Flushed is going to come into play.
Reload seems to hold it, but well, I'm curious how this is going to play out. If Get Flushed just hasn't kind of wasted the smoke.
No, it's Rello's smoke. So.
Oh, it's Reload's. All right.
Yeah, Get Flushed hasn't made any sound. They have no idea he's there. But it's all about whether he gets that timing. I'm surprised Rello or Shinboy hasn't maybe tried to cross the road and try to get to the bike yet, as they do need to escape. But Get Flushed just needs to remain patient here. I think he's going a bit over aggressive here. He doesn't need to push on Rello, just hold the vehicle. But it might work out in the end. Rello does make that run across, and Get Flushed is going to get the spray anyway. So, although it perhaps wasn't the way I'd play it, it still works out. Still get that first kill. Now it's that 2v1 versus Shinboy. Looks like they're probably going to be able to get control of that vehicle. Risha Vokadu goes down as the Ghost Hooligans take them out. Shimsy and Snake is getting one apiece. Shinboy now is backed off into the top. Meanwhile, Barawaka has been taken down by Pack Caps. Over on the eastern edge of the zone, Terrigan and Pack Caps are trying to light them up, and Hedgerow now down to 1 HP. They had a bad game last game. It's not going to be very good if they go out again.
Sharp managed to heal up, but taking damage as he stands. Now trying to push closer to Bahawaka, maybe smoke him up, but this is probably... If Interrogate played as well, this is end of the intro.
That nade might be perfect. It hits the rocket. It was on target, but it just didn't quite reach the required distance. Packap's trying to return the favor with the nade of his own. And it comes in, it lands perfectly on top of Headshot, takes him down. Space Station Yellow go out. Packap's securing both
VSS
in the end.
VSS kill. We have VSS. Well, no, actually not a kill. But Wolf VSS and he's getting knocked. Where is that happening?
In the northwest somewhere. Wolf's got one, but he gets traded out in return. Snowbird gets the first. Can he get the second onto Disciple now? Whoever wins this fight will probably be able to rest his teammate, but Wolf's actually getting flushed by someone else. So the consequence here, he's going to go for it. Flush out the kill onto
that was just hard.
Wolf, but Disciple with the nade worked out really well. He has got enough time to get this first aid. I don't think he's going to... He may be able to get the res onto Frank. I think he will actually. Maybe enough time for now. It's going to be a bit rough. As soon as that circle pops, obviously it's going to start doing more damage. So there's not enough time.
Nope. Frank is gone.
Meanwhile, Patron on the edge of Leon's here. The circle looks like it's going to favour that southern side of Leon's. Maybe shift all the way back in. Would be our first urban ending. It's going to go all the way to the sort of southwest side of Leon's.
There's a lot of town in the play.
And this is where the sort of the close quarter specialists come into play. They earn their money, so to speak. I think Kickstart and Sharpshot are certainly laughing. They have a really nice little compound, but it's very hard to hold that compound as a duo. Kickstart is out in the western dip for now, which is also a pretty strong place to play, but it's very easy for a team to come in from the east, for a team to come in from the south, even the north to an extent. It's going to be kind of rough for them to be able to hold on, so I expect they'll probably just commit to a certain area of it. Perhaps hold the split they have for now, or just group up in one of two spots to just sort of control their areas. They will eventually have some people trying to share it with them. Mossy is coming in on the eastern side. He's going to drive straight into Charity here. He's going to spray him down, but actually no, the car just misses. I thought he was going to get run over there, and it looks like Mossy's actually going to somehow get through. But that car is super low. A couple of bullets, and Mossy's going to go down, so he needs to get out soon. Still go for it. That's ballsy.
But Charity don't have actually a vision, so he may be able to get somewhere, but I'm not sure. He should be safe for now. He seems to find a little bit of space for himself. And Pride and Pistola Time are actually still in the game.
It's their best performance of the night.
Yeah, that's
saying
definitely
a lot.
New. But on the west side, we have Lamborghini and Vinny trying to hold off the Valley 8. Meanwhile, Jason just drove in between them and trying to help his teammate. Too late.
Yeah, no chance. This is where Jason just needs to leave. It just needs to go. Get into the zone. Yeah, I suppose you could probably try and go for the kills, try and get a bit of revenge, but if you start shooting towards them and then they just turn around and headshot you and you go out in 22nd with 2 kills, then certainly what could have been an okay game just turns into a bad game. Maybe an opportunity to get 1 or 2, but I'm actually going for the SLR there. They're tagging him up, but now Lamborghini's in a good spot to get the kill. He gets the spray down. Jason goes down. Space Station going out, and Lamborghini with there's 1 each. For the underperforming duo. Also, we saw them have a pretty decent game 1. It looks like they're trying to start off well into game 3 as well. Bit of a stalemate now as other teams, apart from maybe Noble on that northeastern edge, have sort of found their home in the circle. Waiting to see what it does next. Legs and Shrimsy coming in on the northwest side. I think a lot of these teams just don't want to commit to the sort of the urban area of the map because it's so hard to leave. But there are certainly teams being forced in.
You always want to play around those edges of the town, like maybe Mini Fridge is playing in the really decent spot with Moody. So basically they can leave whenever they want, but...
This is exactly why, because that circle now has gone west. All those teams in Leons have to leave or have to try and make their way into pretty much just Sky and Mini Fridge's compounds. Sharpshot and Kickstart are actually going to try and crash into the one that Moody's sneaky in, but he's actually hiding, so I think Moody's just going to chill for now. Chop shot, kickstart, get a pretty decent position. Taco and Frost BP in a nice spot as well. And can beginning and win it. Try to sneak up on Mamban and Blazing.
Blazing seems to spot them. He's looking that way, definitely.
And Video gets taken out by Dodge. Meanwhile, I'm not quite sure where that went down, but player 1 meanwhile trying to make the way in, and they're going to run straight through Skies here. Where this guy gets up to look, I'm not sure, but the player 1 has to be really careful here as they Skies actually makes the peak. Can he get a first down? He does. Gets D-Cheese down. Doesn't take much damage to boot. That nade might be perfect, but the trade nade comes in. D-Cheese probably going to get flushed back at least. But the prone by Skies is not quite going to work. Lamplot gets the flush, gets the kill. Will be able to save his teammates as well. But Vexel and Get Flushed looking to make that push, looking to maybe get involved on that. Whether they can get there in time, I'm not sure, but they might be able to at least launch a bit of a surprise attack.
Now, actually, Petron and Glorigina kind of sharing compound with the Minifridge. And Minifridge plays really passive, don't want to give away his position. He knows he has one in the warehouse he's sitting in, but he's not probably sure about the other one. But he sees him. Will he pick him? I'm not sure, but if he wants to use his opportunity, he should do it now. Gene as well getting tagged, so it will be easier job for him.
But I think he's just going to wait, try and get a couple of placement points before he tries to launch that assault. If he goes out now, let's say puts a couple of tags into Gene, Gene hides, Patron joins in. Suddenly Midfridge is going out on a 0-point game. But if he can wait, you can try and maybe get into the top 20 players. That's this opportunity for sort of a bit of a salvage mission.
This is just the thing. If he wants to go for this, like plays like take one player, you have to go get the spray and get the flush instantly.
Yeah, but the one thing you don't want to be doing here is getting one player and dying. You have to be turning this game into a 4 or 5 pointer sort of thing. And the only way for him to do that is to be able to win that 1v2. And yeah, he might get the kill onto Glory June, but he can't confirm the second one. He has no idea where Patron is. For all he knows, Patron might be here. Probably a couple of meters to his left, proning somewhere. So I think it's I would say pointless, but unnecessarily risky for him to get involved now.
It definitely is. But on the other side, we can see on the southeast, Pistolata and Pride actually getting a kill as well. And they got down London. So Charity is last man standing, but we know Charity can pull this off. He's more than capable. But now he's struggling as Pistolata landed a few shots. And with a headshot, Charity is going down in 19th place. But Minifridge actually got the Glory Gene in the end. So
all these duos committing to this sort of same area of the map on the north side now. Dodge, Voxel, and the remaining player from Mage getting through, all in pretty much exactly the same area. Vexel's a really nice little angle here. Into the Fury, he runs anywhere near Vexel's angle there. Just gonna get taken down instantly, and I think Snakers actually has a nice little off angle on them as well. So getting a bit rough, but the circle has gone pretty much up to them. Vexel and Gefrost don't really need to move. Shinboy needs to move a couple meters at most, and same exactly for Crop and the Fury.
Yeah, but Fury has probably the toughest situations because whatever way he goes, he will either expose himself to the Vexel or to get flashed, who is kind of holding the inside angles.
Pride Time here is getting involved with underperforming. They just take them down instantly, get both kills within about a second of each other. Having a bit of coordination there, whether it's intentional or not, I'm not sure. But Pride Time up to 4 kills, securing a lot of the south, but they will have to work through at least one more team to get into this zone. Looks like they're trying to find those kills towards the western side. We've got Dos Amigos hopping on the bike, and they're going to use that to try and make their way into the zone, but there's really nothing to play. Night Tire's getting dangerously pop. They're going to make their way in for now. I think they're going to drive straight into executing some money here. Blazing goes down, Mamba now last one up. A bike and a dream. He's going to find this shack. I think no, he's going to keep going, but that bike is so low now. Everywhere he drives, just gets sprayed more and more. He drives straight into another team. There's nowhere for him to play. Just going to have to pull up here, but one bullet will take him out. Can he survive? That bike almost killed him. These nades from AC Taco, though, might be his undoing as they look to push over the ridge, but they're being held back for now. Perhaps Mamba being saved by a different team here.
Now, Pistol Time Pride has really different position. They has to go in the open towards the zone with 2 teams looking at them. Vex is already somewhere else. Okay,
He's killing himself. So,
yeah,
interesting game plan. But they are in the zone, I think. So the res will come in, and they'll be okay for now. Crop does get that kill onto the remaining player from Age, getting them through.
So far, Pistol Time and Pride still kinda on the edge of the zone, not in, trying to get as close as possible. But they've got probably knock on AC Taco, and took the opportunity to move at least a little bit.
But this run for Pride Time is so rough. There's just nothing for them to play. There's Smokes finding a bit of soft cover, but Pugner Esports have a really nice little angle over this ridge. To make it even worse, they're running into another duo there, so there's just nothing to do, nothing to play. There's no real way they make it to this ridge. They need to try and get a knock, but Pistolo Time actually the one to get knocked. So Pride now, last one up. Smoke's going to clear as well, make it easy for Excodus to secure that knock, to secure the kill. Rossi with these nades actually almost kills money with the first one. Second one coming in, can he get a knock? Not quite. But Circle now has gone south on that road, so all those teams on the north side have to pretty much commit to Lampalot's little compound, play on that wall, or try and cross the road, which is pretty much impossible.
But Sharpshot and Kickstart are now in wonderful position. They are in the middle of the circle, basically in one of the last buildings in the circle, and with a huge view around them. Nobody can basically push them, and they have a Moody as a protector as well, so maybe he will help them out in case of need.
Must be looking to do a bit of damage on this western side as he takes the engagement versus Ranger and Full Life. That nade almost got the knock onto Ranger, but not quite. Does have to take this 1v2, I think. It doesn't really have an opportunity to do anything else, but he gets tagged up from the side. Mamban actually gets taken down in return, but this engagement on the western side pretty much is going to define who makes it to that top 5, as there's so much room to play for once you take them out. Ranger knows exactly where he is as well. His teammates are a bit split up here. There's a possibility for Frost to get 2 1v1s, potentially win out a fight that he doesn't really have any business winning. Ranger almost seems a bit unsure there's actually no one there. He goes for the loot, backs off. Maybe he can play around this shack for now, but Frost is in the zone, so he's at least maybe going to get a placement or 2 out of this.
Yeah, well, May, but Vexel is down and out, and now Snake and Frimsy.
Ooh.
Oh, as I said it.
Beamed. That is going to be Snake is down and out, because there's no way Shrimsy can get back there in time to res. So, Player 1 Esports, a team that we've seen do really well in the MPL, I think, surprised pretty much everyone. I think they won the promotionals for the MPL and are now in like the top 4 or something like that. So
I think they were like second after week 1 or one of the recent weeks. They had really good start to the MPL.
They're showing what they could do here, and there were some lovely shots with that SLR, putting Snakers down. Shrimsy's still up, and they have to know roughly where he is. I think they have to know he's to the west. Can't be sure where, so they have to be super careful that they don't walk in. And this zone is actually really nice for them. There's still a bit of an area on the north side of the road that maybe will give them a placement or 2. Shrimsy's being forced to push towards them to find a way into the zone. He has this rock for now, but the rock's not in, and the only bit of sort of hard cover, maybe he could cross the road if no one's looking, but he'll run straight into Moody if he's not careful.
Definitely, but now Excodist can run into the Mossy. Manny probably knows they're looking for him, they're careful, trying to spot him. Going as a duo, there's really good work from them. They're going really close to each other for a refrag. And there goes the refrag. But do they have enough time to pick up?
Yeah, the zone's slow. They're on the slow side as well, so they've got more than enough time. It'll be a little bit rough trying to get the first aid in. I think he'll probably have to run in a little bit before he gets it off, but whereas it's going to be done. There we go. So back up to 2. As you said, a good trade there. The fact that they went in from the 2 different angles, they knew roughly where he was. They went to Make sure they didn't have a bit of a surprise coming in from behind.
It's exactly good played, but now they're going to the mini fridge, and mini fridge on point today. Already with a few kills. Looking for more. Good tag on money.
Sure, looking for those people on the west. I think he has to know that they're getting close. Did he spot Ranger there? Not quite. So Furlive and Ranger still incognito for now, but the more they move up, they actually can play this ridge really well. There's pretty much zero opportunity for anyone to get information on them. No one has an angle, so pretty decent little position. But as I say, that sharp shot started to light up the kill feed there. Mooney goes down. They've only got 1 kill so far, but they're dead center of this compound with the best bit of hard cover available.
Oh, what a nade by mini fridge, right on money, get 2 for 1.
It's a free 4 points and an extra placement point. So the top 6 now. We talk about how mini fridge had to be patient earlier, and that patience is being rewarded. Now Ranger, meanwhile, on the western side is trying to push up, but perhaps revealed his location a bit earlier than he should have there. Took some shots towards Sharpshot, but wasn't really able to pull anything off for them. And then now they're going to run straight into Moody and Shrimsy.
Moody and Shrimsy are huge spoilers here because, well, nobody knows about Moody. He's been prone there for decent 10-15 minutes. Haven't made any noise.
He's been there since Circle 1. We're now on Circle 8. So it's been about 24, 23 minutes, and Shrimsy is actually going to be the one to start that gunfight against X. So not quite able to do anything with it for now. Shrimsy got taken out by Furlive in the end. Is Moody? I don't think he's going to win this. He might be able to get a top 2 out of this one. Beatrice and Lampalot go down eventually. There was nothing really they could do when they had to cross. But Moody might be able to spring a little trap here. As even in the game, he might just be permanently AFK. No, he's moving, so he's actually in the lobby. But just relaxes. The gunfight's engaging between Kickstart and Sharpshot, and towards that other duo. Might actually hand him the win, despite the fact that he lost Venerated so early on in Picardo.
Exactly, but Minifridge is still in pretty decent position. Have a little overview on all this whole situation, and can probably do some more work with that K9. Not wait for next shrink. Oh, this is the last one. This is gonna be the star, and Sharpshot is in prime position for a star. Oh my god!
I think Ranger and Furlive can sneak around this western side for free. I don't think either of them are looking. Looks like they're going to go for it as well. If they can sneak around onto the western wall, that's an opportunity for them to clutch out the win. But Kickstart looking for an opportunity to maybe push out. I think they want to clear out Minifridge, make sure that he can't pull anything off. The longer it takes them, you see Ranger's already going for it. He's going to push around this western side. He's going to take a lot of control. There's a big ridge there that they can play, and it might work out perfectly. Moody finally appears, but Kickstart's the one to get the kill. Moody, the last solo left now in a 1v2v2. Everyone's looking his way. He has the 2 smokes, so maybe he'll be able to do something with them, but as soon as he smokes here, he's going to give his position away to Furlive. Furlive's not looking there. They're so focused on this other duo. He actually got put super low by that nade, so down to a couple HP. And the nade comes in actually. Moody, maybe this is his time to strike. Is he going to be able to clutch the win here?
He may be, if he plays his cards right. But Sharpshot and Kickstart are actually focused on Ranger and Furlive. Moody's just creeping in.
If he crouches you, it might actually be able to get a free kill here, as I don't think Sharpshot's looking his way. But the spray comes in, but it's not going to be able to do anything. They're going to pick the left side, going to take it down. 1v2 now for Ranger. Perhaps in a better position. He has a Molotov actually, but never mind. Sharpshot gets the kill. Gets both the solos out in the end. Secures the win. A 5-kill win for Sharpstart. Spicy game for them. They were already up towards the sort of the top end of the leaderboard. So another great game for them is going to propel them even further. Sharpshot really I want to say carrying 4-1's not that big. Mini Fridge is the real carry in this lobby. We saw him with 0 kills, hiding in the brick building, somehow able to get to 4th with 5 kills. It was a big solo play by him.
I mean, wonderful nade from
well.
him. That two-man nade was really great. A lot of good shots with the K9. I believe he get 1 or 2 knocks with it as well. He played it well. He just take a big backpack and put baby pins in there. Just carried him around. It was a good game from him.
Pistola Time and Pride got more points individually this game than they'd got in the first 2 games combined. So it's a bit of an improvement by them. They still need to have a good game to sort of salvage the week in Wingman and start to climb back up. But the 50th place with the 4 kills across the 2 of them is much improved on that. I think it was back-to-back 27th recently. Pack Captain Interrogate down in that 21st. Not a great game by them. Wolford Disciple as well. Team that we saw play pretty well earlier on. Did they win a game? No, they didn't win. I know they had a good game. They were obviously...
No. Bad Caps was second in the first one, I believe.
But yeah, second to Wolf and Disciple. Yes, they did win the first game. I was right. But down in 24th now. So I was speaking in the EU stream earlier about how you have that sort of one good game, one bad game. And that's how you do well in Joe. So I suppose they've had the 2 bad games now. I think they did okay in the second game. So it's been 1 win, 1 okay game, 1 bad game. Now if they have 1 more okay game, 1 more good game, it's going to be a really good week for those 2. So the 24th is not the end of the world. We're going to be throwing...
I did a little kind of calculation, and after 8 games, today the breaking point, those top 16 teams were at around 82 points. So as we said, it's about 8 points a game you want to reach to get actually to the finals for the money.
Well, there we go. We're going to throw to a quick break before we come into the final game of the night, which will be on Erangel again. Miramar, rather. It's getting late. See you guys in a second. 1 more game, 1 more plane. We're 20 seconds away from getting into game 4 of GLL Wingman Season 7 NA Week 2. Will never not be a mouthful. Just managed to pull off. The plane's a little bit more rough than it was last time. So we saw 3 pretty central planes in a row now. Now this one's sort of favouring the northeastern side of the circle. Chumithera, Valdemar, Montenueva are kind of rough to reach. Even to an extent, the sort of the area around the western side of Leones that we saw. A couple of teams go there last time, so a bit more of a difficult one this time around.
It definitely is, but I mean, a lot of teams won't have much of a problem to get where they want. There is still a lot of little compounds you can loot, and with the super settings we have with the loot, you won't have any problems to get everything you need. And once again, we can see Edeculos and Fudge going for the islands. Didn't actually really paid out last time, but they managed to sneak a few kills and not a bad position. But they definitely won't need to step up their game if they want to make it any further.
I'm surprised Noble are committing to this island drop. My guess is they just want to sort of partly have a bit of fun, and partly, if they do happen to get the island circle, just win it. But it's an unusual strategy. I think I've landed there once in 1,500 hours.
I actually managed a few times because just for the fun of it, but it never really paid out.
I mean, there's a hard swarm boat in esports mode. It's kind of easy to get back, but it's pretty pointless if you have Impala or you have Paraiso to drop that. But I suppose in Duos, it's different. Obviously, you're going to have a team in Paraiso, you're going to have your own team as well. But the circle is favouring that San Martin area. It's a potential for power grid as well. It's definitely not going to the island. I can say that for a fact.
That's true. But we still may go to Oasis, but most likely we ain't. So, only thing we can hope for, what we haven't seen yet, is a city ending in San Martin. But we will see about that.
Yeah, Hedron managing to grab himself an early kill here on Mossy's teammate. We saw Mossy have a pretty decent game last time around. They were the team that came. No, they didn't come. Did they come second? I can't.
No,
no,
Mossy
they
were
came like
actually
6th or 7th.
like 6th, yeah. But we have a hot drop in Hacienda. And it's two teams that are really not high. And they need to gather as much points as they need. And most likely one of the teams will be out really soon.
Yeah, Free Shavakadu had a pretty bad game 3. I think they went out. I think they actually went out last place. So both these teams looking for a bit of an improvement on their previous one. But Shrimsy getting a knock on Valiant, you know, I'm not sure why that went down. But right, now the team really wants to commit to a bit of aggression here. And Nate coming in might be able to do a bit of damage, but doesn't get a knock. Stalemate is. Which Vakadu players are happy with staying downstairs. The about the circle players happy with staying upstairs. So, given the circle, I'm not sure any particular urgency is going to come out from either team. Also on the map, Shrimsy obviously we saw get that kill onto J-Sank. It's actually in the compound that Shrimsy and Snakers had last time. J-Sank and Valley decided to join them, unlike the game before. Not sure why.
Last time they were dropping Power Grid, but they were probably late this time to Exodus and Mooney. So they actually decided to go this way, and it doesn't work. Jason getting pushed from both sides now, and he will probably go out really soon.
There we go. Spacious and Black go down to the Ghost Hooligans, but meanwhile in Minas Generales we have a fight going on between EQ and Dodge. Azak and this guy's landing a lot of damage onto Crop and Fury here, but it's not about the amount of damage.
Oh,
it's a bit rough on Moody there, but not about the amount of damage you do, it's about the amount of kills you get. So all these tags are all well and good, but unless EQ can convert that into a successful 2v2, then the point is against Crop's going to spot both of them running out of the open. Get the land the spray. Skies goes down. Bazak now last one up. All gone wrong. It's the Fury and I think, did he spot him? He's going to see him on the tree now. Can he get the spur? Can he get them both down? He can. Crop gets both kills. Lovely little play. As I was saying, the damage is pointless if you can't secure the kills, and Crop secured both.
He got really good. He done a really good job there. Saved his teammate from really bad position. He was kind of stuck behind the cars and trees. And Fury did a really good job. Pushed from the side, get their attention, get the first knock, get a finish as well on the second one. So really decently played by them. And for now, we have, well, not really much happening. But in Impala, London and Noble are going at it.
Actually, like Charity and Landu wanted to just hold the. I think they must have spotted the boat. I just want to hold them, try and secure the kills onto Noble. Duo, they really haven't had the best of times now, but they're pushed up, and Landun's in a bit of a rough spot here. Charity's not exactly in a position, but never mind. Charity steps in, gets the initial knock, and Landun knows exactly where Ridiculous is. They won't come in. Landun actually gets the spray down. Lovely little play by the happier campers. Landun surviving on 2 HP. Charity with a nice little supportive play to take out the player on the ridge and allow Landun to come around the side. And Noble go out early on once again. Really had a rough night. I think they had one good game with the 4. When I say good, I mean okay.
Okay game, yeah. Like, they grabbed a few points, but nothing really huge. So they gonna definitely have some work to do in the last week. But so far for them, it's a good night. And thank you for participating.
I say this is the slowest Hacienda fight I've ever watched. Yeah, I wonder if they think it's squads. They think they're on the same team.
Maybe. I'm gonna just take a look if they're running around each other. Seems like they want to fight, but nobody wants to engage. Actually.
No, they don't want to fight. They want to sit in a corner and wait for someone to run on top of them.
Oh, basically, yeah.
That's potentially. Don't wish to be a bit mean, but that's potentially why both teams are potentially not having the best wingman so far. You know, a lot of duos is about that confidence in gunfights, about that willingness to be the aggressor, and the ability to take those gunfights, secure them, and win them out. And the fact that neither of these teams are confident enough, both of themselves and in their teammate, to engage as the aggressor in this gunfight is perhaps a testament to why they're towards the lower end of that leaderboard.
But this is the kind of a play you hate in publics, when you just, I'm gonna drop Pochinki, and everybody's dropping Pochinki, and then you just go, and there's 3 people fighting, and rest of them is just sitting in the house and hoping, okay, somebody come in, I'll just thirst you down, and that's about it. Those are the players you don't really want to see in your lobby, and this is the very similar fight to that.
Pretty much everywhere else is a bit of a quiet one at the minute. So this is a quiet one as well, but no real gunfights as everyone's sort of progressing into the zone. Obviously, with the first circle being nice, unlike some of the ones we've had for and Gal earlier. There's a lot of room for these teams to play around. A lot of the ability, finally a bit of aggression coming in. Rocketoo getting Jax down, but not quite able to get the knock for now. Pickle going for the peak. I think got a couple of tags in return. Triumph actually got flushed out by Shrimzy from far.
Does actually get flashed, and Shrimzy doing most damage on them.
They're actually going to kill a player from the other team as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to get the knock on Jaxi, but like a team that's 200 meters away is doing more than either duo has been able to do so far. Jaxi is going to get inside for now, so Pickle should be able to get the res.
But this is the time for Jacob push. And
he has no idea who it is. So. Because the sheer fact that neither of them have regressed onto each other, they don't know who the other team in Hacienda is. So.
That's true.
Purely a guessing game. If you're wrong and you walk around that corner and there's 2 people and you die, then a little bit stupid. But from our position, yeah, certainly would be the play to go in and try and flush them out now rather than later. Elsewhere in the circle is a bit of a potential engagement coming on the southeast. The Fridge Philippines going up just outside the zone, taking some shots towards the XO players, or in turn taking shots towards the enemy players. I have about 3 FPS, which is fun.
I got few, but it's not really good.
Cycle 2 pops like pretty much onto Hacienda, so
this fight can go forever.
It's not going to finish. The last circle will just be them just sat in Hacienda.
Yes, everybody died to the zone, and they will just try to
just sat there. Yeah. It's all about who dies to the zone first, who has the most meds. Just like it looks like.
Shimba and Reload rotating really close to Fury and Club, and they got tagged pretty heavily, I believe. But for now, they find themselves a safe place. Will able to heal up and continue. But the rest of the zone seems pretty quiet. Maybe Frank the Tank and Snowbird engaging towards the Hedgehog, but yeah, that's a few shots here and there. Nothing really. No damage really done.
You wouldn't just be putting those cars low, because later on, if one of those cars drives past you and it's already down to about 70 HP, then it's an easy spray to just blow it up. Actually, to get a tie down as well becomes even easier, purely due to the lack of speed. Frank is sending it in that buggy, looking for a way in. I think he's probably going to come into San Martin on the edge. And man, he commits to the compound just south of Metro and Barahuaca.
He seems to be happy with it for now. But that's exactly what you were talking about before, about that economic in PUBG. That is not really considered a huge thing, but getting also the life of the vehicle down, getting maybe something of the vehicle, 20, 30%, that means you will have to spend less bullets next time they rotate to blow them up. And that's really a good point, because if you get a lot of tags on the vehicles, which they will have to use eventually, you just gonna have a easier work later. But for now, what's going on? Oh, Glorigene and Patron actually stopped and get a knock on the Hedgehog, and they continue.
Frost is gonna come in. I think one more bullet will do it. Hedgehog about to go down. Bahawaki trying to save him. He's down to 7 HP. Is he gonna survive the ridge? 4 HP in a dream. Does survive it for now. One more bullet will put him down, but I think there's just a big enough ridge. Survive this is a lucky one. I think Bahawaki nearly killed him by proning in front of him. He actually gets knocked instantly again. Oh, you hate to see it. And then now he gets flushed by Snowbird. That was rough. The fact that because you stand up and just when you get rezzed, he stood up straight into another bullet and just got insta knocked.
It's just something that happens and is really unlucky to be in that situation. But Mini Fridge, oh my god, this guy is just popping up tonight. That's like 3 kills on him already.
In 4 ready for the Fridge full of beans. We saw them have one good game where they won on that second Irigo one, but the other 2 games weren't the best. So looking for that one good game, one bad game to.
I mean, they had pretty decent last game. Kind of okay. They had 5 kills and 4th place, I believe. So one win.
The fight actually went down in Hacienda, and we missed it in the end. It took so long. But Frisha Vokido actually went down, so ATC managing to keep both up. I think they traded the kill in the end. Now they're center circle. You're thinking they're actually in a pretty good spot, but Draxi gets taken out, and he's on his 3rd knock. Oh, you have to run, my dude. Get that res. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Draxi is on his 3rd knock right. So they just have to be really close to each other for the rest of the game.
You almost get insta-knocked again. It's the story of this game so far, people getting insta-knocked. But Patron, meanwhile, on this western side, tried to push into the Winchester Outlaws. Is going to get taken out for his insolence there. Gloji now the last one up from the Bloodline duo. Looking for way to the zone. I don't think they have any vehicles, so they kind of just need to get down this hill. There's not really much to do. He can get into San Martin if he goes south. I'm not sure why they decided to go north in the first place. But didn't quite work out. Venomate gets taken out meanwhile by the but I think it was Disciple that took him out. Now Disciple's got knocked in return. Draxi looking for the kill. If they have one nade, they're actually going to be able to take down both players, but just purely due to the fact that this fight was going on for so long, and the fact that they weren't able to loot as a result of it means that there's just no utility. It doesn't even. It literally has no meds. Does his teammate have anything? Where have you gone? There you are. No, he's got no meds either. Neither of them have any meds.
But they probably used a lot of meds and a lot of utility in the fights before, so everything they got in the Hacienda they already used. And
now that's where you think they need to maybe commit to a gunfight just to actually be able to sort of survive beyond this circle, because as soon as this shifts away, the fact that you have no meds, no utility, but I think they've got one smoke between them. Yeah, one smoke, one Molotov, and that's it. It means that as soon as that circle forces you out, then there's pretty much nothing you can do.
But they seems to be looking for some more, but nothing really here anymore. Everything used, everything looted. So that's unfortunate, and they are getting surrounded actually. A lot of people really close to them, and they will eventually have to fight. Either it will be Disciple and Wolf right now, or later with the Lampal and D3s. Oh, and pretty hard chief, we can see it's going straight east. Tickles and Winnie in the middle of the circle, but Winnie is knocked and Tickles has to rush towards him to pick him up. Meanwhile, the majority of the teams starts moving. Mostly not really doing anything as Kickstart and Sharpshots are rotating around him. But Bahawakas himself, his eyes set on the Snowbird and Frank the Tank. But Snowbird actually stopped.
Kickstart just drove full speed into a rock. It's right in front of him, he just drove straight into it.
Maybe he tries to do something.
I think he was actually considering the pull up on Mossy. Maybe, because I think they know he was there. I'm not sure now, but ended up with them just going straight into a rock at like 80 miles an hour. On this eastern edge, you see a fish full of beans making some friends here. Frost BP with the lineup, but he's decided not to shoot. Yeah, both on the edge, man. He's going to shoot now. He's going to get those tags off, but he can't get the knock on Baby Beans, who just about gets back into the safety of those houses. Minifridge looking to put the hurt on the new screen now, but Frost just backs off. I think he got tagged by Shinboy from all the way on that western side of the zone.
But once again, Minifridge and Baby Beans with a pretty decent start to the game. And now Snake is really close to Pad Caps, south of Hacienda. I'm curious if Snake is gonna actually go into the building that Pad Cap is hiding in, but he took a vehicle and going as far as possible.
Nice tags by Pistola time there to shoot Landun out of the car, but nothing doing. I think Charity's going to be able to get the rest for free. There's no one around to flush the kills. So a nice little rotation actually by THC. They were being held out a little bit by the by Pride time. They found a safe path in. Talking of safe path, that is not one by Hawako, who gets taken out by Blazin as he tries to drive by, tries to find a way in. Now that Hacienda area is getting a bit busy, Backcaps, if he's not careful, is going to walk straight on top of Snakers. Here's these shots coming in though, so I think with that he's going to have to recognize that there's someone around here. Bullets flying in towards his direction, but they're not at him. So.
But he doesn't know about Glory Gene, who can play a huge spoiler for him. Frank the Tank getting a knock on Pistola time, and that would be decent for 500 meters? More like 4, but really long distance and get flashed. Getting about 200-300 meters knock and finish on Snowbird and Frank the Tank.
I'm surprised that Glorigin didn't go for the kill there onto Packcaps. He had lineup and Packcaps wasn't moving. Decided against it, and I think it's his only way into the zone. It's just gonna have to take him out at some point, but maybe he can get a bit closer and get a spray down rather than going for the mini tags.
Yeah, Packcaps isn't looking at all. Glorygin's probably gonna heal up here and will continue to hound Packcaps, but he may have lost the good opportunity. And now he will be kind of on the back foot as he will try to sneak up on him.
This zone is going to be a rough one for these Hacienda teams. There's only real room for one team now. Draxi gets taken out down to his, I think, 4th knock now. Is the res going to come in? Yeah, the res is coming in, but the Ghost Hooligans are going straight for it. Snakers isn't even fully healing. They know exactly where the nade came in. And Pickle's actually been forced to give up on the res. Draxi goes down in the end. Pixel's bailing. Or Pickle, rather. But, where's he going to go? If he goes to the north, he runs into Lamplock. Goes to the south, he runs into Packcaps. I think you just have to commit to the gunfight at this point. ATC looking like they want to back out from it. Kickstart and Sharp Shot go down. The Ghost Hooligans looked for a way into the zone, but they couldn't find it.
But now Lampard and Dietrich will have to figure things out with a Snake and Shrimsy, as they're really close to each other, and not sure how much information do they have about each other, but
Landun has a duo right in front of him, and he's going to hear the shots. It's the easiest double kill of his life. Gets the first one. Can he get the second one? He lines up the spray, but Landun actually gets taken out. This is Charity. He's just way too far back. No real opportunity to save his teammate now, and the res is going to come in. He's got no utility to prevent this. It's a bit of a lack of coordination there from the... you just flushed yourself, Charity. Nice one. Second flash will come in in a minute, but the res has come in now, and Frost should win this. I think Travis is going to get the first knock there. I think Landun, no, Frost gets both of them down. Landun perhaps a bit over eager then, not waiting for Charity to be in a position to help trade the kill if it went wrong. As a result, THC are going to get punished there. LVD meanwhile securing a knock into the Fury. But for now, the flush isn't going to come in. I don't think there's any opportunity for the res though, so it's all about whether it gets stolen. Pride Time doing work here, trying to take out Voxel. They've got Get Flush down, and Voxel now put down low on the side of the hill. But I think in the zone, no, not in the zone actually. So it needs to make some progression.
But Glorigin finally opened the fire towards the Badcaps and won the fight. But meanwhile,
it goes down instantly.
Yeah.
At least gets the 2 points and an extra placement, and obviously we're into the placement points now. So there is something to be said for the player. I think the patience maybe rewarded itself in the end, at least for a point or 2 extra. The Ghost Hooligans now looking for an engagement onto player 1. I think they know they're there, at least looking towards it. But still 4 teams in this tiny little area on the southwest edge, and the zone is going to go away now. There's such a small amount of cover. There is a little bit to play from, but it is literally enough for one team. I think you have to say the Disciple and Wolf are probably in the best position.
They can gatekeep everyone, but Dietrich and Lampal still can get backstabbed by the ATC player, as he kind of moved towards them and nobody was really fighting inside the Hacienda.
Ghost Hooligans looking for an alternative path into the zone. They're going to spot Crop, I think. No, maybe not for now. They know he's there though because they heard the shots now. He's been spotted now. Crop's going to get tagged up. Going to get put low by Shrimsy. One more bullet will do it. There he goes. 5 kills now onto Shrimsy. As Snake tries to Molotov him. It's still going to be rough to get into the zone, but they're at least securing the points. Securing those kills to end the night.
Well, basically with this kind of zone, you want just to get as many points, as many kills as possible. And then maybe you can get inside the zone, but you don't want to rely on it.
End of the day, the easiest way to get placement points is to kill everyone else. They're going to run straight on top of Disciple Wolf. Wolf gets the initial spray. Snakers goes down. Going to flush the kills down to Shrimsy now to get the last one. Does get the knock on Disciple though, so maybe there's an opportunity for Shrimsy to win this 1v2. But Player 1 Esports have appeared out of nowhere. Lampalot looking to make the push, but Shrimsy puts him low, but the knock doesn't come in. And D-Trees is going to spot him now from further up on the ridge. It's going to be all she wrote. Maybe not. Shrimsy lands a lovely little spray onto D-Trees. A 1v1v1. We said there was only room for one. I thought I meant one team, but it looks like it might actually be one player.
Most likely, as well, every duo has one knocked. And
looks like Lampalot's actually going to back out from the gunfight. I think Wolf and Shrimsy will probably go down very soon, but Lampalot actually gets taken out. A sniper shot from Baby Beans in the middle of that compound.
So now Shrimsy and Wolf kind of has to figure it out, while Baby Beans and Minif is going to push on Pistolas and Pride.
I like this this aggression by Baby Beans. That nade might be perfect to take out Pride and Pistola time. It comes in, does a bit of damage, but maybe not quite enough. But they're in the open now. That zone's forcing them in. He's going to get the initial spray. He gets one down. Can he get the second? Baby Beans having some lovely little tags, but that nade, surely. Is it perfect? It is perfect. Baby Beans with the double. He's been doing work with nades all night. Gets another double kill. I think it's his second or third of the night. I think it was Minifridge who got the other one, actually.
Yeah, Minifridge got one. Minifridge got one.
He's trying to catch up with his teammate then. They're on 8 kills already. They've been having a real solid set of games. Obviously, they won game 2. Game 3, Minifridge a lot of kills, and I think game 3rd, and now they're looking to win this one as well. They're in, I would say, it's probably the best position in the zone. Less tickles can come in and maybe spoil the party. You have to think that they're favourites at this one.
And even maybe if they don't win, they have already 8 kills. And with any few more position points, they will be just fine. But now they're looking really good, playing really well and aggressive, and they're not afraid to take a fight. I mean, this push from Baby Beans, he didn't really has to go there, but he wanted to clear his north side just to make sure there's nobody there, and he did it quickly, precisely, and really good with the mates. But now they're looking for some more, and they don't seem to spot anyone, as everybody seems to be kind of out the edges of the zone, not moving.
It's a really interesting split by XO here. Rangers pushed up really aggressively onto this western ridge, which is pretty much preventing Shrimsy and Wolf from really doing anything. Wolf might be able to sneak in, but as soon as Shrimsy makes this run, Rangers could just be able to get the spray for free. So there's absolutely no info for Shrimsy here. Rangers waits for the right time, almost fluffs the fight. Just about gets it. 13 HP. It's 13 HP more than Shrimsy has, I suppose.
It's just enough to get a kill. Get a placement point as well. You always have to kind of count that one kill as maybe 4 points. Well, 3-4 points, depends where you go with the positions in the late game. But it's really huge that for one kill you can get so many points. This can boost you up so high, up the leaderboards. And you have to count with it because, well, it's the new point system. It's heavy kill oriented, but also rewards for staying late and playing good with the zones, with the positions, and making actually good positions. Like 3rd, 4th place is not that much points as it used to be with the old point system, but it's still pretty decent with the combination with the kills.
This zone now is going to force out all those teams on the south. Minifridge and Baby Beans don't really have to move. They have the control of the north edge of this compound. Maybe they'll get into a bit of an engagement with with Tickles, but everyone else has to progress into the zone somewhat.
No, nobody's in except Baby Beans exactly, and well, I want to see if they will be able to make the chicken dinner out of this situation. They seems to be aware of Tickles, or at least they're pushing his way.
I think they're just trying to make sure this compound's clear now, but Tickles is popping off these smokes, but that's giving away all the information. They'll be able to hear them going off. We'll be able to see them as well. This nade might be perfect. He's going to run in front of him. Bye-bye, Tickles. Oh, it puts him so low. Just about able to get up in time and escape from that nade. But I think they know exactly where he is now because of those smokes. They're going to push in it, make sure there's no one left. Make sure the compound is theirs. It's going to be Tickle's last smoke as well. And now he's in the blue. It'll be a rough spot. Minifridge is going to peek down the side. Tickle's low. One more bullet will do it. There he goes. The Beans securing their 9th kill of the game. Looking for double digits for, I think, the second time tonight. It's a 2v2v 1v1, but you have to say the Richmond Beans I could be in the best position left in the zone.
They have really good position. Well, basically only hardcover in the game right now. And Wolf and Taco actually... I'm not sure if Wolf isn't looking on the Ranger. Or at least he's looking really in his direction. But the first one who stands up in the field will probably get tagged.
He doesn't actually have a nade, so if he's feeling greedy, he can throw a grenade, which won't give away his position. It'll give away that he's somewhere nearby, but that's about as vague as you can get when it comes to information. But it looks like he wants to play the long game. Make sure that he can take out the video.
Oh, the 10 kills.
He has to play this in such a way that if he gets the first knock, the other one won't, then I'm going to finish him off. What I want to see him do is use that nade to kill Ranger, and then from there take the sneaky 1v1. If he just whips that nade out now, it will take out Ranger. There's nothing Ranger can do about it, and it won't give away the position to Furlive. So it looks like maybe he's just going to keep trying to sneak up, maybe try and go for the spray down.
Maybe he's going for a win here.
Yeah, but for me the way to win is to take down this duo and engage in that 1v2, but it looks like Baby Beans is going to do it for him. He'll go down to a 1v1v1 now. So I don't think Baby Beans is in a position to get rest. Minifridge getting the next spray down to Furlive, puts him low. One thing to point out is Wolf knows exactly where he is. And Nate comes in, he actually uses it to take out Baby Beans there, so a 1v1, and Furlive knows absolutely nothing about Wolf's position. It's all about who sees who first. Furlive is crouched there. He sees a movement. If Wolf's, is he wearing a bag? Or he's not wearing a bag?
No, but I think Wolf saw him running in the area he's looking in. Now he probably says that, okay, he may be a little bit more.
Usually the way you see people proning is you don't move and you wait to see movement on your screen, because when you're not moving the grass is pretty static. But Furlive is giving away his position by shooting at bodies, I think. Wolf knows roughly where to look. But it's all about who sees that movement first. Wolf's going to stop moving now to try and sort of prevent Furlive from seeing anything.
They're like really close to each other, moving slowly, creeping up.
The sneakiest of snakes. Problem is they're both the exact same color as the ground as well, so it really doesn't help. Yeah. Gonna crouch, he's going to spawn him there. Lovely play by Wolf to secure the win, secure the 4th kill of the game. I'm still not going to say their name. Their second win of the night, actually. We saw
one in the first game, I believe.
Yeah, so the 1st and 4th. But I think there's a little bit more consistency from the Beans. But the fact that they were able to get those 2 blowout win, well, 1 blowout win and 1 sort of sneaky win. Wolf there is going to mean that there's 40 placement points going towards the duo of Disciple and Wolf. So they're going to be pretty happy with their night.
Definitely. Really good plays from them today. I mean, they played not as consistent as Minifridge and Baby Beans, who had basically one kind of bad game, but they're doing really well. And this time around, we can point out on team that ended up in 6th place, and that's Shrimsy getting 7 kills by himself.
I think that's the most any single player's got tonight. I think maybe drawn with Silas. I think who got 7 in one of the EU games.
Yes.
I want to see a double-digit solo play. I'm sure we'll get it at some point. We need it.
So far, the best we saw in our casting was Profi, I think, last time with the
He got
8
8,
kills.
yeah. Zone last. But, this week, Shrimsy and Silas definitely the individual game MVPs. That is going to be it for tonight, guys.